Hey, this is the first video of my new short series that I'd like to call 10 Years of Amiga Gaming. In it I'll try to talk about what I think were the most important and interesting titles for the Amiga, released between 1986 and 1995. Each video will cover 1 year and feature a few carefully picked titles that were for whatever reason notable when they released. And the farther we go in time, the more memorable the games will be, as the developers learned how to unleash the full power of Commodore's system. There will be no set amount of games per year, however, and by extension of that, the videos will most definitely be different in length. But before we get into any more details, please hit those like and subscribe buttons below. It helps me more than you know. Thanks! We'll obviously start with 1986, the year before the famous Amiga 500 was released. Commodore's Amiga 1000 was already available for around 6 months at the time, and the game started pouring, using custom chips in this incredible machine. Between 1985 and 86 there weren't many games released for the Amiga yet. A tad less than 100 if I'm not wrong, and most of them were either ports from early 8-bit systems like Commodore's own C64 or first attempts at tackling the Amiga's capabilities. Despite that, some were considerably better or more influential than others, and that's what we'll be discussing today. Leaderboard Golf is a rather simple-looking golf simulation that was originally released on C64, where it became the best-selling game of 1986. Truth be told, graphics-wise it's not a jaw-dropper on the Amiga, but given that it was released when it wasn't too bad either. While looking like an iterative upgrade over the C64, the addition of bunkers and trees and a tad higher resolution made the game a bit more pleasing to the eye. What's notable though is that it's the very first golf game on the new 16-bit system, and a pretty good one at that. It's simple enough to be enjoyed even while not being familiar with rules of the game, but mastering it may take a bit of practice. It's also a multiplayer title, so with few like-minded friends around, could prove to be the main fare of a very fun gaming afternoon. Interesting fact, all games in Leaderboard series were made by two brothers, Bruce and Roger Carver, who later on went to create famous Link series that for the long time were de facto a benchmark of all computer golf games. Silent Service was designed by now legendary Sid Meier, who fathered many series of beloved games. It's a submarine simulation set in Pacific Ocean during World War II, with player controlling a US sub and patrolling the area. It's also the first game of this type on the Amiga, and like with previous title, a port from C64. By today's standards, or even comparing it to the sequel, it's pretty simplistic, but this fact made it infinitely more playable than it would have been otherwise back then to the players unfamiliar with advanced military simulations. That said, difficulty could be raised quite considerably to suit players' skill level if needed. Graphics-wise, it's okay at best. Some screens, like inside of the sub, are better than others, but for a simulation, simple strategic view with all controls in plain sight is easy to understand during those high-pressure, adrenaline-fueled battles. So it's a perfect presentation to near-perfect game. Marble Madness is probably the first ever official arcade conversion to the Amiga. It's also a pretty damn good one. The graphics are almost as good as in the arcades, and it runs at full system speed of 60 FPS, or 50 FPS in PAL regions, which was twice as fluid as it originally did. It's fun and easy to comprehend, yet tough to beat title, where you have to direct the titular marble to exit, overcoming various obstacles and avoiding deadly creatures. In arcades, the game was controlled with huge trackball that you had to manically spin towards the way you wanted the marble to move, which was at least half of the fun. Sadly, this bit was lost in translation, as moving the marble with joystick is not nearly as precise or fun. Other than that, however, everything else is intact, and the game itself is quite good. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it, but I understand appeal and popularity of the game and impact it had on future arcade games conversions to the system. You've probably noticed a pattern here. Many of the games in this video will be the very first in different genres, as it's the second year of Amiga's existence and a year before the famous A500 was released. Chessmaster 2000 is no different. It's a first serious chess simulation on the system. It also sports seriously advanced and sophisticated chess engine that not only allows for a variety of different settings to customize the difficulty to players' abilities, but also is a serious tough cookie to beat. On higher levels, where CPU simulates many moves ahead, the rounds can be a bit on the longer side, but it's the price that's paid for the quality of the computer-controlled opponent. In fact, Retro Recipes YouTube channel, which I will link in description, released a little while ago a very fun video of Chessmaster 2000 on Amiga defeating a modern Mac at the game. So, a chess engine created in 1986, working on a basic 512 KB Amiga with a 7 MHz Motorola 68000 CPU, winning against a many thousand times faster machine that's nearly 40 years newer. Bard's Tale was originally released in 1985 on the Apple II and then within a year ported to everything under the sun. Anything it could run on got a port of it. It's a title that spawned a whole series of games and even books to some degree. It was one of the earliest first-person perspective Grieve movement tile-based RPGs on the Amiga. Now that's a mouthful. Anyway, the player builds a team of up to 6 members from staple classes of the genre. So Hunter, Monk, Paladin, Rogue, Warrior, Conjurer, Bard and a Magician. I always found naming Mage User Magician funny, cause whenever I hear it, all I can think of is David Blaine hanging in a see-through box near Tower Bridge in London, where I used to live. The novelty of the game was a Bard's class. That by today's RPG standards would be what we know as support. Throwing buffs at party left and right, keeping everyone at their peak form. Other than that, Bard's Tale was a standard RPG with genre-obligatory dungeon crawling, questing and puzzle solving. Good game. Ultima 3 Exodus is a third game in a series of Ultima games and the last one in the Age of Darkness trilogy. Same as Bard's Tale, it originally released in 1983 on Apple II and was ported to most systems available at the time. It appeared on Amiga Owner's Disk in 1986 and by that time its graphics were more than below what players expected. But it's the gameplay and not the graphics that made Ultima 3 such a beloved and fondly remembered title. Story is pretty simple here. Basically, gather 4 heroes and travel to Caesarea to save the world from evil Exodus, a spawn of the former game's villains, Mundane and Monax. I'm sure I've butchered at least one of the names here. Oh well. Ultima 3 was the first RPG that featured true 3D graphics in dungeons, as previous titles in the series used wireframe, and offered beyond crazy amount of customization for the time. So, while creating your party you could choose from 11 classes and 5 races, and then had to divide the skill points between attributes of strength, dexterity, intelligence and wisdom. Today it's a standard, back then it was revolutionary. Defender of the Crown was Cinemaware's first ever game and a first title released on the Amiga. And what a game that was! It was clear that Cinemaware knew how, and most importantly did, squeeze everything that they possibly could out of the new Amiga 1000. There was no game that could compare to Amiga's version on any other home computer, graphics or sound-wise. It was an art piece. It was so good in fact, that it quickly received ports to all other systems including some of the aging 8-bit ones. They were all pretty good, but none could hold a candle to the Amiga's presentation. It helped that it was pretty fun game too. A mixture of genres, where at parts you would lead your chosen at start Saxon rule to victory and conquer England, just to then switch to more arcade-like jousting tournaments, castle raids, or even slower-paced catapulting of enemy walls. Neither of the gaming parts of Defender of the Crown was perfect, but they were all good, and well stitched together to form an incredible experience for players with presentation that was unbeatable for quite some time. While 1986 may not have been the most memorable year for the Amiga gaming, there's no doubt that there still were some titles released that rose above others. Next time, we'll be jumping straight to 1987, which was an important year for both Commodore and gaming. Amiga 500 was unveiled and quickly became the flagship of Commodore, and from then onward titles released on the system only got better and better. But that is not a subject for today. 1987 was a very interesting year in history of computing. IBM introduced its PS2 personal computer that later on became a standard for desktop PCs made by both IBM and clone manufacturers. And they've also unveiled their brand new VGA display standard that led to creation of famous VGA graphic cards. First of these were released the very same year by ATI, and while they were not widespread then yet, they offered impressive capabilities of high resolution and high color graphics. GIF, or however else you wanna call it, was created by CompuServe, and over the next few years became very popular, offering decent quality reproduction of static and moving images at low disk space cost. But what's important for us here today is that in 1987, Amiga 500 was released. So it's as good time as any other to ask you to hit those like and subscribe buttons below. It's just a couple of clicks for you, but helps me more than you know. Thanks! Anyway, as I was saying, in 1987 Commodore released two new models, targeting home users low-cost Amiga 500 and more business and professionals-oriented Amiga 2000. First came with 512 KB of RAM, Kickstart 1.2, later replaced with 1.3, and was based around OCS chipset. All that at the time made Amiga 500 the most advanced and capable low-cost gaming home computer, offering easily accessible colorful graphics and 4 8-bit stereo digital sound channels. It made the model so popular that it is estimated that throughout its lifespan, over 50,000 individual software packages, so both games and programs, were released for it. Amiga 2000 had many submodels over the course of its production, but the initial model was virtually identical to Amiga 500, just in the PC-like case with multiple 02 and ISA expansion slots, making it infinitely more upgradable, but also quite more costly. Regardless of how 1987 may have been interesting in itself, however, we're not here to talk about it, but notable games that were released on the Amiga. So, let's get on with it. Even though Test Drive might have felt more like a demo or a beta version of Test Drive 2, it was still, for better or worse, first game trying to be semi-realistic driving simulation on the Amiga. Technically speaking, it wasn't great and nowhere near as marvelous as the C64 version that offered basically same features. But very detail-heavy specifications for available cars and impressively rendered side views of these in the menus sparked my childhood imagination and made me feel as if I could drive one of these beasts. I couldn't, cause as soon as you started driving you'll quickly realize that the constantly breaking windscreen is not the experience you were looking for. Obviously, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but this in reality was neither simulation nor arcade racer. Something in between that was just okay at best. But was important nonetheless because without it we wouldn't get Test Drive 2 and basically most other modern racing simulations. Additionally, Amiga's version was the best looking out of all available on the market, which is good to know. Road War 2000, like its title kinda suggests, is basically a Mad Max game. Unlike the movies, it does not take place in Australia but in the USA, where a terrorist group released a deadly and quickly spreading virus that devastated the population. As a result of that, United States collapsed, government, finance, society, all that gone in a matter of weeks. Not all died, however, and quickly Mad Max-esque survivalist groups and gangs emerged, utilizing cars as main means of transportation and combat. Your task initially is to build big and strong enough force to clear the pathways, roads, between the cities. All that by fighting off gangs, mutants and cannibals to finally secure cities under your control. That may bring your actions to attention of the broken leftovers of government, who then may eventually recruit you to rescue 8 scientists. Apparently country's last hope of fighting off the disease. Road War 2000 is SSI's turn-based strategy game that may not be the most easily accessible, but is an interesting and unusual title and one of the very first few tackling imaginary post-apocalyptic events. Although in the light of the last 2 years, I'm not sure word imaginary should even be here. Many things could be said about Cinemaware's The Three Stooges. Things like it was a semi-random collection of odd minigames that were a bit on a difficult side. Or that sometimes you just weren't sure what to do when playing it first, as nothing seemed to be explained anywhere in-game. But other than that, the game was faithful to the Three Stooges atmosphere and full of fun mini-gags and skits. Cinemaware's touch is present everywhere, from music and sounds to incredible graphics and huge sprites. At the time, these were possible at this quality on the Amiga only, as PCs were not nearly as capable yet. So, as with many other games in these first few years of the system, Commodore's 16-bit machine's version was the best out of all. The story behind all those mini-events is that the Stooges are trying to raise money to save an orphanage. What's notable about it though is that it's one of the very first few games that actually offered multiple endings, depending on how well player did throughout gameplay. Although 1987 saw release of world games as well, it's the winter games that were the most notable release by Epix. It allowed, which was not standard by then on the Amiga, for up to 8 players to complete sequentially in series of Winter Olympics inspired events. It didn't hurt that they were quite fun too, especially when played against others. As with most games series titles by Epix, controls required both getting used to and practice. And while this was just a port of C64's original with graphical improvements, it was quite good. Perhaps not as good as impressive as it was on much weaker C64, but worth having a go with a couple of friends anyway. Epix would go on and milk the game series on all systems for the next few years, releasing many different titles, some more realistic than others, with various success. But it was the winter games that was their most notable outing in the early days of the Amiga, for better or worse. Little Computer People was a title unlike any other, at least back in the day. Originally released in 1985 on C64 and 2 years later ported to the Amiga. For all intents and purposes, it can be considered the Sims of 1980s. The game has one screen showing side view of the inside of a 3-story house, and after a while person will move in. Each copy of the game had a randomly generated person created on first boot, so no 2 copies ever played the same. Said person will go about their day, cooking, watching TV, reading newspaper or doing various other things, and occasionally will initiate interaction with a player, talking about their needs or feelings. While it's pretty limited, a player can also interact with a person by typing in basic commands or playing games with them. It may have not been as advanced or sandboxy as The Sims were, feeling more like Advanced Aquarium or Tamagotchi, but for the time when no one heard of anything similar before, it was a breath of fresh air and a subject of many conversations. If it's not clear by now, Cinemaware were absolute kings in the early days of Amiga, releasing beautifully designed, unique titles in various, often mixed genres with absolutely unbeatable presentation. The King of Chicago is no different. It's an action-adventure interactive movie-like game that the majority of takes place in 1930s in Chicago, just after Al Capone's imprisonment, and the story is based on numerous Hollywood gangster movies. The goal of the game is to have the biggest gang in the city and to take over all mob activity in Chicago before a set date. To do so, players have many mobster activities at hand, like bombings, drive-by shootings, bribing officials and gambling. And everything you do and how you interact with other characters will influence how you're perceived by everyone around you. If that wasn't enough, staying ahead of the law that's always after you, and keeping good relationship with Mayor and your woman for that matter, were also a must. With so many things to do, multiple paths that can be taken and many endings, it's doubtful that any 2 playthroughs of King of Chicago could end up being identical. Earl Weaver Baseball is bar none the best baseball game on the Amiga. Chances are it may be one of the best baseball games on all systems. Sure, the presentation is quite lacking, especially when it comes to graphics, but don't let it scare you. The game is an unpolished gem that offered more than most competing titles of the time. In fact, it should be considered more as a baseball sandbox than just a game. You could create nearly anything baseball fan could dream of. Players along with the stats for them, schedules and baseball parks. It offered most of the real baseball parks from the 80s, along with the current then and historical players. And when played, it was instantly clear that it's more of a simulation than an arcade title. To this day, Earl Weaver Baseball is considered a marvel among the sports fans that had a chance to experience it in the 80s. Personally, I don't care much for any sport, but can definitely appreciate the importance of a sports game when I see one. And this one set a real high bar. In the very first years of home gaming, not many titles could compete with popularity of Pong, and then, a bit later on, Tetris. 2 arcade titles most definitely could, Pac-Man and Arkanoid. Arkanoid seemed to be ported to everything under the sun in the late 80s, and grand majority of those conversions were very good. Amiga's outing is no different. It sports arcade's introduction, all stages, music and sounds, and looks virtually identical. In my opinion, perhaps even a tiny bit better than the arcade original. Porting the controls from arcade struggle to Amiga's mouse rather than joystick was also a good move, as those fast, analog controls allowed for split-second decisions to be performed and near-death saves actually possible. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't know how to play Arkanoid, especially anyone watching this video, but on an odd chance I'm wrong. In short, you've got to bounce progressively faster moving ball with a paddle that's at the bottom to clear all blocks from the screen. While doing so, you pick up various power-ups that make the task easier. That's it. 1987 was the first year that brought an ocean worth of releases to the Amiga. Perhaps there weren't as many of them as they would be in the next few years, but players finally had a lot to choose from. All genres seemed to be represented by at least a couple of choices, and it looked like Amiga had a great future ahead of it. Sierra Online saw an opportunity and decided to port their adventure games from PC, 7 in total in 1 year, all using the AGI engine and different iterations of same text-based parser. The games were Black Cauldron, first 3 King's Quest titles, and first Space Quest, Police Quest, and Leisure Suit Larry. They were all universally praised for their storylines, atmosphere, and often considered staples of the genre. In the same time, they were disliked by many, for the difficulty and in some cases annoying death traps. They all rolled into one spot on this list as they were all important titles in history of gaming. All very similar in how they worked, and many of them written by now legendary Roberta Williams. Personally, I was never a fan, mainly because of the text parsers, and hence why the recording for this spot you're seeing is borrowed from other YouTube channels. On the first glance, Ports of Call is a business simulation game where you manage a global fleet of freight ships, balancing those profits and losses for the sake of your bottom line, all to grow a company into international transport powerhouse eventually. And while it's actually a correct description of the game, it's also not all that it is. There are also quite a few random arcade-like elements of either parking in or leaving ports, avoiding icebergs, and even saving shipwrecked sailors among others. The game can be played in very enjoyable hot seat multiplayer mode, where players compete for the global domination. And that's where it shines the most. What's most important though is that it's not overly complicated, management-wise, and not too difficult in its arcade section, so can be enjoyed by players of various genre preferences. If you'd like to learn more about it, I have a whole separate video on Ports of Call on my channel where I tackle it in more detail. So go and have a look. Deja Vu: A Nightmare Comes True was an innovative point-and-click adventure game. It worked off an engine that resembled window-based interface of operating systems of yesteryear and used verbs to control the interactions. Other than that, it was full drag and drop, meaning any item pickups could be done via mouse by dragging items straight into inventory. Quite novel was a concept of dropping items anywhere in the game, and if you could only remember where you left them, you could come back in any moment to pick them back up. But it's not what made the game popular. Deja Vu was a heavy noir story. You're an ex-boxer turned private investigator who wakes up in a random bar's bathroom with an unexpected amnesia and a dead body, clearly killed using your own gun. And you are after both, your lost memories and a true killer to clear your name. All that while avoiding the mob and the law. What's important though is that the game did not use any supernatural reasons for whatever's happening, meaning you could use logic and deduction to solve all puzzles. The Fairy Tale Adventure is an action role-playing game designed by one man, David Joyner. And he did hell of a job, all by himself working on graphics, music and story. Could it have benefited from a larger team and a budget? Perhaps, but what David did here is just outstanding. The game's 14,000 unique screens in size. For whatever reason in the past, game worlds were measured in screens. That said, it's a big one. And for better or worse, as in best titles in the genre, from ground up you can basically go anywhere, even somewhere where you've no chances of survival. Which some may consider a downside, but I enjoy having a freedom to choose. Anyway, gameplay revolves around 3 brothers who are on the quest of recovering a stolen by the forces of evil talisman and returning it to their home village, Tembry. Interestingly enough, you control only one of the 3 and are allowed control of another only if the earlier brother failed. I do not think it's a system that I've seen in a game before, and other than cannon fodder, I'm not sure I've ever seen it since. Toasty! I'm sure that after watching the video, you'll agree that 1987 was indeed a good year for the Amiga. The games that were released were clearly of considerably higher standard than those that came before, not only in terms of graphics and sound, but most importantly design. Developers slowly started getting the grips of Amiga's specialized chipset, and it reflected in the quality of games released. That, however, was just the beginning. The best titles for the Commodore's 16-bit machine were still to come, and each consecutive year saw better and more inventive outings. 1988 was a year that marked the release of the Morris, the very first major worm created by Robert Morris. It infected roughly 6,000 computers over the internet and was a wake-up call that sparked the creation of Third Coordination Center. Apple sued Microsoft for a copyright infringement over the use of mouse-driven window interface, and the case went back and forth for another 7 years. DOS version 4.0 and later the same year 4.1 were released, and Steve Jobs unveiled his next computer after leaving Apple. And finally, Intel released 386SX CPU, a cut-down version of regular 386, missing a math coprocessor. It was a cost-cutting measure that produced a cripple in the eyes of many products. So, while 1988 was interesting in the world of computing, what we really care about here is what it did to Amiga's gaming. So it's high time that I asked you to hit those like and subscribe buttons below. That's just a couple of clicks for you, but will help me more than you know. Thanks. And Amiga was good. More than good, in fact. The system was well established, developers knew for the most part what they were doing, and capabilities that Amiga offered were still quite impressive for the price that the system was sold for. So, before I bore you to death, let's have a look what most notable titles were released for Commodore's system in 1988. While Barbarian the Ultimate Warrior on Amiga is clearly the best version out of all available, it's still a bit disappointing in my eyes. It looks like a very minor upgrade to the 8-bit versions, which is way below what Amiga was capable of. But don't get me wrong, I'm not dissing the game itself, just pointing out that it could have seriously been expanded on 16-bit systems. Anyway, Barbarian is quite fun game when played against a friend, and most brutal and bloody versus fighter of the 80s. While playing you can actually feel the weight of attacks, and head-chopping finisher is very enjoyable way of highlighting your dominance over defeated opponent. In single player, however, Barbarian gets old quick. It's essentially a series of virtually identical fights that don't innovate in any way over multiplayer, meaning the only difference is you're fighting against considerably more stupid opponent. All that said, Barbarian is still an important title as it was one of the very first few decent versus fighting games on the system. And even though it's not groundbreaking in any way, with no fiery special moves or explosive projectiles like games of the next decade would have in abundance, it's one worth having a go at with a friend. Star Wars is a 1988 port of 1983's arcade original. It's not a big game, it's quite small in fact, consisting of only 3 levels. But given it's a port from arcades where games were made to farm money, it's not a surprise, as they were made to be difficult and flashy and not long. Amiga's version is much easier than original though, so some expansion to the formula or couple of extra levels would be a welcome change. What's most striking about Star Wars though, are its straight from arcades 3D wireframe graphics. While they could be considered simple, all Empire enemies are easily recognizable, and the game is just a sight to behold in motion. Amiga's version improved in the sound department over the arcade original by not using generated vocals and instead directly ripping off speech from the movies. While arcade controls took getting used to as they felt awkward at first, Amiga's mouse nullifies this issue, making each playthrough a real pleasure. Star Wars is a real fun title and a blast to play that will be appreciated by all shooter fans, not only Star Wars geeks. Vermeer is the only game I'll talk about today that's not in English. It's in German in fact, and I don't speak German. I do, however, know where and how to do everything in this game. It's the only game I've worked everything out in it, while still being a kid without ever learning the language itself. If that doesn't speak to Vermeer's quality, I'm not sure what else would. Anyway, Vermeer is a unique historical trading simulation that takes place in the 1920s, and while it's not overly complicated, it's surprisingly addictive. The main goal of the game is to use 50,000 marks left you by your dying uncle to recover his stolen collection of works of art. To do that, however, you have to amass much more money than the measly 50,000, so you'll partake in stock and currency trading, buying and cultivating products on plantations, and art trade. And believe me when I say that the game is more fun playing just as it is, rather than getting to that ending. It can also be played with up to 3 other players, which quite honestly is the best way of experiencing it. I've made a whole separate review video for Vermeer on this channel, showing both Amiga and C64 versions side by side. So if you're interested, there's quite a lot more details there. Other than Golden Axe, Super Hang-On is the best Sega's arcade game conversion to the Amiga. It may not be as good as Sega's Genesis port, that also had incredible career mode, but other than that, it's a very competent and fun game. It's an arcade racer at heart, so no simulation elements will be found here. It's all about speed, getting to the finish line as fast as possible and beating previous scores. Simple as that. And while it was very basic in its approach, it really didn't have to be any deeper, as it was fast, smooth and enjoyable. Interestingly enough, while it was not as popular in the arcades as Outrun was, it was much better port to the Amiga. Outrun on MIGI was just a nightmare and an example on how not to port games. Coming back to subject at hand though, Super Hang-On offers a choice of 4 tracks, each divided into multiple small stages. Tracks are located on different continents and are of different difficulty, but to be quite honest, all are a bit demanding. Thankfully, after reaching speed of 280 km per hour, a turbo is enabled, which increases maximum speed to over 320 km per hour. In my eyes, Super Hang-On is the second or third best motorbike racer on the Amiga. The Great Giana Sisters is a legendary title on the C64, much less so on the Amiga. The similarity of it to Super Mario was not coincidental, as most of you already know. In fact, it was a project proving, while balancing on the edge of copyright infringement, that something akin to Mario was possible on hardware other than the Nintendo's. The first 2 levels actually are very similar to those of Mario, as if they were there only to pay the original some kind of digital respect, but in later ones, Great Giana Sisters grows into its own thing. While the graphics are charming, they are way below Amiga standards and look as if they've been taken straight out of C64 and just splashed with a new coat of paint. And I know, it's not the graphics that make the game, but gameplay. I'm just pointing the obvious out. For what it is, Giana Sisters is really fun to play. It seems that reinventing the wheel is not needed and sticking to running from left to right while avoiding dangers and grabbing collectibles while doing so works just fine. It's an important title cause it proved that both Commodore's machines could, and why they didn't is a story for a completely different video. Very often the simplest of ideas end up being the best. Ebon Star is an excellent example of that. The game takes place on a single screen covered with grid, kinda similar to newer games like Geometry Wars. Black Hole moves around the grid at random, swallowing everything around it and occasionally spitting out enemies from another dimension. And the object of the game is quite simple: destruction of said black hole. You can do it by shooting the maintenance beam into the constantly circling the black hole arch object, but if that was all, game would be pretty dull and nothing special. So what makes Ebon Star really fun is that it can be played by up to 4 players at once, all fighting to destroy the black hole and each other. When shooting at each other, players can use their projectiles to repel, to push their ships away, and as you can imagine, most of the fun comes from making all others around you end up in a black hole rather than by completing levels themselves. Ebon Star is one of those titles that are very enjoyable in multiplayer when players can get into that destroy or be destroyed mode. In single player, quite honestly, it's a-okay at best. I'm not sure if that's the case, but looking at it now, I can't help but feel that Geometry Wars games were inspired by Ebon Star. But don't quote me on that. War in Middle-earth, if it's not obvious, is based on J.R.R. Tolkien's epic trilogy of books. Same as in the books, and movies for that matter, your task in the game is to deliver the One True Ring to Mount Doom in Mordor to destroy it. Also, same as in original material, it's easier said than done. The game offers 3 viewpoints: strategic, where you see the whole map of Middle-earth with all your friendly units and armies on it. You can use it to direct your heroes and armies towards specific points on the map. Then there's sorta close-up, side adventure view, in which you can see your heroes traveling the Middle-earth and all the small adventure bits play out. And last but not least, there's a close-up strategic battle view, in which you can watch your characters and whole armies battle it out with forces of Mordor. You can do it passively, or actually take part, issuing one of 4 commands to each of them. Either charge, fight, defend, or run. War in Middle-earth was a very unique and ambitious title for the time of its release. It innovated quite a lot, giving a player a full control of all events in Middle-earth, down to specific units in armies during battles while allowing for completion of main objective in multiple ways. By spreading armies into many attack units, or gathering one huge army and storming gates of Mordor, or even sneaking in with your Fellowship of the Ring heroes quietly while using armies as means of distraction. It's a game that really would have benefited from modern remake. While Speedball was not as well known and polished as its successor was, it was still really fun and based around earlier iteration of uniquely designed futuristic sport, a mixture of handball and hockey that rewarded violent and aggressive play. The game is played by two teams on an enclosed pitch with a goal at each end. There are two pillars that bounce the ball and change the speed and direction it's going, and a hole in the middle on each side of the court, teleporting the ball between them. They serve as sort of random inducing element during matches. Speedball can be played in two modes: Knockout, where you face increasingly tougher teams, and League, which, well, obviously allows you to play out a league season. During matches, coins and power-ups appear randomly on the field. Coins can be used between the rounds to permanently upgrade your team or buy bonuses. Power-ups only work throughout the match they appeared in. And finally, the game is won by the side that scored most goals. Naturally, as with most games that have multiplayer built in, Speedball is also best played against a friend rather than versus CPU. The Armageddon Man was originally released on C64 in 1987 and then ported to Amiga a year later. And if there ever was unusual and innovative title, this is it. The game takes place in back then far-off future of 2032, when the world's 16 major superpowers formed an alliance to prevent a nuclear catastrophe. You, as the titular Armageddon Man, are in control of satellite systems that are the only means of upholding the world peace. So, you have 3 SDI satellites that can be used to shoot off any nuclear missiles, and you decide when and where they go. You can also spy on radio transmissions between the countries to figure out who the aggressor or potential victim may be, so that you know how to react. There are also messages and requests that the nations will send you from time to time, and the way you respond to them will influence global stability. Nations differ in technological advancement, military power and resources. So that all, along with the information you gather using earlier mentioned means, are your clues on what to do to prevent nuclear Armageddon. I don't think there's been a similar futuristic pre-apocalyptic political simulation released before, and this may very well be the first one. So, if you're interested, make sure to give it a spin. Since Amiga never got an official port of Pac-Man or Miss Pac-Man, released in 1988 Pac-Mania was the only version of Yellow Ball Muncher. God, what did I just say? Anyway, it was the only port that was blessed by arcade game creators. For all intents and purposes, it's Pac-Man in isometric view with differently themed mazes in different levels. As opposed to original Pac-Man, however, Pac-Mania does not show entire maze all at once, but just a part that scrolls along with the Pac-Man himself. This may at first seem like a huge difficulty bump, but in reality the game's much easier than the predecessor, so it's not a huge of an issue. And compared to arcade version of Pac-Mania, Amiga's outing still shows more of the board anyway. The game was released on nearly every system available in the late 80s and gained decent fanbase and generally very positive recognition on all of these. So if you don't mind playing something that's not quite up to standard of Miss Pac-Man, but also is not far off, Pac-Mania is a fun game to waste some time on. Times of Lore was released by Origin Systems of Ultima series fame in 1987 for most systems available on the market and 1988 on the Amiga. It's a top-down perspective action role-playing game spanning a massive 13,000 screens in size. In-game player assumes the role of one of 3 characters, Barbarian, Knight or Valkyria, and must unravel the conspiracy surrounding Kingdom of Albareth and find 3 crucial magic items. The game is full of different secrets, be it magical objects and scrolls, mysterious weapons, potions, hidden cities or monster lairs. So, it's hardly a title that will get boring quick. 2 prominent features of Times of Lore were introduction of day-night cycle, that was not common at the time, and immense freedom that could end up with placing game at an unwinnable spot, where a game could still be played but never completed. While this may be considered as bad game design, I actually think it's amazing because it allows for unparalleled freedom of choice of how you want to play the game, and it's something that was mastered years later by Interplay and then perfected by Obsidian. Battle Chess is a game for younger audience or people who don't play the game because of it being rather slow and static strategy. It's basically a regular chess game that introduced semi-3D top-down view that's more attractive than the common back then 2D flat with drawn figures. The most prominent feature of Battle Chess though were the animated movement and battles. Each figure's interaction with the other started a short battle animation. These may have not been anything groundbreaking but were fun and entertaining for what they were. In the end, Battle Chess is just a good old chess. So if someone did not find those animations charming enough to find interest in the game itself, then after seeing all of them for the nth time, we'll just drop the game anyway. Opinions about the chess engine used in Battle Chess are heavily divided. Some call it simplistic, while others swear that at higher difficulty levels it could pose a challenge. Since I'm not an avid chess player and definitely not proficient enough to be able to gauge its skill, I'd say that for someone who doesn't play chess daily, it's definitely good enough. Looking back at what Cinemaware did in those late 80s and early 90s, one can't escape the feeling that they've gone way too soon. They were bankrupt in 1991, but if anyone with bags of money would have realized the impact they'll have on the history of gaming and invest in them, perhaps we would have seen them flourish and realize their full potential and become what they really could. After all, if you look at the games they've made, most could be described as interactive movies. Games where story that was told to the player took the front seat before the gameplay. Their games focused on involving story first and let the players take part in it, influencing the outcome second. Today, games like Heavy Rain, Detroit Become Human, or even Life is Strange are cherished for that exact movie feel. Back then it seems they weren't enough to secure a saving investment. Still, I should really say something about Rocket Ranger, right? It's an action-adventure interactive movie game that takes place during World War II era and where a player takes control of US Army scientists setting out to stop Germany from winning the war. It's clearly inspired by B-class movies and comics tackling the subject, like The Rocketeer, but tells its own story and, as usual with Cinemaware titles, does it well. There were some complaints about game's difficulty back in the day, but I believe that the juice was worth the squeeze. Ultima 4 Quest of the Avatar is the first of the series to be the modern in its design approach Ultima game, shifting focus from the previous freeze hack-and-slashy approach to the genre to more of the story-driven RPG of the next few outings. It is also the first title of the Age of Enlightenment trilogy. The game was much bigger in scope than many of the previous titles, with maps 16 times larger than in Ultima 3. Many puzzle-filled dungeons and tons of additional improvements to dialogue, travel, exploration and world interactivity made it a blast. Despite its simple visuals, Ultima 4 is seriously advanced and universally beloved title. The player creation system was very unusual and something I've not seen until Fallout New Vegas in 2010. Basically, you're not choosing stats per se, but are asked a series of ethical dilemmas and based on your answers are assigned a class. It's also a first game in the series where you don't have to save the world, there's no huge crisis and nothing is wrong. On the contrary, former Sosaria, now Britannia, is under the rule of Lord British and is peaceful and quite prosperous. You as a player are assigned a task of learning the true meaning of 8 fundamental virtues and getting the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom to become the shining beacon of good for all others, an avatar of the nation. I gotta say that I've forgotten about this title, but now as I've been preparing this video got into it and I may consider replaying it on my Steam Deck. FA-18 Interceptor is probably one of the most enjoyable combat aircraft simulations on the Amiga, or on all systems of the time really. It's set in the San Francisco Bay Area and features many of well-known and notable landmarks like Golden Gate Bridge, San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge and Alcatraz Island. The game balances the simulation and arcade elements perfectly, not making it overly difficult for players just wanting to have some fun, flying missions and destroying targets. And in the same time it offers realistic, nearly lifelike physics engine and mission types that are not over the top shoot thousands of enemies off the sky, but 6 very enjoyable and down-to-earth missions of visual confirmation, emergency defense operation, interception of stolen aircraft, search and rescue, interception of incoming cruise missile, and carrier submission. In the end, what made FA-18 Interceptor special, apart from its apparent ease of access, was that it was just plain fun to play, and run very smoothly, even on basic A500, with just 512 KB of RAM, having a full 1 MB enabled additional sound effects and music in-game. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I've not played nearly enough original Elite to ever fall in love with it, but it doesn't mean I don't recognize its significance in gaming history. And I've played Frontier, Elite 2 to death, first on the Amiga and then on PC, and Elite Dangerous, but that's completely different subject for a completely different video. Perhaps comparison of all 3, and first encounters too. Perhaps. Coming back to the subject at hand, so Elite, what Ian Bell and David Braben did with this title is short of legendary, keeping in mind it originally released on an underpowered BBC Micro, and then ported to everything else under the sun. Elite consisted of 8 galaxies with 256 planets each. Given the power of these early systems, they had to be procedurally generated. Wikipedia calls Elite a space trading video game. For me, however, all titles in the series were more of a life-in-space simulators, where you could trade various commodities, take military missions, fight enemy rogue ships, mine asteroids, get into bounty hunting, and in general, live your space future life. Each of the planets available in the game has a space station orbiting around it. In later games, planetary landings were introduced, and game world expanded beyond the scope of anyone's expectations, but that's something we'll talk in another video. For now, all I can say is that Elite was the first game in the long-running series, and it was a very good game, limited only by the hardware it was originally designed for. Funny enough, it was Zack McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders and not Maniac Mansion that was the first point-and-click adventure from LucasArts ported to the Amiga. Funny, because it was their second adventure game and the whole scam engine it was built with was made with Maniac Mansion in mind and actually stood for Script Creation Utility for Maniac Mansion. It will probably not come as a surprise when I say that every single one of LucasArts adventure games was a masterpiece. The aforementioned scam engine used in their games was revolutionary, because it was the first ever point-and-click verb system and it streamlined gameplay control for the whole genre. It was finally possible to drop the old text-based parsers and move to more modern and more comfortable mouse controls. Anyway, the game plot takes place in 1997 and the main protagonist, titular Zack, a writer for a local tabloid, with the help of few friends, need to stop nefarious alien Caponias, who are bent on world domination by collectively lowering every Earthling's intelligence by means of emitting a specific low-frequency sound from their mind-bending machine. The game is full of fun gags and jokes, and in general parodies sci-fi movies of yesteryear. The inspiration that it takes from pop culture and various popular theories about aliens is more than prominent. It's a blast to play and a great story to follow, believe it or not. Even though released quite early in 1988, IK Plus was second most technical versus fighting game on the Amiga throughout its whole lifespan. First released on C64, IK Plus was a successor to the popular international karate game. And yes, it's karate and not karate apparently. Anyway, the game is technical versus fighter where three combatants bout with each other all at once. Unlike most games in the genre though, there's no HP bars of any kind and the fighters don't go at it till the end, but instead compete for points. First to score 6 points, so 6 solid hits, wins the round. Every couple of rounds there's a bonus stage, that's either deflecting bouncing balls coming from all sides or kicking away bombs. Game logic for the win. The game features quite a wide selection of different moves for the time it was released in. None of them are explosive, fiery, or unearthly special found in other games however. They're all realistic and based on karate martial arts. IK Plus can be played by up to players at once, and quite honestly that's the preferred way of experiencing the game. Graphics and sound design, while being just an extension of what was on C64, both are very nice and definitely above average for 1988. Between all the versions of IK Plus released in 1988, it was Amigas that looked the best and there's just no competition in this department. And while there's only one background you barely even notice, having all that fun kicking and punching. Originally released in 1987 on Atari ST and a year later on the Amiga, Dungeon Master shook the world. It redefined, perfected and standardized the first-person dungeon crawling genre of RPGs. It was the first title to really popularize real-time combat in RPGs, using this perspective, and also chose having party members' skills grow and upgrade by using them rather than basing their effectiveness on abstract experience points and levels. Additionally, Dungeon Master introduced direct object and items manipulation via mouse on main view screen, meaning switches could be used, items picked and dropped all in the very same window, enemies, dungeons and everything else was displayed. Magic was performed using certain combinations of runes, which while novel was never really my cup of tea, and if I had to name one thing I didn't like about the game, that would be it. At the beginning of the game, a player can resurrect up to 4 warriors to form a team and then lead them through the dungeon to recover Grey Lord's fire staff, that is to be used to destroy the Scourge in the form of Lord Chaos. Amiga Sport didn't improve on Atari's original in any meaningful way, but frankly there wasn't much to improve on. Dungeon Master was as good as it could have been in this very first outing. And while other future titles may have improved on the formula, there can only be one first, and that it was. Toasty! Red Storm Rising is a submarine simulation game based on Tom Clancy's novel by the same title, and it takes place in Norwegian Sea, where player takes control of hunter-killer used submarine, performing various missions loosely based on the campaign described in the book. Legendary Sid Meier co-designed the game, meaning you can expect nothing less than a stellar gameplay. And as with most games he dipped his toes in, the game is based around the score awarded at the endgame along with appropriate rank. What's worth mentioning is that the successes and failures of the player actually reflect on the state of the region during gameplay and eventually the outcome of the whole war. So each mission is important, and while some can be lost, it's preferable to aim as high as possible. Red Storm Rising, unlike Silent Service we spoke about in the video about games released in 1986, featured modern binding nuclear submarines and weaponry. It made the game a bit more interesting, I think, given weaponry used was something we could read about in newspapers or see on the telly. The game was well received and widely appreciated by the fans of the genre, often cited as being the best and most realistic sub-simulation on the Amiga. Even if you're not a fan of simulations, given that Sid Meier was involved, I believe that it's at the very least worth checking out once. It was more than clear that by 1988 Amiga was here to stay, and given the very high prices of 386 CPUs and VGA graphic cards, Amiga was slowly becoming the most popular home computer to release games on. And if you had any other micro by 1988 and played games, chances are that you've played versions that were worse looking, sounding and performing. And if you think, wow, 1988 was sure a great year for the Amiga, and she got some real smackers, wait till you see what came out on Commodore 16 Beast in the following years. That, however, is something we'll talk about in the next few videos. Ladies and gentlemen, 1989 was a banger. Intel released its first 486DX processor that was a multitasking capable powerhouse and a real threat to even the most powerful Amigas. But other than that, in the overarching world of computing, not much happened. Other than the games that came out on the Amiga and were in overwhelming majority either great or at the very least decent to good. Sure, there were some stinkers here and there, but they were drowned by an ocean worth of quality releases. It was also a year that, out of all that I covered by now, offered most creative and unusual in their design games. And this is the time where I ask you to do me a solid and like and subscribe. It's really not much, just a couple of clicks for you, but for me it's huge help. So thanks. Anyway, as I was saying, while some regular genres had very solid releases, and we'll definitely tackle those here, there were also games that were so out of the box in their design that they either spawned entirely new genres or even never had similar titles to them released to this day over 30 years later. I had a lot of fun preparing this video and playing most of these for it, to the point that I actually plan a whole playthrough of some. Not for the video of any kind, but just for fun. So without further ado, let's check the historically significant releases for the Amiga in 1989. First title, or titles I should say, we'll talk about today will be Spy vs Spy games, as they all released on the Amiga in the very same year. And while on 8-bit machines they were cute looking and an excellent example of multiplayer versus games that are not fighting or racing, but still arcade action-packed competitive romps, they did not translate great to the Amiga. At least in my opinion. Sure, the graphics were considerably improved and high resolution definitely was an upgrade, but other than that, hardly anything was changed. They are still fun, quick competitions to the exit to simplify what they're all about, and while it's okay for the game on an 8-bit machine with limited resources, Amiga was much bigger, much faster and more graphically capable beast than the predecessors were. All I'm saying here is that I understand the appeal and that they're all great with a friend for a game or two, but after that they're just empty shells of those few quick rounds with nothing extra to offer. And there's really no incentive to play any more than just a few times while figuring out what to launch next. But what is it all about? Well, in short, it's a race to the exit by collecting crucial items to open said exit. Even though Spy vs Spy games were loved by many Amiga owners, and that's why they're here as a title that offers a different kind of versus challenge, I never really liked them, and it's unlikely to change anytime soon. Rockstar Ate My Hamster is a management game, music management to be precise. And it's a proper one at that, even if more on the simpler side and hidden under mounds of silly humor and cartoony graphics. You won't find any arcade skill-based motives here, but what you will is surprisingly addictive and enjoyable to play. It's not a game that you'll play for months on end, but it's one that you'll see yourself coming back to every few months or years for a quick game or two, just for fun. You, as a manager, are tasked with picking your future band members and instruments they play on, and then leading them into stardom. Like I said, it's a simple title at heart, so the options you'll have are not overly complicated either. You can ask your band to practice, play a gig or go on tour, organize a publicity stunt, record an album and then release it, and finally offer them gifts to keep them in line. While doing so, you'll face some random events and issues that will require your response, like deciding if they should play a charity gig or accept a sponsorship deal, among others. It's a fun little title that's not too demanding and proved that management strategy games didn't have to span over weeks-long campaigns and most definitely didn't have to be overly complicated, requiring 5 degrees to play and 7 to enjoy. They could be quick and easy to understand titles for a pleasant afternoon of gaming. Batman by Ocean was released in the very same year the movie was and roughly follows the plot of it. It's divided into 5 stages. First being side-scrolling platforming that take place in Axis chemical plant, where you have to find Jack Napier and knock him into vat of chemicals, turning him into Joker. Then there's a Batmobile stage, where you drive back to your Batcave where the third stage takes place. And it's a mastermind-like puzzle in which you have to identify what products were poisoned by the Joker. Fourth stage takes place during Joker's parade and Batman in his Batwing needs to cut balloons filled with laughing antagonist's deadly gas. And last but not least, fifth stage is similar to the first one in that it's also a platformer where you have to chase Joker climbing to top of Gotham Cathedral to stop him before he escapes in the helicopter. And while the game was critically acclaimed and appreciated, I always preferred the C60 version over this, as it was more playable. Amiga's was just too hard. That said, it's worth mentioning here that it's the first good movie tie-in and one of the very few decent Amiga comic book superhero based games. Beach Volley is, like the title suggests, a beach volleyball game. And believe it or not, it has a story. It's shown by a few frames of comic book-like slides, and since it's short I'm gonna tell you what it's all about. So, a stranger interrupts your beach volleyball game, offering you to join a worldwide tournament and go against the best teams from 8 other countries for a main prize of $250,000. That's it. Or that's a lot. Depends how you want to look at the story in a sports game. It's not a regular beach volley though. The game reminds me of Super Sidekicks the most. Yes, the football game from the arcades. And not without a reason. It's fast, streamlined, beautifully drawn and animated, and prioritizes gameplay over strategy and technical mastery of the sport. As you can probably see in the footage here, I absolutely suck at it. But don't let it fool you, it doesn't mean that I'm not having fun and not learning with each consecutive loss. Just a game, 2 or 3 more, and I'll be a force to challenge the world for the money. The better one of both titles, Test Drive to the Duel, was the last released on the Amiga. And that's probably for the best. While it was clearly better than the original we spoke about in 1987's video, it was at best an iterative upgrade that just made things a bit better without changing the formula too much. Why change what works, you'd ask? I never said that it does work in fact. I still think it's a game that you're spending way too much time looking at the broken windscreen wondering what went wrong rather than racing. And yeah, I still understand that it tried to be a simulation and not an arcade racer, and for the most part it's probably the best racing simulation on the Amiga. But, and this may send some hate comments my way, but Amiga didn't really have any good racing simulations. It had some of the most amazing for the time arcade racers, just look at the Lotus 2 for instance, but car simulations powerhouse it was definitely not. In my opinion, gameplay wise, first Shadow of the Beast is the worst title out of all 3 in the trilogy of games. It's an average at best side-scrolling platformer that suffers from collision detection issues, unresponsive controls and repeatable clunky gameplay. But most of you already know what I'm about to say here. But that's all really irrelevant. Shadow of the Beast in my eyes was Amiga's capabilities show off first, and the game added to the presentation second. Graphics were some of the best for the system, and not only for 1989, but throughout its whole lifespan. Huge, super smoothly animated sprites, parallax backgrounds and fantasy/nightmare-like aesthetics were what made it so famous. I mean, having to see it in motion back then with all those sound effects and music in the background was just mind-numbing, to the point that most of us at first few attempts did not even realize that it wasn't a good game at all. Shadow of the Beast was an art piece, a demo that clearly presented what was possible on the Amiga with a bit of skill. And a title I used to show off my Amiga's power to my friends who either still had 8-bit machines or were on very basic EGA and CGA PCs. And yes, I was a dick back then. Rick Dangerous in its design philosophy is basically an 8-bit game that's adapted to 16-bit machines. And while it looks and sounds better than it did on lower systems like C64, it's nowhere near the standard that we would have expected on the Amiga. It's a game that uses all the trick in the book of prolonging its stay. It's overly difficult for no other reason than to keep the player at the screen longer than necessary. But unfortunately, it's not done with use of engaging in interesting puzzles or skill-based gameplay mechanics. Nope, it's achieved with memorization and infinite trial and error, which is a shame. But despite all that, don't get me wrong, I don't dislike the game, I really like it in fact. It offers interesting level design and setting reminiscent of old Indiana Jones movies, and it's atmospheric and fun to conquer once. I'm just saying that Amiga was capable of so much more, and there was no thought given to upgrading or reworking the game in any way for the 16-bit system. But if you never played it on anything else, or enjoy challenging difficult titles, Break Dangerous will most definitely be what you're looking for. Lost Dutchman Mine in Fury is all about mining gold while searching for the legendary Lost Dutchman mine that's supposedly filled with treasures. In reality, it's probably one of the very first few roguelite games. Roguelites, not roguelikes, to be precise and avoid any confusion. Before you head out into the wildlands to search for the gold though, you gotta prepare. Purchase gear that will allow you not only to complete this task, but also stay alive while doing so. So, you'll need something to either eat or be able to grab food on your travels. A fishing rod would be my recommendation. Then there's your best friend, a flask. And you gotta have one and make sure to fill it up as soon as you're at the river to stay hydrated. After all, desert sun is scorching every single day without fail. You'll need a source of light to mine in the dark caves too, and if possible, a weapon of some sorts, as bandits, natives and rattlesnakes seem to be behind every corner to get you. Not necessarily in that order. Anyway, like I said, at the surface it's a simple game, but in reality it's a roguelite that's very heavily RNG based. But in the same time, it's incredibly fun to play when you get used to the loop it offers. If you'd like to know more, I have a whole separate review video on it on my channel, so you can find more details there. If you've been a viewer of my channel for a while, you probably know that I'm not a big fan of R-Type. Not because it's a bad game or a bad port for that matter, nope, it's just too difficult. And yeah, I know, some of the more hardcore fans will shake their heads and laugh at me, but for a Sunday shoot-em-up player, R-Type and its successor are more annoying and nerve-wracking for me than anything else. And because of that, I don't find them fun to play whatsoever. Still, I understand why others may like them, and I appreciate what they did for horizontal shooters genre on home computers. On a side note, and to say something that may actually be positive, I really like the graphics and the sound. Not to mention the music that at the title screen is just epic. But it's a game and not an interactive music player, so I stand by my decision to appreciate it for what it is, while in the same time hating gameplay of it. F-16 Combat Pilot is a F-16C Fighting Falcon combat simulator. It's considered as one of the most realistic simulations of the time, because most of the instruments and flight dynamics of a real F-16 are fully featured and modeled in-game. It's also one of, if not the first flight simulator that offered dynamic campaign environment, meaning that after completing 5 missions, a player can command a squadron of other pilots, which he can then assign separate missions to help win the war. They can be sent to attack various targets like power stations, factories, radar installations and some missile sites. Additionally, missions get easier or tougher throughout the campaign depending on successes and failures of the player. So in short, being better at the game makes it easier as you overwhelm your enemies with your skills, and in the same time failures are met with tougher and more challenging objectives to make up for the losses sustained. I'm not an avid simulations player, so there's not much other I could add from my own experience, other than that when I first saw F-16 Combat Pilot in a video game magazine, I knew I had to have it. And when I finally did, I didn't play it nearly as much as I imagined I would. So there's a lesson here somewhere, I suppose. Kickoff was designed and coded by one person, Dino Dini, or Dino Dini. Sorry for butchering your name, mate. And at the time of its release it was widely considered the very best football game on the Amiga. And it stayed that way until Sensible Soccer was released in 1992. And even then, Kickoff still kept some of its most hardcore fanbase. That kind of rivalry reminds me of more modern early 2000s FIFA vs Pro Evo debates. Still, Kickoff as a title made by one person is a huge achievement, especially that while I was never any good at it, apparently it was an amazing and generally beloved game. Kickoff spawned quite a few follow-up games in the series that were released over the next 14 years until 2003 when a publisher Anco closed down. Kickoff 2 is widely considered the best out of all and most fondly remembered. Player Manager was built around original Kickoff's engine and was de facto a combination of the Kickoff's gameplay with a whole plethora of management options, allowing players to focus on that side of the sport too. Populous was one of the very first RTS titles ever. And although it is generally considered now that Dune 2 was a game that started a whole modern genre of RTS games, there's no doubt that Populous was representative of a simpler kind of these two. And since it was a game by Bullfrog, designed by Peter Molyneux, you can be sure that it was a first at least one other thing than just the overarching genre. and it was, as far as I know, widely considered the first god game, where you play as an omnipotent deity that has to lead followers to victory over the ones that worship other gods. In Populous you don't issue commands to them directly, but instead shepherd them with use of directions, manipulation and divine intervention to shape their land, lives and future. It was a very unique design and the game quickly gained critical acclaim and was nominated for numerous Game of the Year awards. And since it offered 500 levels, it was not a weekend title and took a lot of time to complete, all while having tons of fun. There are two quite interesting facts about Populous, and funny enough, there are also two possible firsts for the game. It was one of the first Amiga titles to have an official expansion released for it, two of those in fact, and one of the first titles to have a map editor, which in creative hands could give the game near infinite replayability. I'll be honest with you, I was never a fan, but I appreciate the historical significance and paths it paved for future titles. Balance of Power, the 1990 edition, is not a good looking or sounding game, in the slightest. It's very simplistic, utilitarian, one might say. And perhaps that's for the best because of what it is and does. Basic, not too flashy presentation makes everything easily understandable. It's a difficult game to shelf. I'd say that it's an in-depth Cold War era geopolitical simulation mixed with strategy and thriller-like political overtones. And while you will not encounter any action here per se, your mind will be constantly kept on the edge while you try to one-up the opposing power. The game takes place over the 8 years of world politics, where you choose to either lead USA or USSR, to become the most influential superpower, and all that without destroying the world in the process. So, you gotta make sure to never reach that world-ending DEFCON 1. As much as 80 countries in the world are simulated all at once, and they all have their own needs and agendas. And you have to make sure to keep your allies happy and strong, and your enemies weak but not too angry. In the end, Balance of Power is a game that's so deep and thorough that I would need a whole video to deconstruct it in detail, and even then I wouldn't touch all possibilities that it offers. Let the fact that it came with 91-page strong manual speak for itself. It's a title that's great to answer all those what-if questions, and most definitely one of, if not the most ambitious game on the Amiga in 1989. Gravity Force, at least judging by the user reviews on the Lemon Amiga, was much more beloved than the magazine reviews could give away. Not that the magazine reviews were bad, but they were more or less in 75%-ish area and gamers seem to love it. And I can see why. That is when two conditions are met. First, it's played in multiplayer with a friend, and second, the controls are mastered. When these two are fulfilled, the game is really fun and long dogfight matches against each other are a blast. As much as the single-player missions are enjoyable too, it is clear that the game was made from ground up for 2 players versus mode. So, if you're a gamer that has someone to crush those oldies with, Gravity Force is definitely one to try out. Despite its simplistic graphics, it's an amazing title and a hidden gem among immense library of thousands of Amiga games. Arcade Perfect is a description that's thrown left and right often while talking about conversions, not always with any factual backing. In case of Silkworm, it's also not applicable. The game on the Amiga is not arcade perfect, but it's bloody damn close. And for what it's worth, I consider it superior to arcade in all terms other than the graphics. That said, Amiga's use of a bit smaller sprites and larger horizontally view makes the game infinitely more playable than the original, especially in 2-player co-op mode, where one player controls a chopper and other a jeep. Aside from being a pretty good port, it was also a very fun game in its own right. And while it was quite difficult, having a friend at your side made it much more enjoyable fare. To this day, I remember arguing who would play chopper, as playing as a jeep was much more demanding. It was possible to master it and have as much fun, but required just extra more work that we've always ended up fighting over who would play with chopper. In the end, not all games age well, some are doomed to be overlooked today because of the graphics, or design, or even outdated controls, and yes, I'm talking about those damn text parsers in adventure games now, but Silkworm is not a victim of this trend. It's as good now as it was years ago and worth having in a collection. Future Wars is no doubt the best Delphine Software's point-and-click adventure game on the Amiga. It's a sci-fi time-traveling game that originally was supposed to be the first in the trilogy, but ended up being a standalone story, for better or worse. It looks great and sounds amazing, and it's a really memorable title, despite absolutely annoying point-and-click engine that was so much worse than what LucasArts did. Getting to any option required right-clicking and then selecting appropriate actions from the clunky and slow pop-up menu. It was a nightmare. So, it was memorable but also plagued with issues, sadly sometimes even game-breaking. There are quite a few items that are pixel or 2 in size and are required for plot to carry on, so quite often you'll find yourself screen scoping for any and all unusual pixels. And to add oil to the fire, you can actually progress in game without necessary items to complete it, which can place you in a dead end spot. Despite all this, it's a really good title when given a chance and one worth playing. Interesting fact, the main protagonist, that starts as a window cleaner and ends up as a time traveler, is never given a name, and it's not mentioned once anywhere in game. Quite a novel idea, right? Although Starflight originally released on PC in 1986, Amiga got its version in 1989. It was worth the wait, as it was what we would have called now a remaster. So basically identical title just with revamped graphics and sound. In essence, Starflight is a sandbox space exploration, trading and combat game. I'd hate to draw too far comparisons, but you could just say that it was kinda like Star Trek, where you have no set path to follow, meaning you can divide your time freely between mining, combat and alien diplomacy. As the time passes by, an overarching plot slowly emerges and you discover that there was an ancient race of beings that came back from God knows where and is causing stars to flare, destroying all living creatures. Starflight was a critical success and was universally praised for its quality when released. It was also a very complex game where you had to take many factors into consideration. For instance, the crew that you hire at the beginning of the game for various positions on your ship had to be chosen keeping the base stats in mind so that they would be a good fit for the task that they would carry out later on. Those skills could be raised, however, by means of training, so even a misfit, in time, could be transformed into a valued crew member. The game consists of 270 star systems of 800 planets in total, up to 8 per each star. All systems can be entered and planets landed on, even those with gravity over 8G, where your ship would destroy upon landing from stress and structural damage. Starflight is probably the most unusual and interesting title released in 1989 on the Amiga. It's not for everyone, but it's definitely a title that influenced a whole genre of space-based games that came out ever since then. Millennium is a strategy resource management game. After establishing colonies on Moon and Mars, life on Earth is eradicated by a huge asteroid. Coincidence? Anyway, the planet became uninhabitable and all that's left of humanity are the citizens of these two colonies. And while moon colonists are all about finding new planets and moons to colonize to eventually come back to Earth when possible, inhabitants of Mars mutated over the span of their lives there and consider themselves now a superior race to base humans. Most of all, however, they want the Earth to keep, for themselves only. You are in charge of the moon colony and you have to manage your resources efficiently and spread them between researching new technologies, improvement of your base, building new colonies and defenses against Martians. Whenever attacked by them, space combat begins and it's a ship fighting minigame with basic 3D graphics, which is a fresh and welcome change from constant resource management. That is, until the attacks become too heavy, as each consecutive one is stronger than the previous were. At first the game is all about managing scarce resources to survive and slowly expand. Eventually, however, you must attack Mars, establish a colony there and research terraforming to be able to come back to Earth. Millennium is an interesting title and one that definitely would benefit from a modern remake. SimCity. What could be said about this game that haven't been said before? It's a triple threat. A legendary title by legendary developer designed by now legendary Will Wright. On an odd chance that someone doesn't know what SimCity is, I'll try to explain. It's a city building simulation with overhead view where you build from ground up and manage expansion of your city. You're responsible for any and all infrastructures, road and railroad layout and development of all residential, commercial and industrial zones. In fact, the RCI meter named after these zones have been staple land demand and development marker for majority of games in the genre. And since we're on the subject of release and eventual popularity of the game, SimCity spawned a whole genre of city building simulations and set Maxis on a path of releasing non-linear simulations of various often unimaginable and creative kinds. Coming back to SimCity though, for the time of its release it offered unprecedented depth. You have to make sure that all individual power lines are connected, that buildings, zones and services are placed next to roads, and that the residential areas are nowhere near dirty and polluting industries. It's your responsibility too, to make sure that there's appropriate police and fire department coverage within your city limits. You become a de facto omnipotent city planner, only limited by a city budget and your imagination. It's an amazing title and even today worth playing. Oil Imperium, also known as Black Gold, was released in 1989 by RE Line Software on the Amiga, C64, Atari ST and PC. Now that I think of it, I kinda noticed a pattern here. Not sure if I'm right, but I would appreciate a comment either way. So did you guys notice that in those early days of Amiga, meaning the late 80s, most best trading, business and management games were made by German developers? I mean, this, Vermeer, Ports of Call, it can't be a coincidence, right? They just made the best games in a genre back then. Anyway, Oil Imperium, as the title might give away, is about running your own oil company, and you do so by finding high-yield oil fields, then drilling them and selling black gold for huge profit. But if that was it, it would have been a bit simple. So there's also a very heavy focus on competition in the game, as it was made with 4 players in mind. So while you can play against the CPU alone in theory, it's advisable to have at least one extra human opponent, as the computer-controlled ones leave a lot to be desired. Still, you and your competitors can use various means of sabotage to disrupt each other's production cycles. It's a fun title when there are other players involved and definitely worth your time, much less so alone. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't played Hybris before I started working on this 10 years of Amiga gaming series, hence why it's not in my top 10 Amiga shoot 'em ups video. And it seems that I've done it a disservice. Hybris is a brilliant title, well deserving a spot among the best shooters. Its arcade-like quality was not common on the Amiga in its early days, and that makes it special. The game features few weapons to choose from and an expansion/upgrade system for these. If you add hectic, a bit on the tough side combat, and a silky smooth animations and scrolling with decent for the time graphics, you'll end up with a very enjoyable shooter that Hybris no doubt is. There was a controversy surrounding it back in the day. Apparently it was very similar to the Danga UFO Robo game from the arcades, to the point of being so alike that the copyright infringement seemed inevitable, but as far as I know nothing was ever proven or done about it. So it is what it is. Laser Squad was originally released in 1988 on ZX Spectrum and C64, and a year later was ported to a whole line of other 8 and 16-bit machines, Amiga being one of them. It's a turn-based tactics game designed by Julian Golob, who you may know as one of 2 Golob brothers and a design mastermind responsible for later UFO Enemy Unknown, aka XCOM UFO Defense. Coming back to Laser Squad though, it's a game of 5 unique missions, 7 if you count the expansion pack available only on 8-bit machines. And each of those missions is different in its theme, but mechanically works the same. All units in your squad have set number of action points and use them to move, perform various actions and shoot. And you have to beat all missions with their unique objectives. What's most notable about Laser Squad though is that it introduced a simple morale system. So if one of the units keeps missing shots, gets wounded or witnesses a teammate's death, he can become shaken and panic. While panicking, he can run out of player's control. Laser Squad was a cornerstone on which most notable future turn-based tactics games were based on. And as a first in the genre, it's a pretty good one I might add. Cinemaware's Lords of the Rising Sun is an extension of original Defender of the Crown formula of mixing strategy with arcade-style minigames and army combat taken straight out of Centurion. I'm sure that some of you are tired of me talking about Cinemaware in each and every video, but their titles were just so important and genuinely creative that they cannot be omitted in a series like this one. Unlike the previously named titles though, Lords of the Rising Sun is not set in England or Rome, but on the other side of the world in feudal Japan. Civil war in Japan started as the 2 most powerful clans fight for the power and the throne. At start you can choose one of the 2 characters to lead to victory, to become a shogun. Either Yorimoto, a brilliant political strategist, or Yoshitsune, great swordsman and tactician. And winning will require keen mind, nimble fingers and some careful planning, as you'll have to take and keep control of all castles in the country. Lords of the Rising Sun's presentation is probably the best that we've seen to date from Cinemaware. And all the gameplay elements, be it strategic, tactical or arcade, are polished, great looking and most importantly, very fun. It's an unusual title because in my opinion at least, it didn't look as something I would like to play at first glance, until I did, and then totally changed my mind. So, if you're on the fence, just risk it, and I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Although in theory I could just say it's more of the same and be done with it, Chaos Strikes Back, released just a year after original Dungeon Master, was its standalone expansion that taught us how to properly make a sequel. It was not groundbreaking in any way, and did not pave way for the future game design same as its predecessor did, but it delivered a very well-rounded, solid and well-thought-out follow-up. Unlike in Dungeon Master, in Chaos Strikes Back you're not going deeper and deeper into dungeon. In fact, you're moving between the levels quite often. Puzzles and combat with an introduction of new enemies are both quite more demanding, and level layouts are considerably more convoluted. This made the game much harder, but also more interesting for veterans of the first outing. Chaos Strikes Back finally offered an in-game map that was something that gamers were definitely in the market for, and at the beginning allowed for either creating a group of new adventurers from high-level characters or importing a party from the first game, which was not that common back then. Story-wise, you have to take your group of heroes into the dungeon again and collect 4 pieces of soul called Corbum, a magical material from which first title's antagonist, Lord Chaos, draws his power. The game was not as huge success as the first one was, but was still well received and reviewed. Maniac Mansion is the first ever modern point-and-click adventure game released by LucasArts and first to use SCUM engine. SCUM was acronym for Script Creation Utility for Maniac Mansion, but as history has proven, it was used in different iterations for basically all following adventure titles by LucasArts, and sparked general movement in the industry of dropping all text-based parsers in favor of more user-friendly and intuitive point-and-click system that the whole genre got its name from. Anyway, Maniac Mansion is a game designed by Ron Gilbert and Gary Winnick, who wanted to tell a comedic story that would be heavily based on B-class horror movies. The game follows Dave Miller, who with a couple of friends sets on saving his girlfriend Sandy, who was kidnapped and held locked by mad scientist Dr. Fred. Other than the omnipresent humor and click interface, main notable novelty of the game was its design. When starting the game, player is asked to pick 2 out of the 6 available characters that will join Dave in saving Sandy. Each of them has completely unique skill set and personality, and any combination can be used to complete the game. But since some puzzles can only be solved by certain characters, different sets of puzzles are required on each playthrough when different characters are chosen. Maniac Mansion is one of the most important games in history, and should be experienced by any true gamer at least once. Released in 1989, point-and-click adventure Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade was the third game using LucasArts' SCUM engine and first to include verb say in its repertoire. It was also a third game now legendary Ron Gilbert was one of the main designers for. It expanded on previously used game structure by adding so-called IQ points, so indie quotient points. It was similar scoring system to that of Sierra's games, but was retained upon restart, and reaching maximum of 800 points was only possible by playing the game multiple times and solving riddles in alternate ways, which coincidentally solved the issue of adventure games being just one-offs. The plot closely follows and expands on the story of the movie, but with some obvious limitations, as including everything and every location from the cinematic release was just not feasible at the time. That said, apparently many of the scenes unique to the game were conceived by George Lucas and Steven Spielberg themselves while working on the movie. Indie received critical acclaim on all platforms it was released for, and was another example of genius storytelling and design that LucasArts games of the time were known and beloved for. North and South is an action strategy game released in 1989 by Infogrames on most major platforms of the time and based on Belgian comic series, title of which roughly translates to The Blue Tunics, and is set in the US during the American Civil War. The game, in its essence, is a very simple board strategy game similar to Risk that's played in turns. All the random and triggered events and battles, however, are played out in real time, and are very arcadey with simple controls and fast-paced action. Mainboard shows central eastern part of US divided into separate regions, cause they're not really states per se. Some of the regions are empty and they can be conquered by simply moving your pieces there or defeating units that are defending them. Others are special, they contain train stations and also have forts. Capturing this requires moving there, defeating defending armies, if any are present, and then completing a mini arcade game of capturing the fort that defends the station. Train stations often bring in money that's used for buying units, so are quite important grab as soon as possible. Battles between armies are played out on a side-view strategic maps that try to resemble the area they take place in. There are a few types of units on both sides, and players or the CPU use those armies in real time to defeat the opponent. It's quite fast and hectic and can be a lot of fun when played against another person. In general, North and South is an interesting title with fun and easy to get into gameplay that's perfectly executed. Stunt Car Racer is probably one of the most unique and unusual racers of the 1980s, if not the most even. The game is based around the racing league divided into 4 divisions, each of these has 2 tracks and 3 drivers including you, making for a total of 8 unique tracks and 12 drivers. Every next track is a bit more difficult than the previous one and often more interesting too, and it's all because the game's most notable feature are those tracks. They are in essence differently shaped ramps elevated to ungodly heights with no railings on sides. So there's nothing stopping you from just falling off the sides or not making into a sharp corner and jumping off the track entirely. As you can probably imagine, it adds a lot to the excitement of racing, and while the game's not overly smooth, Given the 3D graphics, it's fluid enough to be enjoyed without feeling annoyed by the lower than ideal frame rate. Stunt Car Racer also features damage system where each bump with opponent's car or a bit too harsh landing from a jump increases damage, indicated by the cracks on the car's frame. If the car takes too much of a beating, it gets totaled, and that's an instant loss of a race that you're in. The game was released on all microcomputers of the 1989 and received critical acclaim for all those ports. Battle Squadron is a sequel to Hybris, an earlier mentioned game on this list. It's not often that the multiple games from the same developer are a highlight for a particular year. Apart from Sierra, LucasArts and Cinemaware, I'm not sure any other company had more than one per year. But yeah, Battle Squadron definitely deserves to be here and is a proof that I should probably update my top 10 best shoot 'em ups on the Amiga video. The presentation is just top notch. The graphics are colorful and all the sprites are big and beautifully animated. It's a sight to behold. It would not look out of place in the arcades in the cabinet somewhere in the corner, standing between Raiden and R-Type, and chances are it would have gotten same amount of place as the other two. Music and the sounds are also excellent, especially the latter that sounds heavy, even meaty at times, and Battle Squadron supposedly offers 25 weapon upgrades, which is just huge, not only in terms of the Amiga, but in general in the whole shoot 'em up genre. So, if you never had a chance, this is the time to fire up your Amiga, or an emulation for that matter, and give this 1989's gem a try. Many gamers consider Cinemaware's It Came From the Desert as their very best game. Some even would call it their most favorite game on the Amiga. It was also one of the most prominent titles in the late 80s, used as a baseline for an argument on Amiga's gaming graphics and sound superiority. It Came From the Desert is a B-class interactive movie adventure set in Lizard Breath, small fictional desert town in California. And you play as Dr. Greg Bradley, who came to Lizard Breath to study meteor crash site. You'll quickly learn that the radiation from the meteor has enlarged a local ant population. From that moment onward, you'll have 15 days to find evidence of huge ants' existence to convince the locals and authorities that they need to be contained or will spread uncontrollably. To win, in the classical meaning of the word, you'll have to locate and terminate the Ant Queen. Unlike other Cinemaware titles, It Came From the Desert is in real time, meaning the game time progresses constantly when running, regardless if you do something or not. The game introduced interesting mechanic where when your character should have died of something, he wakes up in a hospital and some time has passed, which hugely raises the difficulty of completing your objectives in time. Mechanically, the game is divided in two modes, one being classical adventure where the story progresses and most of your time is spent, and mini-games that are sort of solution of various events that are triggered in the adventure mode. It's a unique title and a crowning jewel in Cinemaware's game design. It's worth noting that the game received an expansion a year after initial release in 1990. Wow, right? Wasn't 1989 a freaking boss of a year? The games were amazing, and I'm sure you realize that this video only having roughly 30 odd of these didn't mean that there were only this many notable ones. There were far more actually. But I've chosen the ones I believed were for whatever reason a bit more special or unique than the rest. Interestingly enough, it was a year of many firsts in both genres and installments of well-known series. But if you think that's the best Amiga could do, you're in for a surprise. The next video, covering 1990, will have a lot of amazing games too. A new decade and new games, or something down those lines. In 1990, Tim Berners-Lee and Robert Kallio proposed a hypertext system, now widely known as HTML, which is considered a step towards World Wide Web as we know it today. Later the same year, in December, the very first web server was set up at CERN. Microsoft broke another record, becoming the first company to note $1 billion in sales for the year, not in small part thanks to its release of Windows 3.0. In the same time, Intel released its portable versions of 386 and 486 CPUs, marking a beginning of soon-to-come notebook craze. If that wasn't enough, in 1990 Hubble telescope was launched into space, changing what we know about the universe forever. And this is time as good as any to ask you to hit those like and subscribe buttons below. It's just a couple of clicks for you, but helps me more than you know. Thanks! All the general history aside, what we're most keen on here is Amiga though. And 1990 brought a lot of very good games to it. Some well-known, often considered either first or best in the series, some so unique that to this day we haven't seen similar titles. And this video will try to highlight a little over 50 of these handpicked gems, that were either prominent on the Amiga itself or left a mark on overall history of gaming. So let's get to it. Those of you who have been subscribed to my channel for a while and saw my review of Pro Soccer 2190 may wonder what devil possessed me to have this game end up in this video. After all, we all know that it's beyond trash. Well, like I originally said, not only I believe that it's worst game on the Amiga, but also out of all games on all systems I have ever seen. And that alone secures its place in history, of both Amiga and overall gaming. For those who haven't seen the review, in short, Pro Soccer 2190 is not unplayable, it's downright broken. It makes no difference which direction you move your joystick or if you press fire or not, the game will do whatever it thinks it should, and you can bet your ass it will never be what you think it should do. That is, unless you want it to do some random shit on its own disregarding your inputs. Then it's pretty much spot on. In the end, I don't want to waste any more time on this shit truffle. If you don't believe me saying that it's the worst game of all time, go and watch my review of it. Harley-Davidson may have not been the highest scored game upon its release, but it definitely was an unusual one. While you need to get to Sturgis from Maine in 10 days for the famous Sturgis Harley-Davidson race, and it's not a short ride, it's not really a racing game per se. It's a mixture of genres, and that's why it's so interesting. It's partly a game of the road, where you need to get from point A to point B, avoiding road obstacles and cops. Partly a collection of minigames that you can partake in cities where you refuel your bike at. And partly a simplistic RPG/biker simulation. It's not a game that's easy to categorize, but it's an odd mixture of genres that makes it enjoyable to fire up once in a while and just try to get that bit further living your best biker life. I always like the main title tune that just rocks. Just listen to it whenever you get a chance. And the graphics, they may not be stunning, but they're nice enough not to take you out of the experience. Shadow of the Beast is a trilogy well known for their graphical excellence. There's a pattern within all of them though. Each next game in the series changes appearance of main protagonist to be less beast-like, and each consecutive game also improves on the gameplay while reducing graphical fidelity a tiny bit. Shadow of the Beast 2 sits somewhere in the middle. It looks nice, but doesn't play very well. There's plenty of game-ending moments that you won't know of without reading the manual or going through series of trial and error. What's worse, I'm not talking about situation where the protagonist gets killed. No, I'm talking about moments where, for instance, you didn't know that after going from one screen to another, you need to quickly turn back and kill someone who secretly appeared and tries to cut down the rope that's your only way of moving about. It's good looking, but crap playing title. Third one's a good one though, but that's titled to appear in a video for another year. Although today it's clear that Castle Master 2 aged badly, with its simple low-poly 3D untextured graphics and jerky movement, but back then it was a marvel. A full real 3D game that ran on basic Amiga with as little as 1 MB of RAM. On the other hand, Castle Master 2 was also on some 8-bit systems like C64, and while it looked worse there, it actually ran a bit smoother. And that system had only 64 KB of RAM, 16 times less than the Amiga. Anyway, coming back to the subject at hand, Castle Master was an adventure game that as such required completion of many puzzles before the game could conclude in its ending. What's novel about it though is that the puzzles were also based in this 3D environment, which was not something that was done before in any other title. Apart from the release in the very same year, previous installment of Castle Master. World Cup 90 is considered one of the 4 best football games on the Amiga, the other being Sensible Soccer Series, Kickoff Series and Sierra Soccer. And while it was never as popular as the other 3, it was really fun and arcadey title. Kinda similar to Super Sidekicks, as much as the Amiga could pull something similar off, that is. Personally, unlike most Amiga gamers, I always preferred this and Sierra Soccer to the 2 most popular, but I suppose it's a matter of preference. It's a fun game if you like the sport, and definitely a unique one, as best Amiga football titles tend to settle on top-down view, while World Cup 90 placed its bet on a side view perspective. This viewpoint, however, is perfect for pulling off those impressive bicycle kick goals, so if you know how, it's definitely a rewarding experience to end the match with one of those against a friend. Last Ninja Remix on the Amiga is a 16-bit version of first Last Ninja from 8-bit systems. It caused some confusion back then, as on 8-bit machines Last Ninja Remix was a remaster of Last Ninja 2. Still, it is the best outing out of all that appeared on the Amiga. Not in terms of graphics, but playability. The game's played in isometric perspective with 8-way movement. It's a unique blend of exploration, puzzle solving and combat. Attack movements are executed with directional controls and fire button combination for low, mid and high attacks. And there are 5 weapons available, 2 thrown and 3 contact ones. The gameplot sees you leading main protagonist to evil shogun's Kunitoki's palace to assassinate him, avenging your ninja's clan in the process. So it's a classic late 80s, early 90s storyline. Ghosts and Goblins, given Amiga's capabilities and developers' know-how in the 1990s, was as good port of arcade original as we could have gotten back then. It may not have been as smooth as the arcade, or it might have missed some of the location effects, but in general it was pretty respective and true to original material. In terms of both presentation, that was very close to the arcades, and level design and content. So as you can probably guess, it was also as difficult as intended. One downside of this conversion though was the fact that you couldn't turn mid-air, which most games of the time allowed for. I first played DuckTales on C64 back in the day, and for the most part Amiga version is the same title but better looking and sounding. According to the story, it's all about a competition between you, Scrooge McDuck, and your arch-nemesis, Flintheart Glomgoat. Who gets most ghosts within the next 30 days wins. In essence, DuckTales is a collection of 4 different minigames where you send your grandnephews, Huey, Dewey and Louie, to collect as much gold as possible. The stages in mountains and jungle are both platforming using different travels and mechanics, the cave stage is a labyrinth, and wildlife reservation stage sees one of your grandnephews taking pictures of most unusual and unique animals. DuckTales is not a groundbreaking title, but it's a good example of very decent TV series tie-in and a fun game to fire up once in a while. Prophecy 1: The Viking Child originally was supposed to be the first part of duology of games, heavily inspired by Wonder Boy in Monsterland. Eventually, despite pretty decent reviews, plans for the follow-up were cancelled. The game basically is a platformer with some light RPG elements, like gold collecting, weapons upgrades and ability to visit shops. Viking Child is a title that is a victim to judging by the book cover syndrome, meaning it was a very decent and fun title that was often disregarded among the sea of other platformers, solely based on the quality of its graphics, which to clarify were not bad, just seemed a bit simplistic by 1990 standards. Today, 32 years later, it's considered a hidden gem by many. Jumping Jackson is an unusual arcade puzzler. For one, it's a title that does not reduce its soundtrack to forgettable tune playing in the background. Quite the opposite, it's in the forefront of gameplay. Your task in each level is to collect records, and you do so by color matching groups of tiles you jump on. Every time you do, you're rewarded one record, and when you pick them up, they start spinning. Meaning, when first is grabbed, background tune gets the drums. When you grab another, it's bass riffs, and so on. Basically, when you collect all 4 records in each stage and the background track is completed and playing with all instruments, the level is complete. There are also enemies in the form of various instruments that you have to avoid at all costs, as they will reverse your progress. Exout is an unusual title for many reasons. Firstly, unlike most, it doesn't take place in space or on the overworld of our planet, but in the depths of ocean, which you are told by rather short but atmospheric introduction. Secondly, the game uses a very unusual mechanic of purchasing additional ships, each being a bit different. They act the same way lives do in other shooters. And lastly, between levels, when you purchase set ships in the shops, you can also arm yourself with either 1, 2 or 3-way shots of increasing power. There are also different secondary add-ons, which can be additional special weapons like missiles or defense items like satellites. Purchases are made with game score and not money, which is also quite novel concept. Over the Net is the best volleyball game on the Amiga. Better even than beach volleyball. It may not look or sound as nice, but it feels more strategic and more difficult, but not to the point of being frustrating. Up to 4 players can play on the same system, but the best mode always was a 2-player co-op on the same side. It really shines then, as it feels as if you're really part of the team, and as if every play depended on each of both players. It's not a groundbreaking game of no sorts, there's no overly polished graphics or sounds, not to mention special effects. But for what it does, which is play volleyball, does very well. Spin Dizzy Worlds is a sequel to 1986's Spin Dizzy, and it's a very unique puzzler. It's set in an isometric view and you're controlling a spinning robotic device called Gerald, which is an acronym for Geographical Environmental Reconnaissance and Land Mapping Device. Your task is simple: to explore and map star system before it's destroyed, while avoiding hazards and enemies and solving simple puzzles, mainly based either on pressing buttons in correct order, navigating paths without failing, or finding all gems. You can move Gerald in 8 directions, accelerate and brake, there's no jumps or attacks. Jumping over slopes can only be done with use of ramps. Spin Dizzy Worlds may seem simplistic from my description, but its ingenious and addictive level design makes it a memorable title. Wings of Fury is interesting because it doesn't excel at anything. It's not the best looking game out there, especially not for 1990, it definitely does not sound best, despite having quite a lot of pretty decent samples. And it's not the best gameplay wise. The game gets a bit repetitive quite early, either because you've done all that it has to offer numerous times already, or you're stuck and keep repeating the same thing, failing over and over. But while it may seem that I've been dissing the game till now, it's not like that at all. I wanted to highlight that despite being average at best at all individual parts of it, while they're all put together, they make up a very enjoyable and fun little title. Wings of Fury is a scrolling shooter that takes place in the Pacific Ocean during World War II and depicts conflict between the US and Japan. Nitro is a top-down view arcade multiplayer racer. There are quite a few novel for the time concepts in it. For instance, ability to progress in later levels required having enough fuel, which could mainly be earned by placing high enough in earlier races. There is also a shop before each race in which player can purchase nitros, high speed, acceleration and other upgrades, fix their car, change the car itself or refuel it. And since we're on the cars and trucks, there are 3 vehicles to choose from: racing, sports and buggy, and 32 trucks spread over 4 overworlds. Nitro also allows for up to 3 players to play on a single Amiga, 2 on joysticks and 1 on a keyboard, and introduced hectic night races where the whole screen is black apart from small spot lit by cars' headlights. I remember stating while recording previous video in the series that there are hardly any good car racing simulations on the Amiga. And yet here we are with Indianapolis 500. Seems my memory is not what it used to be, and to tackle this issue I should have probably researched all the years in advance and not do them all one by one for those videos. But that's a lesson for the future. And while Indy 500 is not a game that ran well on a basic A500, on faster upgraded Amigas it's a charm that looks and plays great. The game offers 2 peculiar features, namely ability to realistically set up your car for the race, and all changes made actually directly affect how it handles. And second, it had a replay mode, which was not a common occurrence in racing games of the time. Ocean's Lost Patrol is a very similar title to CinemaWare's games. In short, it's presentation for days with bunch of mini-games used as means of solving various problems and situations that occur during gameplay. And while it never really reached the CinemaWare standard, it was a very enjoyable and interesting title. You lead a group of US soldiers whose copter crashed in Vietnam and now left with little to no food and hardly any ammo, they have to be led to freedom through Viet Cong soldiers-filled jungle. Lost Patrol was a unique title that did not glorify war at all, showing that in reality all it really did was bringing pain and destruction, and that there's no real winners in armed conflict. The game's presentation for the time was outstanding, using many various video clips, and while they were short they did leave a lasting impression, as it was something that was just not done in 1990. Draken is one of the first few real-time RPGs with full 3D world. The engine uses mix of 3D vectors and 2D sprites, which is quite novel concept and sorta mid-step between full 3D and still popular back then 2D graphics. While those graphics may not have aged the best, they do kinda have that early 90s charm to them, and personally I don't mind them as much as some of those first early 3D PlayStation 1 titles that look like a hot mess now. Anyway, Draken had a very modern, very Bethesda-esque world design, meaning that nearly right from the get-go you could go anywhere in the whole game world. For better or worse, as clearly some areas could mean near instant death to a party full of noobs. While battles are resolved automatically, player can micromanage most aspects of them in real time, making for a unique and fresh approach to the genre. Panza Kickboxing is one of my few most favorite versus fighting games on the Amiga, and also the very best technical fighting game on the system. It offers heaps of various real-life kickboxing moves that you can assign freely to joystick movements with and without pressed fire. All fighters are very smoothly animated, and it's a game that requires practice and training to be good at. Approaching it with a mindset of mashing fire with random joystick movements will end in quick failure. In Panza, you have to watch your opponent, react to his moves and choose the best attacks for each action. Being able to train and micromanage your fighter was also a nice and welcome touch. Panza Kickboxing is a game that was often overlooked for not sporting odd, colorful and fire-spewing characters, for not having explosive and unworldly special moves, but in reality it's a gem that stood tall among many Street Fighter clones, being genuinely original and playable. Golden Axe is most likely the best arcade beat-em-up conversion on the Amiga. Heck, it's actually probably one of the best games altogether on the system by 1990. Some cuts obviously had to be made to the arcade original, and henceforth sprites and backgrounds lost a bit of color and animation frames, but other than that everything is nigh perfect. All playable characters have been converted, same can be said about all special moves, stages and enemies. And 2-player co-op is as good as it was at cigarette-smoke-filled arcades of yesteryear. All in all, it's one of the best conversions of the game to any home system, and any real Amiga fan should do himself or herself a favor and try it out. Cadaver, released by Imageworks and developed by now famous Bitmap Brothers, was in essence a modernized for 16-bit systems Nightlore. And while high entry threshold and badly aged by today's standards unresponsive controls may discourage from playing, interesting puzzles and many objects to interact with reward the time spent at it. Easy to recognize atmospheric Bitmap Brothers graphics were a definite highlight for the game, even if not as good as in their latter titles. But to be honest, I was never a fan of Cadaver. Lack of shadows often made recognition of how high a certain object is placed difficult or even impossible. There are also a few instances where you may progress in the game without being able to ever complete it, because you did or used something where it wasn't necessary. Nuclear War was probably one of the first few satirical strategy games. Come to think of it, I can't recall any other really. I remember some management/economic games that took that route, like Team Hospital or Lula series, but no other strategy. Feel free to correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. While it may not have been the most complex, very board-like in its design, it's really fun and surprisingly addictive, despite the fact that some outcomes of chosen actions can sometimes feel a bit unpredictable. Anyway, the main goal is to wipe all other nations while surviving the nuclear holocaust yourself. So, in short, to become the ruler of nuclear wasteland. It's not a game that will steal days or weeks from your life like Civilization could, but it's definitely a fun little title for an afternoon. Supercars kinda split the Amiga community. Some swore it was the best out of both games in the series, others say that it lacked couch multiplayer, which made it inferior to the follow-up. Personally, I think it's just fine the way it is, and a great first title. Sure, multiplayer is great, but for the first effort it was stellar. Large selection of tracks split between 3 racing classes, 3 different cars, vehicle tuning and weapons made Supercars an instant classic. The game used top-down view similar to that of Micro Machines, but offered more mature teams in similar arcade environment. And while the graphics are simple, they're clear and scrolling super smooth, which makes for enjoyable gameplay. Warlords is an interesting title that has very Middle-earth-esque feel to it. It bears quite a bit of resemblance to Heroes of Might and Magic Series 2, albeit in much more basic form. You move your heroes on the map, and each of them commands an army composed of various fantasy units. The aim of the game is very simple, to drive your chosen race to victory by defeating all other opponents. And you can do it as one of the few staple fantasy races: humans, elves, orcs and dwarves among others. At first, combat may seem very basic as it's dice-based, but upon closer inspection as you play, you'll notice that it's surprisingly deep and takes many other factors in mind, like individual unit statistics, heroes' modifications, artifacts, special abilities and terrain. Warlords is a great game that doesn't look like much, but it's really fun to play, especially in multiplayer where even up to 8 players can compete for the land on a single Amiga. Midwinter is a mouthful. It's a post-apocalyptic first-person action role-playing game with strategy and survival elements. The game takes place in a far-off future of 2099, where after a catastrophic meteor strike in 2040 in Burma, world was covered in thick layer of diamond dust in upper atmosphere, causing a global cooldown and eventually a permanent winter. All that in turn caused global instability and tumult. The game takes place on a titular island of Midwinter, and you play as Commander John Stark, who has to escape forces of villain General Master's units and recruit civilian and members of military, effectively mounting a guerrilla force out of them to fight the evil general's invasion. The game is quite interesting as it offers many differently spec'd vehicles and personalities of your potential recruits. Midwinter is too big of a game to describe in full here in few sentences, I'm afraid, so I may need to make a whole review video of it at some point, as it really deserves that treatment. Chips Challenge won't win any awards for its graphics, sound or endlessly repeatable music. In fact, its presentation is pretty basic, nowhere near the standard for 1990. But that's totally irrelevant, because 148 levels of pure puzzling magic that it offers makes up for it in heaps. Funny enough, originally Chips Challenge was released for Atari's failed Lynx console, widely considered a potential console seller. But it was other systems where it gained its fame and popularity on. In theory, all you have to do in each level to progress to the next is collect enough chips to open the chip socket at the end of it. In practice, there are sets of rules that apply for each kind of levels, and there are a few of these. Some are more action, quick reaction based, others rely solely on puzzling, but most use the time limit. Despite what it may look like at first glance, the amount of puzzles and addictiveness will keep you glued to the monitor for hours on end. If you thought that I'd let 1990 pass without mentioning Cinemaware game, you were wrong. And while Antheads may not be as innovative as it came from the desert was a year earlier, it's still a very good follow-up. Sure, it transformed borderline believable story of ants growing huge in size into more surreal people mutating into Ant-Man hybrid, but other than that it was still good old cinema or interactive movie story that we've all grown to love. Since most of the presentation was reused from the previous game and it required some of the discs from original, it could be considered more as an extensive expansion rather than a completely new game. But that's just my 5 cents on the subject. Certain small elements were changed for Antheads, like a protagonist that's now a completely different person, and a game moved slightly more towards action-based sequences. Champions of Kryn is SSI's first in the famous Gold Box series of AD&D RPG games. And if you're playing it on the Amiga, you're playing the best version that there is. The game is widely considered a staple of computer RPG games and one of the most important titles in history of gaming. The plot follows your party's quest of finding the evil Myrtani and defeating him along with his evil forces. That's the short of it. At start of the game you have to create your party of up to 6 adventurers, all staple AD&D races and professions, and if they survive the story of the game, they can be imported in the follow-up, Death Knights of Kryn. Unique feature of Champions of Kryn was the fact that while the traversal was in first person, 90 degrees turning tile-based mode familiar to gamers back then, combat encounters took place on a flat top-down viewplane where each player's character was controlled individually in turns. And while all Gold Box games may be a bit difficult to stomach for a current modern player, there are no doubt important titles in their genre. Wizardry Bane of the Cosmic Forge is the 6th title in the long-running Wizardry series of RPG games. First and only released on the Amiga. It was also the first title in the Dark Savant trilogy that sadly never saw any other releases on the Ami. It is a standalone experience though, so lack of follow-ups is not a game-breaking issue. While creating a party of up to 6 adventurers, you can pick from 11 races and 14 professions, so there's a lot to mix and match here to customize the party per your liking. There are also 6 schools of magic and 3 categories of various skills. It's clear that David Bradley, the designer, spared no effort to create a deep, interesting and customizable RPG. Story-wise, you enter an abandoned for over 100 years castle in search for the Cosmic Forge, a mythical pen that is said to control destiny, time and space. And anything written with it instantly becomes true. Wizardry is a full-fledged dungeon-crawling RPG that's worth revisiting even today. Dragonflight is a direct port from Atari ST, so there's no enhancements whatsoever and the graphics stayed at basic Atari's 16 colors. That said, as I've mentioned not once, it's not the graphics that make the game, and Dragonflight is a very good game indeed. Probably one of, if not the best RPG on the 16-bit Atari. It's not the best on the Amiga, but definitely one of the better and more memorable ones. Most unique thing about it is its perspective trifecta, as I'd like to call it. And what I mean by that is that when you're traveling on the overworld, the game draws the picture in overhead Ultima style 2D view. This way you have a good view of a wide area surrounding your party. The dungeon crawling is in typical and popularized by Dungeon Master first-person 3D perspective with tile movement. And last but not least, any battles with enemies take place in a tactical side view with grid unit placement and turn-based combat. Dragonflight is pretty open-ended so that you won't have to rush to the end and have no set path of adventuring. Street Rod is a very unusual and unique racing game. Everything about it is great, but the racing. Sounds odd? Well, in essence, all the game features apart from the races themselves are very enjoyable. Races, while not the worst, are meh at best. The main attraction here is the fact that in Street Rod, you buy your own cars, win races, and then use the money won on upgrading the hot rods, which requires disassembling and putting back together all necessary parts. No other game at the time allowed for such freedom of tinkering and changing cars' performance to such a degree, and not many since. Pity though that the racing, so the main fare of the title, was not the best. In this, however, it reminds me of my beloved Fallout. Most of the games in the series I loved, but then came Fallout 4. And while it was really fun post-apocalyptic shooter, it was a terrible Fallout and not an RPG at all. Same here, great game, not a very good racer. These days, games like Sega's Football Manager got us used to infinite amounts of tables, numbers, rankings, schedules, stats and such. An ocean worth of data. Back in the day, management games were simpler and more based on developers' imagination or observations rather than the actual real-life stats. And that's what the World Championship Boxing Manager is. Simple at first glance, yet surprisingly deep and addictive boxing management. In fact, it's probably the best boxing management game that I've ever played. Partly because there isn't that many of these. But also it's a really good title if you like those kinds of games, that is. You're responsible for everything from scouting new talent through training and assignment of various tactics to arranging fights. It's a really fun game. Kickoff 2 is considered the best game in the whole series that spanned 14 years and released on multiple systems. Dino Dini, a designer and coder, improved on previous titles' formula by adding replays, saves and ability to partake in the World Cup. It may not seem like much, but there wasn't much to fix really. Same as predecessor, however, Kickoff 2 has a very steep learning curve, meaning players lacking time or will to persist will most likely bounce off it and settle for other, more streamlined games like Sensible Soccer. Supremacy, also known as Overworld in the US, is a strategy game where your goal is to create and protect a network of planetary colonies and defeat computer-controlled adversary who's doing the same. Before colonizing, planets need to be terraformed, and you also have to make sure to provide enough food and energy to colonists who inhabit those. In time, you'll need to start building planetary defenses and attack battle cruisers. Supremacy, while not being overly complex, provides very enjoyable gameplay loop, and even though it's not as demanding as some latter strategies on Amiga were, it's plenty entertaining for an afternoon of gaming. While the character of Elvira was a comedic B-movies persona, Horrorsoft's Elvira Mistress of the Dark is truly dark and campy horror role-playing game. Actress Cassandra Peterson reprised her role for the video game, and it's something that was not very common for the time. The game itself's follow-up on the events of the 1988 film of the same title. You, as a player at the beginning of the game, are captured by the Wicked Witch Emelda's minions, and shortly after rescued by Elvira, who in turn asks for help in getting back her powers. The title is a mixture of first-person role-playing with point-and-click adventure game elements. It was a very well received and universally praised for its gruesome atmosphere, excellent graphics and disturbingly good and dark soundtrack, while nearly everyone seems to believe that the combat sequences could be considerably improved. In terms of story design, Captive is probably one of the most unique and ingenious games of the 90s. The main protagonist named Trill is judged and found guilty for a crime he did not commit. His punishment, 250 years in space cryogenic prison. 248 years later he wakes up with amnesia, not knowing who or where he is. And since his cell has been long doubling down as storeroom, he found a briefcase computer in it. Turns out it can be used to control a group of 4 droids. From this point onward he has to use the droids to scoop the vast space looking for himself and finally gain back freedom. Captive is a sci-fi role-playing game with first-person view akin to Dungeon Master, where you lead a set for droids. Throughout the game you'll visit many bases, shops, will utilize various weapons and devices, all to complete your mission. The game became infamous for 2 things: difficulty level that very quickly ramped up, and game-breaking bug in form of missing codes in 2 of the missions that halt progress. And I'm gonna do you a solid and show them on the screen. Powermonger is a real-time strategy built upon the engine used in Populous. The goal of the game is simple. On each map, and there are over 250 of these, you must capture most cities and defeat enemy captains. Captured cities can be used to draft units to armies, and you can have as many armies as you have the captains to lead them. Most unique, although often overlooked feature of Powermonger is its artificial life engine, that simulates the life of each and every person on the map, and they go about their daily lives without players' input. So they work, fish, farm, collect wood or make items. A year later Bullfrog released expansion for Powermonger that took place during First World War and was as well received as the base game was. When I first saw Punk on the Amiga at my friend's house, before I even had my A500, I felt a sudden spiky and uncontrollable pain around my temple, and it grew, and in a matter of seconds it was beyond control, and then boom, it popped, and my mind was blown. Punk was not an arcade-like game, it was the arcade game. Seeing it in his home, I honestly couldn't tell any difference from the arcades without direct comparison, apart from the fact that I didn't have to keep dropping coins in the machine. The conversion is beyond perfect. Everything is included, from all the stages and pickups through 2-player on-screen co-op to addictive one more try gameplay. The premise is simple and easy to pick up, but soon the levels get more and more challenging, and the game itself ends up being difficult to master. It's a perfect arcade title. Silent Service 2 is my most favorite submarine simulation on the Amiga and a follow-up to the 1986 Silent Service. Simply put, it's more of the same but better. So, the graphics have been considerably improved, controls have been streamlined and made more user-friendly, and the game overall feels more modern, where you spend less time looking where to do something and more time actually doing it. The game takes place on the Pacific Ocean, where you can either take part in historical battle, single random scenario, or play out a whole career. Silent Service 2 found itself in a very elusive sweet spot where it's deep and engaging enough to keep you glued to the screen for hours on end, in the same time easy to comprehend and control, so you won't need to read book-sized manual to enjoy it. While Star Control 2 is universally considered one of the best and most important titles in the history of gaming, it was never released on the Amiga. We did however get first Star Control, which was a completely different game. In essence, it's a simple space-based strategy game with combat encounters resolved in real-time duels between ships of various sizes, weaponry and stats. It's very similar in this mechanic to older 8-bit title, Archon. It's not set in medieval high magic times and it's not played on a board, but other than that uses identical concept. It's a-okay to decent game alone, but shines in couch multiplayer duels however. So if possible, play it with a friend. Player Manager, as the title suggests, was probably the first and to this day one of the very few games that combined management and single-player football so that you could do both. It used First Kickoff's engine as a base, and to this day it's fondly remembered by those who played it. You start in the 3rd division and have to make your way all to the top. Some changes were made to the league's size as compared to real life, so top 2 leagues had 10 teams each and the bottom had 12. Apparently it was caused by memory constraints, but since other games had no such issues, I'd risk saying it may have been caused by particularities of the game engine. It's an interesting title that most Amiga football fans knew and appreciated. Most don't usually associate Cinemaware with sport titles, but here it is. TV Sports Basketball by the Amiga's masters of interactive movie adventures. And it's freaking awesome. Some would argue that not only it was the best basketball game on the Amiga for the time, but even one of the best to this day. The in-game perspective is from the half court. Whenever a player crosses the half-court line, animation cuts in place showing them run and then it switches to a post-half view. Other than the usual Cinemaware's outstanding presentation, the game rose above others with few novel ideas. You could choose, for instance, if you wanted to play as just the one same player or switch to the one that has ball at hand. And most importantly, you could edit the players recreating the teams or even the league of your dreams. If you've never played it, it's high time you give it a shot as it really deserved the praise it got over the years. Everyone knows Prince of Persia, or at least everyone should. Not only on the Amiga, but as a title in history of gaming in general. For those who for whatever reason don't, I'm happy to explain. It's a 2D platformer released for all 16-bit computers and video game consoles of 1990. It's a game that stole hearts of many with its excellent level design, gripping puzzling and fights, and a time limit of only 60 minutes to complete it, meaning hardly anyone ever playing it for the first time managed to do so. But while all this glued everyone to screens for hours, what made everyone go wow were the graphics. Prince of Persia was a king, really bad pun intended, of rotoscoping animation, making it more fluid and lifelike than any other game had been before. Their finest hour is Lucasfilm Games' take on World War II Battle of Britain. It's a flight combat simulation, not to mistake for combat flight simulation. The distinction is subtle, but in short, it means that it focuses on combat simulation rather than on the flight part of it. I mean, you do fly, but there's no taking off or landing and it just feels a bit basic. But that's irrelevant, cause what it does great, and that's combat. You're in full control of all available aircraft, meaning that when you're in a bomber for instance, you can actually man all crew positions yourself. So it's up to you alone to succeed or fail in missions given. And since we're on the subject, there was also a neat mission builder included, making their finest hour infinitely playable. And you could even record the combat films of your encounters for future viewing. It was a game truly ahead of its time. Dragon Wars is a fantasy role-playing game made by now famous for the Fallout series Interplay. The game is your typical first-person perspective role-playing with some interesting tweaks and changes. For instance, your party can have up to 7 characters at any given time, and this can be chosen freely out of any of the starting characters, recruited characters, and even summoned creatures. What's more, when you start a game you can either pick the default starting 4, create your own starting 4, or import them from Bard's Tale trilogy. Yes, that Bard's Tale, a whole entirely different game Bard's Tale. Anyway, the plot is quite novel too. The magic was outlawed and you and your party are imprisoned for life on a suspicion of spellcasting. And armed with nothing but your wits and magic, you have to get out. While Conquests of Camelot is probably Sierra Online's best point-and-click adventure on the Amiga, the port leaves a lot to be desired. It's clearly moved straight from PC without much care, so instead of beautiful and colorful Amiga graphics, it's showered in terrible 16-color EGA PC palette. It doesn't use any of the Amiga's specialized chips either, so action sequences, even if sparse, are a bit jerky to say the least. Thankfully, the story of Camelot's love triangle, missing Knights of the Round, and your quest playing as King Arthur to find them and the Holy Grail is top-notch. It's interesting, filled with surprises, and chock full of great puzzles, some even with few alternate solutions. All fans of adventure games would love it despite the few mentioned shortcomings, and most real Amiga fans should at least have a go at it. Created by the legendary Sid Meier, Railroad Tycoon is as good of a game as you'd expect from this rightfully famous designer. And even though, as with most of his games, it did not offer much in terms of presentation, it over-delivered in gameplay. The complex yet incredibly addictive mechanics and steep but fair learning curve made Railroad Tycoon an instant classic, upon its release, not only today. It's one of those games that can be played repeatedly and near indefinitely. But what it is, you may wonder. If title hasn't given it away yet, it's a business simulation game where you're responsible for micro and macro managing of your own railroad company. From laying tracks and purchasing engines, through expansion over the map, to finally becoming the titular tycoon. Railroad Tycoon saw a deluxe version released 3 years later and a whole series of games based on it released until 2006. Lotus Esprit Turbo Challenge 2 was arguably the best arcade racer on the Amiga. This is not the game. This is the first part. And while it may not be as classic as universally loved and fondly remembered, without it, we wouldn't have the king. And many of the things that made the second game so great originated here. It's super smooth and fast, very arcadey without being unfair, and enjoyable in everything it has to offer racing-wise. It's also clear from ground up that Lotus was designed as two-player versus game, as the screen is divided in half horizontally. So even if you play alone, the half of the screen that your opponent would be on is covered, with neat and flashy graphics, but still not used for anything at all. It's not a biggie, but something that was definitely fixed in the latter title. Keeping all that in mind, it's worth pointing out that if not for Lotus 2, this would probably be a very strong contender for the best arcade racer on the Amiga. Funny enough, the thing with Terracan here is quite similar to previous title in the video, Lotus. This too is an amazing, incredible and generally beloved by Amiga's community title that's also shadowed by its much better and improved second outing. And also as with that one, we wouldn't see a follow-up without the first game. Oh well, such is life. Anyway, Terracan is Metroidvania as we would have called it now, so a shooter-platformer hybrid that's viewed from the side and focused on fast and frantic action, with hundreds of enemies out to get our main protagonist and many weapons and power-ups. The game was designed by Manfred Trenz, a mastermind behind the first two games in the trilogy, and ported to everything under the sun, 8 and 16-bit computers and most capable consoles of the time. It was a commercial and critical success. Perhaps not as big one as the Terracan 2, but one nonetheless. Toasty! Might and Magic Book 2, Gates to Another World, is New Worlds Computing's second in the long-running series of Might and Magic RPGs, that were very popular at the time and spawned even more popular and beloved series of Heroes of Might and Magic. Still, this, being the second title, allowed for importing of your party of 6 from the previous game, or creating a new one. In fact, you could create up to 24 characters, and those not used would be spread all over the game world in inns, where they could be hired, as your in-game party of 6 allowed for 2 additional hirelings for a total of 8 characters. This extra 2 would be controlled like the initial 6, but required daily payments and cost rose with their level. Quite a novel concept for the time. It's not the only one though. The game offered 255 different kinds of monsters. You could enhance your gear of up to plus 63, unlike Dungeons & Dragons where plussing ceiling was around plus 4 or 5, and battles could involve theoretically even up to 255 opponents at once. The game was huge, and this, along with very unique for the series atmosphere, made it so fondly remembered to this day. And I just realized I said nothing about the story, but given limited time I have for this video, all I say is that it's worth playing even today. Sid Meier's Pirates. Yep, well, I could end it here really. And I'm sure most would know everything that I would like or could say about it. But most is not all. So, if I was to choose one person that changed the whole world of gaming by designing constantly more ingenious titles in plethora of genres, while creating some of them in the process, it would have to be Sid Meier. The man's a genius. Anyway, Pirates is a game of many things. It's an action-adventure with role-playing elements, pirate fleet management overtones, and all that sprinkled with good old strategy bits. It's a true gem. And if I was to simply summarize it in short, I'd say it's a game where you live your best pirate life. It gets you so involved in that lifestyle that you quickly forget of real world and just go on your merry way swashbuckling, hunting treasures, defeating forts, sinking fleets worth of ships, and capturing cities. All in the pursuit of the loot, aka the big whoop. And your long-lost family. If that sounds interesting to you at all, check my full review of it on this very channel. I talk about it in more or less 10 minutes worth of detail there. Which, while still not enough to give Pirates justice, it's much more in depth than here. Speedball 2 Brutal Deluxe is easily one of the best free sports games on the Amiga. And it's not even a real sport. Ice cream, ice cream. Anyway, it's a mixture of handball with ice hockey that rewards violent and aggressive play, clearly drawing inspirations from 1975's The Rollerball. The game is played by 2 teams of 9 players as opposed to 5 in previous title, on an enclosed pitch with a goal at each end. And the goal is to amass the most points possible throughout the whole match. Goals are worth 10 points initially, but that can be raised with multipliers to 15 or even 20. There are also targets on sides of the court that reward bonus points, and you naturally also get points for injuring opposing players. Each match lasts 180 seconds, and there are 5 different game modes available: Knockout, Cup, League, Practice and Multiplayer. It's pretty obvious that the most fun in Speedball 2 comes from Couch versus Multiplayer, where you compete against your real-life friends. Or enemies. I'm not the one to tell you who to spend your time with. In the end, the game was a huge success and has a cult following to this day, with some people swearing that it was their most favorite sports game. Wings is another brilliant gem of a game released by Cinemaware. The further we go in years of Amiga gaming series, the more sad I get knowing that the studio of designers of such talent and capabilities is no more. But it is what it is. So, Wings is another of those interactive movie mixed genre titles with arcade, simulation and adventure type elements all mashed together seemingly on random, but in the end coming out as a magnificent game. It takes place in the World War I era, and while being as atmospheric as all other Cinemaware titles, Wings is more action-oriented. So while following the story, you'll be dogfighting with enemy planes, bombing targets and flying in strafing sections. And even if it's not as story-heavy as the previous games were, it's incredibly fun and addictive and one of the most memorable experiences on the early 90s Amiga. In the last video I swore that I'd do my best to keep them shorter and more to the point, that I would skim through the games and only pick the most important and the best and most memorable ones. And here we are, in this behemoth of a video. But you know what? I did. I went through my initial list of titles multiple times and I've dumped so many great games from it you wouldn't believe. More than once. So, while I couldn't keep the video at the more reasonable length, in fact it's much longer than the previous ones were, I think I did a good job. Because if I stuck to what I started with, this would be over 2 hours. And because of that, I'm making no length promises on the next one. On August 6, 1991, World Wide Web and the very first page on it were launched and became publicly available. A little than 3 weeks later, on 25th of August, Linus Torvalds released the first version of Linux and Linux kernel. Little did he know that 30 years later his creation will power backbone of the internet and run majority of all cell phones. And since we're on the subject, in 1991, 2G cellular phone technology was established under GSM standard. Microsoft ceased cooperation with IBM on a new operating system and renamed OS2 to Windows NT. And by the end of the year, the first domain to be registered was Microsoft.com. And it's the time where I usually bother you to like and subscribe. So if that's not too much to ask for, please do so. It's a couple of clicks for you, but helps me more than you know. Thanks. While the 1991 was a very busy year in computing in general, there were a lot of amazing new games coming out on the Amiga. And some of the most important ones will be featured in this video. That said, it looked like 1991 was a year of the sequel. Commodore's machine has been on the market for a few good years by then, and it was about time some of the better and more popular games started getting follow-ups. And they did. With various success, but those that were especially good, I'll make sure to mention here. Since I've kept you long enough listening to me already, let's get to it. Distinctive Software's 4D Sports Boxing is a true gem. Somewhat hidden though, as I hardly ever hear people talk about it. This, however, may be an issue on my side. Cause when you talk to the mirror, you don't usually expect it to reply or even more so, say something genuinely new. Bad jokes aside, 4D Sports Boxing is actually a 3D boxing game that, despite badly aged simple polygonal graphics, is surprisingly deep and fun. It offers an interesting career mode where you can lead your fighter through a series of fights, improve his stats between them to finally become the champion. What made it stand out was how naturally the boxers moved, how heavily the hits felt and how unexpectedly spot on the collision detection was. Even if it's not the best boxing game on the Amiga, although jury is not out on this yet, it's definitely one of the most fun to play. Version 1.5 of A10 Tank Killer is an improved, remastered as we would have called it today, version of the first game. Graphics and sounds were considerably better and a new campaign based on the Gulf War was added. It's not an easy game and the fact that it runs rather choppy on basic A500 and A1200 did not help. So, sadly I have to say that today it's best played either on 68030 CPU or higher, preferably with some additional RAM or via emulation on PC. If you do so, however, it's really fun and a very accurate simulation, for the time at least. Digitized graphics and cockpits add to the immersion, so if you're a fan of simulations, A10 is one of the more interesting ones. Even if it didn't shock with its flat polygonal 3D graphics, Advantage Tennis was really fun to play and silky smooth animations felt near lifelike. Despite the players looking like a mashup of few odd polygons at most. As a matter of fact, I don't believe any other tennis on the Amiga is as smooth. But that's debatable. Still, it may have not been the best tennis on the system, but easily was in the top few. Physics engine and especially its ball simulation is something that's worth noting as it's stellar, making it feel as if you were really playing tennis and not just some bad approximation of it. Advantage Tennis is just fun, and that's what counts most of all, even if I'm not good at it anymore. The Adventures of Robin Hood is greatly underrated and often overlooked adventure game, which is odd because it's one of the most fun and innovative games in the genre. The game's shown in isometric pixel artsy perspective, which gives it somewhat diorama-esque cutesy feel. On top of that, it's not linear at all. You can solve puzzles and pick up small quests in whichever order you like, and not feel as if you're led by a thread to a conclusion. The game seems totally open-ended. I mean, in theory, you're supposed to gather up allies, your merry men, and reclaim your castle from Sheriff of Nottingham. But you neither have to do it straight away, not in particular way or order. And if you leave Robin unattended for a little while, he wanders off about his own business. A little disappointment, and perhaps the reason why we don't hear more about Adventures of Robin Hood are the clunky controls. But there's something that you can get used to. Alien Breed, a first title in famous trilogy by Team 17, and a game that proved, while not being licensed in any way, that atmosphere from the movie can be directly transferred onto a gaming medium without losing anything in the process. The feeling of fear and oppression from seemingly infinite waves of aliens constantly rushing your way, while you try to manage those few ammo clips you had left and figure out where the last key should be used, is just spot on. And the sounds. Oh my days, the sounds. As creepy as the rest of the game is, if not more. It's a real horror, if there ever was one on the Amiga. And all that in really enjoyable but very challenging and akin to Gauntlet overhead shooter's clothing. The graphics are very good too, but I wouldn't expect anything else from Team 17 really. The only downside of it is the difficulty, which is quite heavily on the unfair side. Something that latter games in the series thankfully fixed. Another World is a near perfect game. It's a cinematic arcade adventure game with incredible atmosphere and fantastic sci-fi setting. That's also complemented by equally outstanding animated introduction. And most of all, one of the most fluid and smoothly animated 2D polygonal graphics on the Amiga. All throughout the adventure it feels like you're part of a movie that has a beginning, middle and end. And all the plot you take part in, you can actually influence with your actions. That imaginary but perfectly crafted feeling aside, the game's incredibly linear and very difficult, with literally any damage to your character always ended up being a fatal one. Now, normally those would be huge downsides when talking about virtually any other title, but this straightforwardness of Another World allowed for creation of very sophisticated, very deep and captivating experience. It's an absolute classic and a game that most Amiga owners had in their collections. Bard's Tale 3, same as its predecessor, is a fantasy role-playing game. Story-wise, straight after conclusion of Bard's Tale 2, you receive a letter from a dying man saying that during celebration of your defeat of the evil wizard Magnar, his true master, the mad god Tarjan, destroyed the town of Shara Bra, and your task is to defeat the mad god. I don't know about you, but I just mentioned 3 names that meant nothing to me. Anyway, the game was considerably improved compared to previous titles and introduced long-awaited by the players auto-mapping system and enhanced save game feature. Additionally, there were 2 new spellcaster classes introduced, Geomancer and Chronomancer. And last, but definitely not least, quests have more variety of puzzles, as finally ability to use objects and artifacts was added. Bard's Tale 3 is the best out of all games on the Amiga and definitely worth a look even today. BattleEye is a sci-fi turn-based strategy tactical game set on a fictional planet of Chromos. And why it's Chromos and not Kronos, I do not know. Anyway, the game is played on a hexagonal grid map where players take their turns in the same time, alternating between attacks and movement phases. Each of them controls various units, ranging from ground-based infantry, transports, artillery and tanks, through ships and submarines to fighters and bombers among many. BattleEye took under consideration many subjects that similar games back then didn't, like the limited access to fuel and ammo, which could end and might require restocking, or unit experience that grows along the campaign as they survive each consecutive combat encounter. Each mission can have a different objective ranging from eliminating all enemy forces to capturing specific buildings or protecting certain units or places. BattleEye played equally as good alone against the CPU as it did with a friend, and received quite a few add-ons and sequels, most of which stuck to the basic formula. Historyline is a spin-off using the same engine and mechanics but set in a World War I era on Earth. We'll talk about it in another video. Centurion is a de facto Total War game released 13 years before the first official title in the series was, and by a completely different developer. The main strategic map pictures Europe and North Africa, divided into sectors that loosely correspond to kingdoms as they were back then. This is where you and your enemies command your armies into battle and conquest, on both sea and land. Tactical battles take place in Total War-esque environments, so battlefields where each army has all their units present and they can be directed to take various formations and perform defense and attacks. It's definitely a highlight of the game as it was the first title, at least to my knowledge, that put so much attention on importance of units, formation, flanking, attacks and morale. Other than that, Centurion also allows for organizing of games in Rome, and they are in form of gladiatorial combat and chariot races, and are a nice break from gameplay routine. If played correctly, they can also prove to be a decent source of income for forming future armies. Centurion is a simple strategy with surprisingly deep tactical combat and a blast to dive into once in a while. Curse for a Corpse is quite wrongfully often an underrated title, even though it's a fun mystery point-and-click adventure. It's not your usual adventure game though, as it's more of a detective story where you, based on the clues and interrogations, have to figure out who the murderer was on the titular cruise. So it's much heavier on the dialogue as opposed to puzzles. But for the story it tells, it's quite appropriate actually, if I say so myself. What's the most unusual for the title is that it was not strictly linear, and you didn't have to follow one and only path to the finish. And also the characters' graphics that were vector-based. Kinda similar to those in Another World, but that only made it feel more cinematic, for the lack of a better word. Curse for a Corpse is a definite recommendation to any adventure games fan. Death Knights of Krynn is a successor to previous videos Champions of Krynn, and a second part in the trilogy of Dragonlance Goldbox games. It takes place a year after first game's conclusion, where your party's friend Sir Carl came back as an undead knight under the control of evil Lord Soth. Soth has been raising dead warriors and creating an undead army. Your mission is, surprise surprise, to stop him. The gameplay is identical to previous title, meaning you walk about in the first person, but fight on tactical turn-based top-down view battlefields. And at the start you can either create a new party or import one from Champions of Krynn. That said, it's worth keeping in mind that magical items from previous game will not transfer to this title. I'm probably butchering the name, but Dutros the Next Millennium is a spiritual sequel to Millennium 2.2 that we've spoke about in the previous video. It's also a sci-fi strategy game that, while sharing similar themes of space exploration, resource gathering and management, is a completely differently playing title. The aim of the game is to explore solar system and beyond, while managing and obtaining resources, be it mineral or human, in form of three kinds of employees: producers, researchers and marines. The longer they're in service, the higher their proficiency level will be, and some mid to late game inventions require certain level specialists. The game starts off 800 years after Millennium 2.2 ended, and assumes that the previous game was won and the Earth was repopulated. It's a real fun and engaging strategy with a lot of interesting ideas that even modern players would most likely appreciate. Toasty! Magicland Dizzy is fourth game in the long-running series of platformer adventure games by the famous Oliver twins. Arguably the best out of all, not only on the Amiga, but on all systems it was released for. Perhaps it's a coincidence or change of design lead, as for this title Neil Vincent took it upon himself, and the Oliver twins only overlooked the project. We'll never know. Anyway, in Magicland Dizzy you have to find 6 of your missing friends in the titular Magicland, and rescue them from captivity, lifting various magic spells that they're under. The gameplay is same as most other in the series, where you can carry up to 3 items at the time and have to pick the right ones to save the captured Yolkfolk. Personally, I'm not a fan, but can appreciate the cultural and historical significance of any and all Dizzy games. Dynablaster is a perfect port of PC Engine's Bomberman. And when I say perfect here, I really mean it. The game is amazing and infinitely playable, easily one of the best competitive multiplayer games on the Amiga. Especially that even up to 5 players could play on a single system all at once. I don't think there's anyone who haven't heard of Bomberman, but on an odd chance, I'll quickly explain. I will however talk about multiplayer mode, cause despite the game being playable alone too, it was not made for that. In short, it's a game where you're one of the few Bombermen who are trapped in a maze. That maze is filled with destructible and indestructible bricks. You have to use bombs to open up passages and destroy opponent bombers. Under some of the bricks there are also hidden buffs and upgrades, and among these you'll find additional bombs, bigger explosions and faster movement, to name a few. It's a frantic and extremely addictive title when played against others. Escape from Colditz is computer action-adventure reimagination of prison escape board game of the same title. Quite obviously, the aim of the game is to escape titular World War II prison, preferably with all 4 of your captives. You have to make sure to avoid guard patrols, show up when prisoners are being counted, etc. There are also some light puzzles to solve at points, but overall it's all about that great escape. You control 4 characters at once, using combination of joystick for movement and functional keys to switch between them. It's a bit clunky setup, but something that you can definitely get used to quite easily. And if there is one thing that is bad about Escape from Colditz, it's definitely a lack of save option, which by 1991 was available in most non-arcade titles. While Exile may have been a port of older 1988's BBC Micro game, it's an exquisite one. At heart, Exile is an arcade action-adventure and one of the very first Metroidvania games on system other than the NES. It also features surprisingly complex physics engine, where not only gravity is simulated, but also object mass and inertia, which was a concept not seen in gaming for quite some time, even since its release. The whole game world is open for exploration straight from the start, and you will encounter many different friendly and unfriendly creatures, solve puzzles, interact with objects and rescue survivors. Interesting mechanic are also the AI routines that are unexpectedly deep, responding to nearby noises and having well simulated line of sight. Exile is definitely a game ahead of its time, and the terribly awful gameplay you see in the background is me not remembering how to do things 30 years after playing it last. It don't mean that it's a bad game though. Eye of the Beholder is the first in trilogy of first-person perspective RPG games with grid-based movement and real-time combat set in Dungeons & Dragons universe. While the interface is set up a bit differently to Dungeon Master, with characters on the side as opposed to top, similarities between the 2 titles are more than obvious. The game is based on AD&D rules and world, however, so all well known to the players of tabletop game monsters, locations, spells and characters are present and easily recognizable. The graphics are on another level, and comparing them to Dungeon Master would be a serious disservice to Eye of the Beholder. The game was a critical success and a great start to the trilogy that, second outing in, is universally considered the best in the series and one of the best first-person RPGs of the year. But that's something to be tackled in another video. First Samurai is one of the best early Amiga action platformers, even if it's a bit odd. It's also one of the very few taking place in feudal Japan, where you have to take on other swordmen to become the titular first samurai. Goal of each level is to collect 4 items in a set and then use them to get access to the end of the level boss area to defeat him. Even if First Samurai's graphics are not the best, they are pretty decent for the time, and a mix of regular enemies and mythical creatures is fresh and entertaining. Odd use of unexpected sound clips like Hallelujah feels a bit out of place at times, but not to the point of discouraging from playing. It's a very competent action platformer that, despite being a bit difficult, is rewarding to progress in and eventually complete. Formula 1 Grand Prix by Microprose, as the title gives away, is a F1 racing simulator. Interestingly enough, even though the game was not affiliated officially with FIA, team liveries and helmets are correctly represented for 1991. Driver names are fictional though. The game offers pretty good for the time 3D graphics, at least on the Amiga. That said, it's not a demon of speed on the Yami, but runs good enough to be enjoyed. The most interesting feature of it though is ability to edit teams, drivers and car specifications, which made the game much more replayable, as biggest fans with a bit of work could keep the game up to date near indefinitely. Despite what it may look like with all those manga-like graphics, Gemex is not Japanese but German puzzle game. The screen shows 2 grids filled with colored gems, left grid is changeable, right one is static. And you have to change the colors of gems in the left grid so that they would be identical to those in the right. You do so by clicking on individual gems. The puzzle element comes from the fact that when you do so, not only one that you clicked changes, but also 4 directly adjacent to it. So while the mechanic is very easy to understand, the game in later levels is surprisingly challenging to master. Gemex is a fun and easy to play puzzler, if you like those kinds of games, that is. Let me start off by saying that I never liked Gods. I found it to be stiff controlling and not very entertaining, especially because the main character was supposed to be a hero on a quest for immortality. I would expect supposed hero to be more nimble. Despite that, however, that's just me, and I understand that majority of gamers did like it, and I can appreciate its historical significance. Gods is an action platformer with some light puzzles. Presentation-wise, it's top-notch, showing what now famous Bitmap Brothers could do and what Amiga was capable of. The game is made out of 4 levels, each ending with a boss guardian, defeating which is made easier with use of various available weaponry. They can be either collected during gameplay or purchased at the end level shops, and a player can carry up to 3 of these at once. And that's pretty much everything I have to say about this game. Great Courts 2, aka Pro Tennis Tour 2, is by many considered one of the best tennis simulations on the Amiga. It's nice looking and sounding and plays like a charm. Fluid animations and accurate depiction of the sport is what secured its fan base. Personally, I always thought of it more as a great arcade tennis game rather than a simulation, but I suppose it's a tomato-tomato situation here. Still, if you're a fan of the sport and don't mind a little hard to pull off curved shots that require holding fire, Great Courts 2 is a game for you. Even better when there's 2 of you. On a side note, mustache on a girl on the bottom of the screen, it can't be unseen. Heimdall is an action role-playing game set in Norse mythology and published by Core Design. And their signature graphical quality is omnipresent throughout the title, so there's no mistaking their game for anyone else's. Heimdall is a mixture of exploration with puzzle solving and combat. The story as it's told to us via introduction is that Loki stole Odin's sword, Freyr's spear and Thor's hammer, and you as a titular Heimdall have to recover them. The beginning of the game is very unique as you have to go through a series of challenges, trials if you will, and results of this influence Heimdall's stats and crew members you'll be able to pick up throughout the game. Heimdall was universally praised upon its release and generally very well received. That said, it's another of those games that was later on overshadowed by its better and newer sequel. That, however, is a subject for another video. Hero Quest is direct port of a real-life tabletop role-playing game of the same title, and as such follows all the rules of the original, from dungeons and their layouts through enemies to skills and combat. The game looks and sounds great, and presentation-wise, there's nothing to pick on here. That said, while Hero's Quest is not a bad game in any way, there's just something missing here. Perhaps playing it alone was not intended by creators of original. Having to go through similar adventures alone looking at the computer screen is just not the same as playing a game with friends gathered at the table in somebody's kitchen. Judging by the scores on Lemon Amiga, I may be overly dramatic in my judgment here though. 3 years later, Hero Quest spawned a sequel, which in my opinion was a better title. James Bond 2 codename Robocop is considered by many as best title in the whole trilogy. The game starts directly after first ended. Evil Doctor maybe escaped to North Pole and took over Santa's workshop, capturing his helpers, penguins, and you have to save them. The game consists of 50 levels. After every 2 of these you can challenge stronger enemies in the form of guardians. James Bond has his special robotic suit at his disposal, and it gives him super fish strength, agility and ability to stretch to unbelievable length, which is helpful in traversal and combat encounters with enemies. The game is universally loved and considered one of the very best games on the Amiga. And now for the kicker. I don't like it at all. I don't like the candy-like themes, hate the controls and find gameplay look boring. It's just not for me. Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker is widely considered to be best snooker simulation on the Amiga. It sports nice and very smoothly animated for the time 3D graphics and incredibly easy and accessible controls. The game was praised by its accurate ball physics, which as the story goes not only took months to complete but was also quite smart. Meaning while you were queuing, it actually pre-calculated shots and kept frames of animation in memory, so as soon as you hit the ball, the animation, for the lack of a better word, was already pre-rendered, just played out. That allowed it to be so fast and fluid. The game is also famous for its trickshot editor and comic relief idle animations of flies, one of the ball making faces at the player, etc. I liked it as a simulation, but always preferred arcade pool and arcade snooker as better playing, more enjoyable titles. It took few more years for this to come out though. If there was no King's Bounty, we wouldn't have Heroes of Might and Magic series, and the world would be a very different and less enjoyable place to be. The game is turn-based strategy with role-playing elements. The main, major quest of the game is to find and gather 25 pieces of map, revealing the hidden location of Scepter of Order before the king dies. And in the process of searching for the map, defeat 17 villains' armies spread over 4 continents, each progressively more difficult than the previous, getting rewarded money for that, the titular king's bounties. The battles take place on a strategic grid maps where your army is on one side and enemies on the other, and they battle it out in turns. Each stack of units having their own stats and capabilities, and you being able to cast combat spells. And since we're on the spells and units, in some part availability of those during gameplay is dictated by the class you choose at the beginning of the game, picking between Barbarian, Knight, Paladin and Sorceress. Despite its badly aged graphics, King's Bounty is as good of a game now as it was in 1991. Lemmings is a puzzle game where your goal in each level is to lead a group of anthropomorphic lemmings to exit. And since between the start point and the exit there are usually numerous obstacles and dangers, it's your job to use limited number of available abilities that you can assign to them in each stage to do so. Levels are divided into 4 groups of different difficulties: Fun, Tricky, Taxing and Mayhem. Those groups reflect number of obstacles, kinds of and number of available abilities, time limit and minimum amount of lemmings that need to be saved. The game became an instant hit, constantly placing in the very best and top games list in various gaming mags and in hearts of players. It quickly received ports to other 8 and 16-bit systems that also gained critical acclaim and popularity. If there's only one game that you can try from this 1991 video, then Lemmings is the one. Lords of Chaos is a less well-known game by the Golub brothers, famous for their Laser Squad and XCOM series of games. The fact that it's not as remembered as the other two doesn't make it inferior though. It's an excellent turn-based tactics role-playing game set in a world of high fantasy. In Lords of Chaos, you're in control of a wizard that casts spells against his opponents. This can be either CPU or up to 3 other players for a max of 4 people. The spells that you cast range from summoning creatures that then you can control to regular offensive damage spells. Interesting idea was the requirement to design your mage, skills and spells wise before starting the game, and then between missions you could use accumulated experience points to further improve them. Lords of Chaos was very well received on all systems it was released for. It was a unique title that shined in multiplayer and was a stepping stone towards XCOM that would storm the world of gaming a few years later. Lotus Turbo Challenge 2 is easily the best arcade racer on the Amiga. It doesn't reinvent the wheel, but it extends on the ideas from its predecessor, drops those that didn't work and introduces a couple of the new ones. So there's no fuel limit anymore and there are no lap-based races. Instead, there are time trials similar to Outrun, so completing a course in a specified time qualifies you for the next one. Additionally, in single player the game plays on a whole screen rather than just the top half, adding to immersion. Graphically the game stayed for the most part the same. Maybe there are some odd bits and pieces that were improved, but at the high and slick fluid speeds you'll be racing, it's hardly noticeable. There's no reason to fix what works, I suppose. Unique feature of Lotus 2 on the Amiga and later on Atari ST's port 2 was the fact that 2 computers could be linked by serial port and then even up to 4 players could race against each other, which made this amazing title even better. MedTV is not among the best games on the Amiga. It's a good one, no doubt about that, but the best it is not. Why is it here then? Well, the gameplay concept is very unique and that deserves recognition. In essence, you play as a program director for a TV station and you're in charge of scheduling TV programming. So you'll be buying shows and movies, producing your own, securing advertising deals and setting it up for your audience to enjoy. All that while competing with 2 other TV stations, so make sure to cycle your schedule often, otherwise it will become too stale. Interesting idea is having your in-game goal to be completely separate from what you're doing. To win, you have to marry Betty, a cultural reporter who works on the top floor of the building. She is a very shallow dame though, and her love is mainly based on your reputation and in smaller part on shows you air. So if you air some cultural programming to please her, you risk losing some audience as cultural shows are not the most interesting ones to typical viewers. It's a game of balance, and you have to keep it. Megalomania predates Dune 2, a title considered to be a forefather of modern-style real-time strategies, by a whole year. Megalomania is real-time strategy 2, a bit different than Dune 2 perhaps, but one nonetheless. If I was explain the game to someone who never played it, but had a basic general knowledge of most popular video games, I'd say that it is a real-time equivalent of Civilization spread over multiple maps where each 3 consecutive ones correspond to one epoch, and conquering them all allows for a promotion to further eras. The exception being the last one, where there's only one huge map as opposed to 3 smaller ones. The game starts in 9500 BC and ends at 2001 AD, so you'll go through most of our real-time history, even though the game is not supposedly set on Earth per se. So yeah, nuclear weaponry. Mega Traveler is a space sci-fi role-playing game based on the Tabletop Traveler series of role-playing games. The game takes place in the official Traveler universe and features character creation and gameplay mechanics based on the source material. You control up to 5 ex-military adventurers and have to save the human civilization, which in the Traveler universe is called the Imperium. The neighboring race of aliens going by the name of Zadani is conspiring against Imperium and seek its downfall. The game is played in real time and includes planetary and space exploration, combat and trading on 228 planets spanning 8 solar systems. Mega Traveler was the most interestingly received game out of all in 1991, with reviews ranging from downright hating the game to praising it as one of the best in history. It's an interesting title, and for the sake of not interfering with historical reception of it, I'll let you make up your own mind about it. Midwinter 2: Flames of Freedom is a direct sequel to 1990 Midwinter and is also an open-world first-person role-playing game. It takes place directly following the conclusion of the Impact Winter scenario from the first title, and you're covert operative on a mission to free a chain of tropical islands from oppressive Saharan Empire. Same as with first game, the missions are open-ended and you can approach them in whichever order you prefer, and they vary from sabotage to assassinations. Midwinter 2 stole hearts of patient gamers with ability to basically enter and use any vehicle available in the game, be it land, sea or air. So yeah, planes and submarines are not out of question. It was a freedom that players were unfamiliar with by then, and coupled with generally open world, sparked imagination of young James Bond wannabes of 1991. It's not all sunshine and rainbows though, as Amiga version suffered from terribly slow load times on those most basic systems. And while it was playable, it was no doubt an exercise in earlier mentioned patience. Moonstone: A Hard Day's Night is a game of many genres. It's a multiplayer real-time role-playing board game with beat-em-up combat sequences. That's my definition of it at the very least. My love for Moonstone is not a secret to any of the subscribers of this channel. I have a whole separate review video covering it. Sure, it's an older one and a bit rough to watch now, but I do talk about Moonstone in more detail there. Anyway, as I was saying, even though you can play Moonstone alone, it is a game designed to be played with others. Preferably by 4 players all at once. The theoretical goal of the game is simple. It's to get a Moonstone and enter Stonehenge at appropriate moon phase to your given Moonstone. So in theory, a game could be beaten in around an hour. In practice, it's highly unlikely. In search for said stone, you fight your way through various monster lairs, other players, upgrade your gear in the shops, and stats via experience points. What Moonstone was most famous for though was its gorish presentation. The game's beyond brutal, and for the time there was just nothing like it on the market. But don't let it fool you, it's not a cheap money grab. It is a real stellar title and an amazing time to be had with a group of friends. Since we've already spoke about Lemmings in this video, I will not explain how its follow-up works. Oh no, More Lemmings is a perfect expansion to a perfect game, with 100 more levels of puzzling goodness. Perhaps not as good as the original ones, but pretty damn close. If you like the Lemmings, you like the expansion. PP Hammer is not a game that will owe you with incredible graphics, memorable soundtrack or mind-bending story. What it will do though, is keep you playing because of its interesting mix of puzzle platforming, well-thought-out mechanic and ingenious level design. In short, your task in each level is to collect all treasures, and when you do, exit appears, which then you can take to progress further. The main character is armed, although I'm not sure armed is the right word here, so let's try again. The main character has a jackhammer and you can use it to destroy rectangular blocks in front of him. It's a concept kinda similar to that of Load Runner. Some puzzles or treasures will require drilling quite a deep cavity, so make sure to leave yourself some steps behind so that you have a way to come back through. It's a unique game and one worth having a go at. Perfect General is a turn-based strategy wargame. Despite the title though, it's not perfect. As a matter of fact, presentation-wise it's downright ugly, and it doesn't sound best either. And that's pretty much all the bad I can think of when talking about it. cause other than that, it's a really well designed and executed war strategy. It tackles complex and big combat scenarios with ease by implementing a simple and straightforward user interface. And that's probably what made it so popular back then. The fact that it could introduce seemingly demanding genre to people who didn't want to battle not only with the enemies, but also with controls. It's not the best strategy on the Amiga, quite often overlooked, but it's definitely one of the better ones. PGA Tour Golf is a perfect golf game for those who don't like golf. It's not overly technical and has very low entry point, meaning anyone can play it, especially that it's very fun with up to 3 friends. In the same time, despite how easy it is to get into, it's really tough to master. But if you give it enough time, getting better and one-upping your friends is very enjoyable and rewarding. The game offers 3 real-life courses: PGA West, TPC Avenel, and TPC Sawgrass, and a fictional course of Sterling Shores. At the time of its release, PGA was widely considered the best golf game on the Amiga and praised for its incredible graphics and sound and realistic golf simulation. While the game itself did not improve graphically much, everything else in Populous 2 seemed to be more polished than in previous title. The interface is cleaner and more easy to comprehend. Instead of 8 powers like in the first installment, there are 29 of these here, divided into 6 categories: earth, water, wind, fire, plants and people. In each of these, there's also a heroic transformation that allows for transforming of your people's leader into one of the 6 legendary figures from Greek mythology that will either attack your enemies or perform other nefarious acts. Populous 2 featured a whopping 1000 maps at launch and added another 500 with an expansion in the form of Japanese themed data disk. Outside of maps, it added also a brand new game mode with 42 challenges, which were a bit more on a puzzling side. Populous 2 was what Populous 1 should be, a more rounded, more complete, more final product. An excellent game for fans of real-time strategies and god games. Even though Prehistoric could not compete with the likes of Mario or Sonic, it was perhaps one of the few high-quality console-like platformers released on the Amiga in 1991. It does not have the best graphics or music on the system, not the best level design or protagonist, but all it has is just good enough. And when all pieces are good enough, the final product is noteworthy. And that's as much as you could ask for. The presentation, while not mind-bending, offers nice big sprites that also have quite funny death animations for all the creatures. Levels are differently themed and the end bosses not too difficult to defeat. Prehistoric does all well enough to be a staple Amiga platformer for 1991. I believe I've mentioned in my Amiga Shooters video that I don't like either of the R-Type games. They're too difficult, too Souls-like for me. Whenever I play either of the titles, I feel as I'm being punished for something. But despite that, I can appreciate them for what they are and what they did for gaming in general. And believe it or not, but R-Type 2 is even more difficult than the first one, especially on the Amiga. Presentation-wise, it's stellar, near arcade perfect in terms of both graphics and sounds. Music is a bit different from arcade in 2 of its levels, but different doesn't mean worse. And other than me being absolutely crap at it, the only thing I can really dislike about R-Type 2 are the slowdowns, occurring whenever a lot is happening on the screen. On one hand they make things that easier, on the other though, they just take you out of the experience. It's a title that everyone should see, but definitely not everyone should play. Similarities between Realms and Populous are obvious, and one can't escape the feeling that the former was inspired by the latter. If that's the case, we may never know, but what we do know is what Realms actually is. It's a real-time strategy that takes place on isometric view map. It's a game much more focused on warfare than on godlike powers. You basically build cities, raise armies, collect taxes, fight enemies and capture their cities. Simple as that. And you win by conquering all of the cities on the map. What is interesting about Realms when comparing it to titles like Populous are the races. Because at the start of the game you have to pick one of the 6 staple fantasy races for your people. And each not only looks different but also has a special trait, like dwarves fighting with axes and elves being the best archers. We take this kind of choice for granted now, but back then most games didn't offer it. And even if they did, the difference usually was just the color of units' clothing. While Rise of the Dragon may no doubt be one of the best point-and-click adventure games on the Amiga, the fact that it came on 10 discs to this day sends shivers down my spine. Even only thinking about all the disc juggling is just terrifying. So, approach this game if it's a hard drive version only. If possible, that is. The game is set in cyberpunkish version of future LA and is played from a first-person perspective. Use of time as a plot device in Rise of the Dragon is something that was not used often back then, other than in earlier mentioned Cruise for a Corpse. Here, however, it's much more crucial. Everything is time-based. Each time you travel, all actions and activities take time. Even main villain's actions do. So you have to manage it as your most important resource or the game will end abruptly. Additionally, all the characters you talk to remember your responses, so you have to make sure not to say something that will prevent them from helping you later on if needed. There are quite a few endings, each depending on choices taken and outcomes of those choices. It may not look like it at first glance, but Rise of the Dragon is a very good game. Rodland is a perfect arcade conversion to Amiga if I ever saw one. It's my most favorite single-screen arcade platformer of all time. Not only on the Ami, but on any of the home systems. It has everything one could hope for in a game like that. Fun and addictive gameplay, true to arcade cute graphics, and a main tune that will invade your mind and replay in it long after you've done with the game, whether you want it to or not. Although a completely different title, it shares many similarities with Bubble Bobble in its fast-paced player versus colorful monsters loop for 1 or 2 players. Story-wise, you're one of 2 sisters whose mother has been kidnapped, and the best way to serve their mother is to violently and ruthlessly exterminate thousands of cute creatures by means of spamming Spunk Smash electric whip combos. Yeah, that's something to process, isn't it? All that aside, I wholeheartedly recommend Rodland, as even though it may not look like it on recording, I promise you that it's hella fun to play. And if you find someone else to play it with, it gets even better as it can be enjoyed competitively or in co-op alike. Secret of the Monkey Island is by far the best point-and-click adventure game on the Amiga. In my opinion, short of much newer Life is Strange Before the Storm, and Detroit Become Human titles, it's also the best adventure game on any of the systems to date. Ron Gilbert is a mastermind behind this title, and most other early Lucasfilm adventure games too. Secret of the Monkey Island places you in the shoes of Guybrush Threepwood, a young pirate wannabe, and he will do anything to become one. So he sets out on an adventure that will see him completing series of pirate trials, finding love of his life, and fighting against terrifying ghost pirate LeChuck. The game's filled with humor and most puzzles are based on funny interactions between either characters or objects. Like the now famous sword fighting scene where you have to defeat the Great Sword Master. But unless you played the game before, you wouldn't know going for it that it's not your typical battle of strength and dexterity, but rather a challenge of witty remarks. Monkey Island looks great, far from the best on the Amiga, but it's very atmospheric, very detailed and nicely animated. And sound-wise, it's the best version out of all classic systems it was released for. It's easily one of the top 3 best games released on the Amiga overall, not only in its genre. If you never played it, pause this video and do so. It's worth it. Starflight 2, same as its predecessor released a year earlier, is a science fiction role-playing adventure game with strategy and management elements. This time, the hostile alien race of Spemins threatens to annihilate or enslave humans, and it's your task to prevent it by discovering ultimate source of advanced spacecraft technology and source of unlimited fuel. And once again, you're left to your own devices and your own path to victory in this open, spanning over 150 systems game world. Starflight is basically a refreshed version of previous game with more of what made that title memorable. So more encounters, more planets, and more aliens, etc. You'll be meeting aliens good and bad, trading with the former and fighting with the latter ones, upgrading your ship with various extensions and add-ons, and training your crew, all the while traversing vast space. Both games seem like a perfect choices for those who love Star Trek and its lore. Personally, I do, so I'll be playing some more Starflight 2 when I'll go on holiday sometime end of this year. Street Rod 2 is a victim of the first Street Rod's success. On one hand, it's more of the same, so more cars, more parts and possibilities of upgrading and rebuilding them, and more races. On the other, developers clearly wanted to change and improve the worst part of first game, racing. And they did. But it didn't end up being better. It's actually worse. As much as it was the weakest part of the first title, it has been more broken in Street Rod 2. The races are slower than before, but much more chaotic, and it's considerably easier to crash in them. Which, wouldn't be a big deal if the races weren't for cash or pink slips. I have a very mixed feelings about Street Rod 2. I really like the improvements, but what was broken, even more than it already was, makes it borderline unplayable to me. Supercars 2 is much better than already great first game. Everything that made the original so good is still here, but in more polished form. So, this time a 2-player split-screen mode is available, and it's as smooth as when you play alone. Provided there aren't too many missiles on the screen, that is. There are ramps allowing you to jump over parts of the track, tunnels to obscure the view, weapons obviously, and a damage system that adds to the drama of racing. And cutscenes. You may have not thought that the racing game would need cutscenes, but this one has them, and surprisingly enough they fit right in, with Harrison Ford lookalike serving as a newscaster. Anyway, presentation is just marginally improved over the first game, but it doesn't matter much, as Supercars never aimed for the looks or sound. It placed gameplay as its crosshair and shot a goddamn bullseye with it. Grab a friend and give it a go. Believe me, you'll have a hell of a fun. There is a urban legend that Swift stands for Silkworm 4. I believe that the copter is even called like that in the manual somewhere. I may be wrong though, as it was years since I've seen it. But despite all that, while being a game heavily inspired by Silkworm and sharing the publisher, Swift was not a sequel but rather a spiritual successor. It too features two vehicles, a copter and a jeep, freely chosen at the start of the game. In two-player co-op, each player controls a different vehicle, and same as in Silkworm, copter is easier to play and was also an argument starter as everyone preferred it. Anyway, Swift is a vertical scrolling top-down shoot 'em up, and if you can't tell by the footage, it's an excellent action-packed title. Especially with a friend. It's more on a difficult side though, which is easier to digest when someone's helping you. When played alone it's a bit too tough for me, but I was never very proficient at shoot 'em ups, apart from maybe Deluxe Galaga. Still, it's an absolute classic and a must-have in any Amiga games collection. Long before Scorched Tanks and Worms, there was Tanks. And even if it seems beyond simple compared to these two titles, we have to keep in mind that without it, we probably wouldn't have either of the two later released games. While Tanks is playable in single player, it's not very entertaining. It shines against a friend, however, and it's obvious that it was conceptualized as a multiplayer title from ground up. In short, on each randomly generated map there are two tanks, one on the left end and one on the right, each controlled by a different player, and they both take shots in turns, one after another, taking gravity, various objects, terrain and wind direction and speed under consideration while aiming. And whomever shoots the other first wins. It's a very basic concept in its execution, but mechanics are so addictive and fun against a friend that even if it's simple, it's very memorable. Despite me not liking Toki at all, I have to give credit where it's due. It's a near-perfect arcade conversion. And while the playfield is very small, even for the Amiga, the sprites and backgrounds are very faithful to the original. Sure, the collision detection leaves a little to be desired, as it's far from perfect, and the game is quite difficult to the point of being annoying and some deaths feeling very cheap and unnecessary, but in the end, that's what the arcade original was too. Toki is an action platformer where you play as an ape, or a human turned into ape rather. And your goal is to get through multiple levels, find the evil wizard who changed you into the animal and kidnapped the princess, and defeat him, changing yourself back into human in the process and saving the dame in distress. Although work on Turrican 2 began initially on C64, it's the Amiga's version that saw the light of the day first. It's the second game in Manfred Trent's series of Metroidvania games, and it's widely considered to be the best out of all three titles. The game consists of many huge, labyrinth-like levels divided into 5 distinct worlds, filled with various walking and flying enemies, and dozens upon dozens of upgrades to your weapons. At the very end, as it's easy to predict, there is a boss, in the form of the Machine. I always found Turrican to be a difficult title, and it's no different here in this sequel. That, however, may just be me not giving it enough time or patience. Turrican 2 came out in an interesting time where most Amiga conversions from the arcades looked great on static pictures, but left a lot to be desired when it came to playability. Turrican, being an original title, however, not only looked great, but also played fast and fluid. It's a game that no doubt, in hearts of most Amiga owners, regardless if they completed it or not, holds a special place. TV Sports Boxing is another of those movie-like in its presentation, cinema-aware sports titles. And from the moment you boot it up, their quality of design and presentation is quite obvious. It's a boxing game with some light management elements that make the gameplay more varied and feel that deeper than just your typical versus fighters. You can design your own boxer, buy all the training equipment that he'll need, train him, hire a boxing manager and set all the fights. You're basically in charge of his career. The interesting thing is how the bouts are actually portrayed. There are 2 viewpoints, top-down and side view. In first, the game controls boxers automatically as they dance around the boxing ring, but as soon as they near each other, it switches to the side view, where all the actual boxing happens and where you're in control. I'm not gonna lie, TV Sports Boxing is not as good as the other Cinemaware titles, but given how great they were, at some point one title had to be a bit worse. Don't get me wrong, it's not a bad game, it's just not as good as I would expect it to be. Utopia is an open-ended strategy management game set in the future, in space, on a planet where you're a mayor and have to manage the colony you're given and raise the quality of its inhabitants' life to the titular utopia. You initially start with just a few colonists and have to build the colony from scratch all by yourself, placing all the buildings and necessary amenities. They take time, money and workers to complete, so it's worth to prioritize and build in the most important to least order. The game also allows you to micromanage many aspects of the colony, like taxes, birth rate and trade. And you play competing against an opposing alien race. On the first glance, it looks as if Utopia was inspired by SimCity and Populous, and if you came to this conclusion too, you're not wrong. The influences are present all throughout. It's not a bad thing though, as they were incredibly good titles after all, and to be frank, Utopia is as well. So if you like titles that require careful planning, you just found a very interesting game to play. Originally, Volfight as an arcade title was a successor to Quicks, adding extra features and switching to a sci-fi aesthetic. And Amiga's version is no different, as it's essentially an arcade-perfect port. Gameplay revolves around claiming area of each of the level's screens while avoiding evil creatures that try to prevent it. You do so by drawing a line from the outside border throughout the playfield, and when you reach the border with said line, without it being broken by one of the enemies, the smaller area out of the two you divided the playfield into becomes the part of the border. In order to complete the level, you must claim 80% of the playfield area. While it may not sound like fun from my description, it's actually not only very playable but addicting. The mechanics are very easy and the entry point is pretty low, but mastering Volfight is not an easy task, but one worth attempting anyway. Vroom is one of the best Amiga racing games. It's hardly a simulation, but as an arcade F1 racer, it's really good indeed. The first thing that will strike you is how fast and fluid it is. Comparing it to titles like Outrun, it leaves the arcade title looking like a lazy port, a beta version of planned release rather than a complete game. That said, Vroom is not without its faults. It's very difficult. But it's not rage-quitting difficult, more of a I'll do better next time difficult. Meaning you can't really blame the game for your failures, but just your lack of proficiency in it. It's a game that rewards patience, practice and repetition. So if you're one of those who don't mind that, you'll have a blast playing Vroom. And these were 57 incredible Amiga games of 1991. Quite a video if I say so myself. It was an interesting year in technology, in gaming and most importantly for the Ami. A lot of great sequels were released to previously successful titles, and a fair bunch of new and unusual games too. If you were an Amiga gamer and had one in 1991, you had your year of gaming filled with awesome games to the brim, and tons more coming a year later. But that's a subject for the next week's video. 1992 was an amazing year for Amiga games, as you'll learn real soon. But first, let's have a quick update on the year's most important tech events. Microsoft released Windows 3.1 that sold 1 million copies in just under 2 months, and phrase surfing the internet was coined in February by a computer scientist one Mark McCahill. 1992 was also a year when very first reusable alkaline battery hit the market and Linux was released under GNU license. Wolfenstein 3D came out on PC, marking a beginning of 3D first-person perspective shooter craze that stormed the world and became the most popular genre for the next few years. And in March, Intel released its 486 DX2 CPU, which effectively doubled the clock speed of their previously fastest chip. Finally, OpenGL Standard was released, perhaps not as popular back then as it is now in its latest evolved form of Vulkan, but it no doubt was a milestone. And it's the time where I usually ask you to smash that like button and hit subscribe. Despite what it may feel like, it's actually a huge help. You may also consider joining my Patreon, but you do you. These videos will always be free here anyway, just a day later than on Patreon, same as they've always been. There are some other perks there too, but like I said, it's totally voluntary. Okay, before I get to the point, I'd like to give credit where it's due. Some of the footage for this video was sampled in small around a minute long parts from other channels. It's either because I couldn't get the particular game to run, or it would have taken a lot of time to get to the point that I wanted to show. Or finally, because I suck at that game and it was just more feasible to show someone who can actually play it. One way or another, all those incredible channels are credited both with a blue ribbon in the video when their footage is running and in the comments section below. And all of them deserve a subscription. they sure have mine. So, with all that out of the way, let's get to it. 4D Sports Driving, aka Stunts, as I'll be calling it here, is a 3D racing video game with an emphasis on stunt tracks and built-in track editor that's surprisingly easy to use. And it's a part of 4D series of games, the other two being boxing and tennis, both mentioned in earlier videos in this History of Games series. In Stunts, you race around the chosen or created track with the aim of completing the lap as quickly as possible without crashing. It wouldn't be anything special though if not for the fact that these are not your regular tracks. No, they are filled with various ramps, loops, jumps and other interesting stunt features. And you can race against the clock or a CPU-controlled drivers in one of the 11 available cars. And while Amiga's 1.2 version of the game is the most recent and with most fixes as compared to other platforms, it doesn't run too great on basic Commodore systems. Neither A500 nor A1200 offer very enjoyable experience if you're not used to low frame rates. It's playable, don't get me wrong, but to appreciate it fully something like 68030 CPU or higher is recommended. What you're watching here is emulated very turboed Amiga 500, normally on original hardware the game does not run that well sadly. A-Train on the Amiga is actually a third game in Japanese series of business simulation video games originally known as Take the A-Train. In A-Train you're in charge of your own railway company and you have no rivals. Really, it's just you. In the city in an open-ended game where you have to get as rich as possible and help the city grow in the process. So, you build railway stations, connections, and you can transport passengers and building materials. First are more profitable, and the latter allow city to grow as the materials are used for building, which in turn can have a positive impact on your passenger transport demands. City's expansion is automatic and you have very little direct control of it, but you can also invest in some buildings of your own, like hotels for instance, which could be another source of income. On the surface it may appear that A-Train is very simplistic, but there's a lot of deep underlying mechanics in play here, and it's really a rewarding title if given time. Agony is beautiful. Not an act of being in extreme pain or near death, no, the game. It's an art piece, it really is. The in-between level images, the backgrounds, the huge sprites. It's one of the best looking Amiga games, and not only in 1992, but overall throughout its lifespan. But what would the graphics be if the game was crap? A shell to hold nothing in it? Well, while Agony may not be the best horizontally scrolling shooter on the system, probably not even one of the best, it's definitely an A-OK one. A bit slower paced than bullet hell titles arcades got us used to, but perhaps it's by design. To give player a feeling of traversal throughout those lush, beautiful areas, so that they could enjoy them as much as they enjoy the shooting. Or more even. Whichever way you look at Agony, be it as a game or an art masterpiece, it's a title that's worth experiencing, even if only once out of curiosity. I could say that Alien Breed Special Edition 1992 is the same game as Alien Breed I spoke about in the History of Amiga Games for year 1991. And technically speaking that would not be incorrect, because it is, but also isn't. Hear me out. While it's the same title, it's been re-released a year later with notable improvements. You could call it a patched version. And that's a novelty in itself, as in early 1990s patches were not very common. Coming back to our special edition though, it came with more levels than original and an eagerly awaited and wanted by the fans password system that allowed continuing of adventure after a terrible failure. And believe me, you will fail in Alien Breed. Terribly. Regardless whichever one of them you play. Other than that, amazing graphics and sounds and dark sci-fi horror atmosphere is still here, and the game plays as good as it did originally, either in single or simultaneous two-player mode. Amber Star is a title in the Talion Software's never-finished trilogy of role-playing games. The third and last title, Amber Worlds, was cancelled based upon poor sales of Amber Star and its sequel Amber Moon. Which is a pity, cause despite the lackluster financial results, both games were actually very good. Amber Star mixes top-down view similar to that of newer Ultima games for overworld map traversal with first-person action, dungeon crawling and combat. And while the graphics were clean and easy on the eyes, they were definitely nothing to write home about and little below what was expected on the Amiga in 1992. Story and role-playing elements, however, were carefully and interestingly crafted, creating a very unique and engaging experience. In short, you and your band of adventurers that you recruit along the way have to find and recover 13 pieces of the Amber Star, talisman used to banish main villain of the game. But don't let this overly simplified description fool you, the game is chock full of character and amazing adventures. We've spoke about a shooter with an O, it's time for one with a B. Apidia, despite the Japanese characters on the screen, is a German game and a horizontal scrolling back-themed shooter. The game is a mixture between R-Type and Gradius. And while it's rather difficult, it's not as unforgiving as either one of the mentioned titles. It is divided into 5 levels, each split into smaller stages, usually 3, where last is the boss stage. First boss is interesting in particular as it requires a very specific approach to survive, which I will not spoil here, but keep in mind that he's not to be tackled the way you would have tackled your usual shooter boss. Apidia offers few different weapons with a power-up bar system clearly based off Gradius and allows for charging your shot as in R-Type. It's another one of those unusually themed games that only Amiga had, and a title worth seeing even if only as novelty. BAT2 The Caution Conspiracy is a futuristic point-and-click adventure game with some light role-playing and action elements, and a sequel to 1990's BAT. In BAT2 you take a role of an agent of Bureau of Astral Troubleshooters sent off to Roma 2, the most important city on a planet which name I will no doubt butcher now badly, Shedishan, where you're supposed to investigate mysterious and unexplained murder of your fellow agent Sylvia Hartford, who was actually a main protagonist in the first BAT. The game mixes adventuring with many bits and bobs taken straight out of other games, so while you work your way on the case in the usual point-and-click 2D style, you also engage in ship-to-ship 3D combat and can even play games in the arcade. Presentation deserves special recognition as many of the backgrounds are animated, featuring characters moving about, etc. It makes the areas you visit feel more natural, more plausible if you will. BAT2 is a title that deserves a whole video of its own, and maybe, just maybe, it may get one at some point. BC Kit is a prehistoric era set action platformer that originated on PC Engine and then was ported to Amiga, NES, Game Boy and even arcades. Titular BC Kit is actually called Bonk, and he's a strong, bold caveman. Or caveboy I should say really, whose mission is to save Princess Za from evil King Drool, both being different type anthropomorphic dinosaurs. Interestingly enough, Bonk doesn't defeat his enemies by launching projectiles at them or doesn't hit them with anything. He jumps, propelling himself upwards to gain momentum and then falls on them with his rock-hard forehead. The game is just beautiful and full of charm. Huge cartoony sprites, lush backgrounds and butter-smooth animation are top of the line for the Amiga in 1992. In fact, it's a title that graphically aged like a good wine. It's probably more appreciated now than it was back then. It's worth mentioning that BC Kit supports 2-button joysticks out of the box, which was not something that was common on the Amiga at all. Black Crypt is a first-person perspective dungeon-crawling role-playing game, clearly inspired by Dungeon Master and Eye of the Beholder. At the start of the game you create your party of 4 adventurers and have to take them through 28 deadly levels of a dungeon appropriately named Tomb of 4 Heroes, to defeat the main antagonist in the form of powerful cleric at the end of it. Or the bottom of it, depends how you want to look at it. The game also features mini-bosses on several of the levels, and interestingly enough, the first one is within just 20 spaces from the start location. So do whatever you want with that knowledge. What I always liked about the game was that the magic user in your party could, via use of a spell, have the dungeon map itself automatically as you made your way through it. Technically speaking, Black Crypt was great. It used very seldom touched by the developers so-called half-bright mode that allowed 64 colors on screen at once. 32 unique ones and additional 32 at half the brightness for shading or color grading. Caesar is a city building game similar to SimCity but set in ancient Rome. Same as with all other city builders, you don't only oversee city's growth but have to micromanage all the details that run it internally as well, making sure that there's enough schools, theaters, bathhouses, libraries, amenities with sustainable distances from residential areas. The major difference from SimCity though, aside from overall theme that is the fact that in Caesar you have to also micromanage your military, so you will organize and fund armed campaigns against barbarians, making sure to cover all the expenses required for such endeavors. Pity that the battles of those units are not shown though. That, however, as far as I remember, was fixed a year later in Caesar Deluxe. All in all, if you're a person that likes to make sure that all the screws are screwed tightly, all the things are neatly lined up on shelves and everything you do is done as optimally as possible, you'll love Caesar. Castle of Dr. Brain is a puzzle adventure game, or to be more precise, puzzle game with some adventure-like story background. In short, you want to become Mad Dr. Brain's assistant, but to do so you have to solve his series of puzzles. And these puzzles are the main fare of the game. They vary quite considerably, and while most require skill in logic and maths, in general it's good to have knowledge in broad range of subjects. As you solve puzzles, you'll earn hint coins, that can be later used in helping you solve more difficult challenges. While Castle of Dr. Brain is really fun puzzler, if you like those kinds of games that is, graphics leave a lot to be desired. They clearly have been ported from PC's VGA version, but they don't look as if any care was taken to touch them up. So they appear like a straight downgrade to lower color count, made in any basic graphics editor. Sid Meier's Civilization is not only one of my most favorite series of games, but this, first installment, despite gamers' personal preferences, is arguably one of the top 10 most important games in history of gaming, overall, not only on the Amiga. I don't think there's anyone who haven't heard about, or at least have a passing knowledge of Civilization, but just to be on the safe side, I'll try my best to explain. The simplest way of describing what Civilization is try to comprehend the encompassing meaning of the word itself. Because that's what the game is. It tells a story, or more appropriately, you design with your actions and choices the story of your own nation, from prehistoric times to the future through all the eras in between. So, you'll build and expand cities, deciding what buildings and units should be produced in them. You'll exploit natural resources, expand into wider areas, explore the unknown, and exterminate any and all enemies if need arises. On top of that, you'll be also directly involved in deciding how your nation's technological progression should look like. You'll directly control all units, both during war and in the more peaceful times, and you'll be the one who'll lead your people to glory, or failure. If any of that sounds interesting to you, you owe yourself to try this gem of a game. And since the first Civilization is the easiest in the series, it's an ideal gateway drug to that just one more turn disease. Covert Action is another of Sid Meier's titles. Coincidentally, another that's very good. It's an action strategy game with adventure elements, and you play a skilled and deadly free agent hired by CIA to investigate ongoing criminal and terrorist activities. You're either he or a she. Not many games at the time short of RPGs allowed for choice of gender, so that's perhaps a small but still welcome addition. The game is divided into missions, they're all time limited, so you have to uncover criminal conspiracy details in each before the time runs out. You do so by completing various spy-themed minigames, so there's combat, cryptography, driving and wiretapping involved. They're all pretty fun and reward details like locations, names and photos of people involved in a crime or connected to a game plot. After each mission you may also receive a promotion, so in a typical for Sid Meier's manner, the game is point-based, meaning that at the end of it, same as in Civilization, you're compared in a score table against set named records. Crazy Cars 3 is amazing, and probably one of the very few titles that could honestly compete with Lotus Games for the crown of the best Amiga arcade racer. So, this is the third installment, we're in the video for 1992, where are the first and second game, you may wonder? Well, they're hopefully forgotten by the history as they were god-awful. This, however, is ace. The game is fast, silky smooth and beautifully crafted. Crazy Cars 3 decided to spice up the standard racing formula by adding many new and interesting mechanics. So you can upgrade your car, gamble betting on races, and there are police chases plus a selection of characters to choose from, obligatory Mr. T lookalike included. While I think that Lotus 2 was technically superior, I always found Crazy Cars 3 to just be more fun and addictive. The only downside of it being lack of multiplayer, which actually was kinda solved in the re-release couple of years later under the name of Lamborghini American Challenge. Curse of Enchantia was British developer Core Design's attempt at competing with LucasArts point-and-click adventure games. And I'm afraid that the word attempt is the keyword here. While the game is fun, full of humor and really well made, it's nowhere near the LucasArts quality. And all because of few minor issues it has. For one, it uses pictographic point-and-click interface rather than the word-based one, and certain objects can be interacted only if you're standing directly next to them, as only then they appear in separate bar, which makes the whole control scheme rather clunky and unintuitive. Secondly, there are no dialogues in the game, and in all quote-unquote conversations, pictures are used as opposed to words. It's an uncommon choice, but also one that makes certain situations unclear. And lastly, Curse of Enchantia is kinda infamous for being incompletable without the walkthrough, because some of the puzzles do not follow a logical conclusion. It's a beautifully looking and sounding good first attempt with some novelties, but not a title to compete with the best. Degeneration is an action-adventure puzzle game that's one of the most unusual and interesting titles of 1992. It's set in Singapore in cyberpunkish environment and in a not-too-distant future of 2021. Future, eh? Funny enough, there is no word in the game about currently ongoing pandemic. Anyway, you're a courier making a delivery to a top researcher Jean-Paul Derrida who works on the top floor of French tech company's Genox lab. Until you enter the building, though you are oblivious to the fact that genetically engineered bioweapons inside are running rampant. The game is an isometric view puzzler at heart, and in each of interconnected rooms you go through, you need to solve a riddle of how to destroy all bioweapons and seal air vents that they infest rooms through. You'll be finding various helpful items and rescuing genlock survivors along your way. You will, however, not step from a path of a perfect courier, and you will eventually get to the reader with his package. Or you won't, cause Degeneration is kinda infamous for its difficulty level. It is one of the most innovative attempts at the puzzler though, so if you've never seen it, give it a go. Dark Queen of Krynn, same as its predecessors, is a Dragonlance Advanced Dungeons & Dragons RPG game and the last part in the Krynn trilogy of Goldbox games. It's virtually the same as the other two and a decent conclusion to the long story. If you've played the earlier ones, you'll want to finish the narrative and see how it all ended here. Apart from some disk load time improvements, ability to use more than one disk drive and interface being cleaned up, not much has changed from previous outings, for better or worse. It's still same good old RPG with tactical turn-based combat, and a title that's, while difficult, is also incredibly fun and enjoyable to complete. Darkseid is a psychological horror point-and-click adventure game with digitized graphics in unseen outside of Office software back then, high resolution. It portrays both our world and mysterious and dark version of it inspired by the work of H.R. Geiger, which gives the game very unique and gloomy atmosphere. Leaving the excellent presentation aside, Darkseid was another of those adventure games that, while being extremely linear, required very precise time management, as often missing doing one thing at a very specific time could render the game unwinnable. And the worst is, it didn't let you know where you've passed that point, so you end up playing it hoping for a conclusion, just to learn later on that it all was a moot approach. If you're careful or have a lot of patience, however, the game can be beaten using rinse and repeat approach. I don't subscribe to that game design choice though, as I find endless repetition boring. Let me start by saying that while Dune 2 is more popular of the two games, I consider first Dune to be more memorable title. It's a masterpiece that effortlessly blends the adventure, strategy and economic genres for a very enjoyable experience. The game loosely follows Frank Herbert's novel, with you placed in the shoes of Paul Artrais, with a goal of driving the House Harkonnen from the planet Dune. So in the adventure sections you'll be talking to various characters found in a book, and they will push the plot forward, while providing story background to all the strategy elements that you'll be in charge of. You'll mine spies, wage war and even work on ecological issues with the Fremen, all to exploit the planet for the priceless spice and to get rid of Harkonnen. Once said spice starts flowing, since it's also a currency used for all the purchases, the Emperor will begin making demands for regular shipments, and you'll have limited time to fulfill them, or otherwise he will invade Dune and game will end abruptly. Dune is neither the best strategy nor the adventure game really, being extremely linear to the point of you taking part in most interactions more as a passive witness rather than a person who can actually influence the choices taken. But those parts put together make for an atmospheric and fun game. Elvira 2: The Jaws of Cerberus is a better of the two Elvira games that came out on the Amiga. Not that the other one was bad, this one's just better. And yet again you're in a horror role-playing adventure mashup, this time playing as Elvira's boyfriend who has to save her. She's been captured by the three-headed demon Cerberus that wants to use her powers for his own gains. If you think about it though, how big her powers could realistically be if she was being captured left and right between both games and couldn't get out on her own accord? Unless her power was the ability to spawn instant arousals in her male counterparts, then yeah, I see it as being plausible. Anyway, this time you're not in the castle but are working away through a horror movie studio, where all the props and movie sets turned into real monsters. All because of the studio being built on ancient haunted grounds. And same as last time, you play from first-person perspective, moving on a tile-based grid maps. Unique feature of Elvira 2 was the magic system that often called for use of specific items to cast spells, like glass object or a liquid. And they could be various items picked up throughout the game, as long as they filled the criteria. Eye of the Beholder 2: The Legend of Darkmoon is eagerly awaited by fans, sequel to the first title from prior year. It's also a first-person perspective tile-based movement role-playing game set in Advanced Dungeons & Dragons universe. Unlike the previous title though, this time outdoor areas are added and the amount of interaction with various objects and environment is considerably expanded, making for a more involving role-playing experience. The main fare, however, are the vast catacombs beneath the Temple of Darkmoon. Upper levels of said temple and its three towers, Silver, Azure and Crimson. And you'll be crawling through there to find and finally defeat the High Priest Drandragor, who's not what he seems, but I suppose his surname gives it away anyway. And he's amassing an army of skeletal warriors to attack and take over Waterdeep. While Fire and Ice was never my favorite platformer, it's easily one of the best on the Amiga. Technically speaking, it's very impressive, mixing and matching colors in such a way that it appears as if there was many more of them than they actually are. And using big, buttery smooth animated sprites with an equally impressive reflection makes for a very good looking game. Your goal in each level is to find broken into several pieces key, the level exit door, and then unlock it with that key. Pieces are dropped by defeating enemies, so you'll be hunting them in each stage. The main weapon at your disposal is Cool Coyote's Ice Cold Spit that does no damage but temporarily freezes monsters. You defeat them by touch while they're in this frozen state. So you could say that your weapon is quote-unquote bad touch. The levels are quite varied and the game is generally fun, short of a bit slippery for the lack of a better word controls. At least that's how I perceive them, even now, 30 odd years later. Nearly everything in Fire Force's design is interesting, short of time limit, but we'll circle back to that in a moment. In essence, it's a horizontal scrolling action arcade game that puts you in shoes of a Special Forces agent that has to perform various randomly assigned missions. So you'll perform stealth killings, plant explosives, and kill all the bodies that you can lay your eyes on, among other. The game is very replayable because of that, and also because there's quite a lot of items to pick up in various tents, buildings, and from defeated enemies. Which, given the time limit, means that you can't always check everything out in one go. Fire Force is quite graphic in some of the Marines' actions depiction, and today it would have probably gotten some kind of mature or late teen rating. But back then we just played anything we could get our hands on, and there was virtually no control over it other than the parents. I don't know about yours, but mine were totally oblivious to what I was playing and doing. Coming back to that time limit though, it's brutal. I mean, the game is difficult on its own, but that counter seems to be chosen for each level in exactly right amount to complete it. Fully running, not stopping at all, and without making any mistakes. Which, you know, some cracks fixed, but it's hardly a solution if you have an original. I'm not sure if it was same everywhere, but where I grew up there was a common urban myth that Flashback was a sequel to Another World. Which, as we very well know now, is not the case. Sure, both games have the same developer and similar fluidly animated style with numerous animated sequences and incredible intros, but that's about it. They are separate entities. Flashback is a cinematic action platformer set in a futuristic/cyberpunkish environment that is best known for its atmosphere and lifelike character animations. It didn't hurt that it played pretty well either. The level design, however, is what I think is the most prominent feature here. All the enemy placement and puzzles require careful route planning and, most importantly, strategic approach. Running in willy-nilly guns blazing rarely ends up being successful outside of first couple of levels maybe. Flashback is a timeless classic that was ported to nearly all systems available at the time, and to many more current ones too. First two titles out of trilogy of Goblin's point-and-click adventure games were released on the Amiga in 1992. Both games were a huge success and were easily recognizable among a sea of various adventure games, via their unique comical graphic style, mumbly incomprehensive ultra-fast speech and humor. The most memorable feature of Goblins are the puzzles, that allow for approach with various interactions and objects, often completely useless in solving them. But with these attempts always resulting in fun and quirky animations, showing your little protagonists either failing or getting hurt. So it was as much a puzzle game as it was a game of multiple tries. Which, come to think of it now, seems like was a design choice. Because many of the puzzles do not follow any logic in their solutions and are based, it seems, on you enjoying those little outcomes until you hit the nail on the head with the right one. Not to say that the game was completely random, because it wasn't. But let's say that if you play Goblins the way you would have played any other adventure game, looking for logical paths and if this then that solutions, you'll have most fun but also will progress much slower. History Line is a spin-off from Battle Isle series, taking part during World War I. It's a turn-based strategy for up to 2 players taking place on a hexagonal grid map. The game campaign tells the story of German forces invading France, and you can pick either of the sides to play as. As much as the 24-mission campaign is fun, the game really shines in multiplayer and offers 12 dedicated maps for this mode. Although History Line was quite popular, it never really reached heights of Battle Isle, and henceforth Ariel planned other games in the historical series were canned. Humans is a puzzle platformer that's one of the most unusual games of 1992. The goal of the game usually is to get all of your humans to the level exit. To do so you have to use various abilities that they get along with progressing through levels, and this can range from forming a human pyramid/ladder to using tools like spears, torches, wheels and ropes to name a few. The Lemmings inspiration in humans is quite obvious, but despite that the game stands on its own feet. The titular humans are much bigger than the few pixels in size Lemmings, and the game itself is more strategic and not an arcade. You have a very direct control of each of your characters and their skills. It's not the best puzzle game on the Amiga, but definitely one of the most unique. Indie Hit is a port from arcades, and funny enough, while it may not look better, it plays better than the original. It's not overly difficult and is just fun to dive into, especially in two-player mode when you can compete with your buddy on numerous top-down view tracks, trying to one-up each other. Having drinks or beer while doing so is advisable for ultimate enjoyment of this title. Indie Hit is an arcade racer where you have to keep a constant eye on your turbo and gasoline levels. When the gas runs out, your car slows down to a crawl, so whenever you're close to depleting it, you should get into the pit stop ASAP. Sure, while you're there, all the other cars keep racing, but since everyone needs to do so at least 2-3 times per race, timing is the key to victory. Jaguar XJ220 is clearly inspired by the Lotus series. And if you have no Lotus or Crazy Cars 3, it's a decent substitute, being a pretty good arcade racer. If you however have any other of the mentioned titles, you may as well skip the Jaguar. It's not a bad game per se, but it's a bit samey. All the cars and roadside features seem identical to one another and it just feels bland. Still, the feeling of speed and competition is here, so if you're all about that and have no other similar games, you'll have fun with Jaguar nonetheless. Gym Power in Mutant Planet is a run-and-gun action platformer that's very console-like in its design and quality, meaning it's incredibly colorful with what seems to be way more than 32 colors on screen at once. In reality there's no more, but they're very neatly mixed and the basic Amiga's chipset is really put to the test here. The sprites are huge and butter smoothly animated, and there are multiple levels of beautiful parallax scrolling. The game offers flying shooter sections every once in a while to stay fresh, and huge boss fights that heavily rely on pattern memorization. Gym Power is not the best playing platformer on the system, but it's definitely one of the few with best presentation. Access Software's Lynx, designed by Carver Brothers of leaderboard fame, is probably the best golf game on the Amiga. Although it's the slowest loading game I have ever seen on any system to date, it's perfectly crafted simulation that's just a treat to look at and a blast to play if you're patient. While PC version used beautiful VGA 256 color palette, Amiga's version beats it by using a full spectrum of ham graphical mode, so 4096 colors all at once, on the very basic A500. And games that achieve that feat can probably be counted on just few fingers, of one hand. In fact, off the top of my head I can't think of any other. Anyway, as golf games go, this one simulates the sport best as possible on 16-bit systems and uses digitized graphics for a modern looking at the time presentation. Today's golf games may be better, but if you give Lynx a bit of your time, you'll quickly find that it's as entertaining now as it always was, even 30 years after its release. There are two games called Locomotion on the Amiga, the one that you're watching now and much worse, released a year earlier, being a conversion of C64 game called Loco. The title and the fact that they're both trains themed is all they have in common. We're not gonna waste any more time on the crap one, however. This Locomotion is a fantastic puzzle game that's also quite challenging. But not in a frustration-inducing way, more in a I know I can do better next time way. While the premise is simple, the fact that the game runs in real time makes for very adrenaline-filled puzzling. There are letter-named train stations and trains are going between them. Challenge comes from making sure that the tracks are correctly switched to get them to their destinations without crashing, and since they all run at once, it can become hectic easily. While the most people consider Lotus 2 to be the best in the series and the best arcade racer on the Amiga, I think the last, third installment is equally as good. Even if not by much, the graphics have been polished to the absolute maximum basic Amiga could handle, and the game as always runs super smooth, scaling those sprites beautifully. It's also quite huge considering that it fit on 2 floppies, offering 13 different types of scenery and 3 cars to choose from. The 2-player split screen is obviously still here, and it's as fun as usual, and a welcome addition of Rex, a sort of simple track editor, extends the life of Lotus 3 considerably, near infinitely in fact. Lure of the Temptress is a point-and-click adventure game with few and far in between, but nonetheless still present arcade battle sequences. But that's not the only unique feature of this title. Arguably, aside from its odd mixture of humor and serious storyline, the most prominent feature is Virtual Theater Engine, which allowed in-game characters to wander around the game world independently of each other and player actions, performing their everyday tasks. This made the game world feel more alive, more natural, and was used in some other future titles, namely Beneath a Steel Sky and first 2 Broken Sword games. Story-wise, you Diermo, a peasant, a beater for the king's hunting party, and by a series of unfortunate events that led to King's early demise, you're the only one left to defeat the evil enchantress Selina, the titular Temptress. The Manager is my second most favorite football management game on the Amiga, only better by the Ultimate Soccer Manager. It's also the first Football Manager that I've ever played, so my opinion may be a bit biased. It's an interesting title because it's one that doesn't require intimate knowledge of the sport to be enjoyed and offers very fun multiplayer mode for up to 4 players on one machine. And to this day I remember wasting whole nights with my 2 cousins just running our teams against each other and trading players. Sure, it's a bit more basic title compared to others in the genre, especially when it comes to ways you can earn money or how in-depth you can get with the whole tycoon elements of running everything in the club and not only the team itself, but it more than makes up for it with playability, ease of access and pure fun. Might and Magic 3 Isles of Terra is the best and most modern in its design and presentation out of all legendary Might and Magic games released on the Amiga. It's a first-person party role-playing game with tile-based movement and turn-based combat. It's also the first title in the series that supports mouse control, which may have not been novelty in 1992, but for the series it most definitely was something that made lives of players much easier. The game also offers auto-mapping feature and maps larger than previously available, exceeding earlier limit of 16 by 16 squares. The biggest new feature of Might and Magic, however, was ability to save game virtually anywhere short of one location in the game, which removed the need for players to constantly keep locations of inns in mind, as saves could only be made there previously. I realized that I said nothing about the story, but given that Might and Magic 3 is still considered as one of the best RPGs of all time, I suppose it's best not to spoil it. Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge, second outing in Monkey Island series, while perhaps not being as influential as the first title, is still nearly as good and one of the very best point-and-click adventure games ever released. Many things have been improved, from graphics that have a bit more animated movie look to them, to the interface and cinematic feel of the adventure. The traditional for the series swashbuckling comedy atmosphere is omnipresent and will keep you laughing from start to finish. Once again, your Guybrush Threepwood, who's finally a pirate. Perhaps one that other pirates laugh at, but a pirate nonetheless. And this time you're on a quest to find the Big Whoop, a legendary treasure that's said to be bigger, better, treasurier than all the riches of the richest. Yep, one of these is not a word. Anyway, I'm sure title gave it away, but once more you'll face LeChuck, this time zombified. Monkey Island 2, same as its predecessor, is an experience that all gamers, regardless of what their fave genres are, should dive into at least once. It's worth it. No Second Prize is a game I always forget about. And that's also the reason why it's not in my best racing games on the Amiga list. And whenever I talk about it, I call it Vroom, which would not be an issue if Vroom wasn't entirely a different game, made by a different company using different graphics engine and based around different vehicles. But that all is irrelevant really. No Second Prize is amazing, full 3D motorbike simulation that runs surprisingly well on all even very basic Amigas. To the point that it's probably the most fluid 3D racer on the system throughout its whole lifespan. The game uses very intuitive and super smooth mouse controls, which may sound like a bad choice, but it's not only quite fitting but also feels very natural while racing. Unless you're me, that is, and cannot at all control the bike on modern minds under emulation. But this may be an issue that's common to me and not anyone else, so I won't hold it against No Second Prize. To summarize, it's incredibly fun and fast bike simulation that would have easily gotten on my top 10 races list if I wouldn't forget about it 5 minutes after playing it last. Pinball Dreams is one of my most favorite pinball games on the Amiga. Also most likely first real pinball simulation on the system, with earlier attempts being lackluster at best and terrible at worst. This Digital Illusions title is very solid all throughout. It offers 4 differently themed and playing tables. So, there's Ignition, a rocket space traversal themed table, simplest in design out of all 4, but fun anyway. Steel Wheel, my personal favorite spaghetti western table, Beatbox, a modern at the time music themed table, and last but not least Nightmare. Horror, nightmares and all kind of monsters is what it's all about. While the ball physics are not perfect yet, they are believable, and lack of impossible ramps, platforms or features on all 4 tables makes Pinball Dreams a very realistic experience. Released in the same year as Pinball Dreams, Pinball Fantasies is my most favorite computer pinball of 2D era of games. Ball physics and graphics have been slightly improved, and in general Fantasies feels like a bit more polished product. It also offers 4 differently themed tables. They are more advanced however, still realistic but offering more variety and things to unlock, trigger and get points on. And with use of dot matrix display simulated in the game, some mini games on it are also available when unlocked by special events. The tables are Partyland, my absolute favorite, funfair/amusement park themed one, Speed Devils, a racing table. This one I spent the most time playing as a kid against my cousin who was a car nut. Then there's a $1 billion game show. My best friend at the time did some crazy high scores on it, and it's a TV game show team table. And finally, Stones and Bones, a better version of Nightmare Table from a previous game. Pinball Fantasies is amazing and one of my absolute most favorite games on the Amiga. Team 17's Project X is a horizontal scrolling shoot-em-up similar in its design to Gradius and R-Type. The game's presentation is top-notch. Both graphics and sound are great, in the very standards Team 17 got us used to. Project X is built out of 5 big levels and offers 7 different weapons to choose from. Guns, build-up, sideshot, homing missiles, plasma, magma and laser beam. It all sounds great, but the game is hell, and not in a symbolic meaning. No, I truly believe that if hell existed, then people sent there would be sat down at flickering screens of old CRTs and given Project X to play. It's so difficult that it became infamous for that, and historically speaking, apparently hardly anyone ever completed level 3, which prompted Team 17 to release Special Edition a year later. A virtually identical game, but considerably less difficult. Pushover has it all. Graphics, music and sound, excellent even if short animated introduction, and most of all, addictive gameplay. The Quavers product placement is largely irrelevant as it doesn't affect the gameplay in any way. The idea here is simple. All yellow dominoes have to be knocked over in each level, always ending with a very specific one. And since there are many different kinds of those, each with unique behavior, the gameplay is challenging but incredibly fun not only to play, but also to work out. Great game and a hidden gem that many do not know about. In the end, even though it may not be as remembered as some other games in the genre are, for me, this, along with One Step Beyond, are the best puzzle games on the Amiga. Maybe short of Lemmings, that was just on another level. Rampart is an arcade port, so technically could be best classified as an arcade strategy. The game progresses in pairs of stages, where first one is always a defense stage, where you have to destroy as many attacking ships as possible in given time, and second is the main meat of the game, the fortifications building stage, during which you have to assemble as good defenses as you can, using Tetris-like shaped wall fragments. They can be rotated freely and have to be placed around castles. The more castles they encompass, the more points you'll get to build cannons. Keep in mind, however, that at the end of this stage, at the very least one castle has to be completely surrounded by walls, as otherwise the game is lost. So what's so strategic about it? Well, aside from the arcade defense bit, you have to calculate and manage your time strategically to best optimize your division between securing kept castles and expanding towards new ones. It sounds simple but can be very hectic and most importantly very fun to play against another player. Red Baron is my most favorite World War I themed arcade simulation of aerial combat. It's set on a western front and you can either partake in singular missions of various kind or play a career mode, flying for either German Air Service or Royal Flying Corps. So you might end up eventually in Manfred von Richthofen, titular Red Baron's squadron, or fighting against him, depending on how well you do. Each successful shooting down of enemy planes is counted and counter kept by the game, as players' promotions are based off that. Red Baron is much more of an arcade game than a simulation, but it's for the best really, as the game can be enjoyed for what it is without the need to learn complicated controls and dozens of switches and levers to keep an eye on. Road Rush may very well be just a Mega Drive port. It may not be as technically advanced as many other games on this list, and it may not sound or look the best. But it's one of the first few games I had on my Amiga, and it was, and still is to this day, one of the most fun racers on 16-bit machines. The tracks are interesting and varied, and it's equally as enjoyable to simply race on them as it is to smash your opponents or kick them off their bikes. It's not as smooth as Lotus 2 is, or as graphically impressive as some newer games are, but it doesn't have to reinvent the wheel when it's just plain fun to immerse yourself in. It's a cool little game that, while perhaps simple, is something that no other game tried to replicate, and that makes it important and worthy of being in this video. RoboCop 3 is an entirely different game to the previous two side-scrolling 2D outings. Perhaps it's for the best. Sure, it's a game that proved that while it was possible to run it on a basic A500, it was not the best choice, and A1200 should be considered as a bare minimum for enjoyable gameplay. Interestingly enough, RoboCop 3 came out a bit before the third movie did, so it's not related to it in any way. The game was famous for being probably the first ever to feature a full 3D cityscape and first-person perspective shooting section entirely driven by mouse controls, which may not have been the most comfortable, but was quite immersive at the time nonetheless. Saber Team is a strategy game with tactical turn-based combat. It may only contain 5 missions, meaning it's a bit on the shorter side, but the tactical aspect of it is so well executed that you'll end up playing it more than once anyway. If you like those kinds of games, that is. It takes place on a tactical isometric view maps where you command your small Spec Ops team, the titular Saber team. Judging by the graphics and actions available to your little troops, it was no doubt in no small part an inspiration for later titles like UFO Enemy Unknown and Jagged Alliance. The game is not the easiest, especially in missions with hostages, but given how fun it is, it's good because it allows for multiple playthroughs. Presentation-wise, the game is pretty good. Perhaps not the best for 1992, but there's nothing to pick on here. The first Sensible Soccer came out in 1992, and regardless if you liked it or not, you have to agree that it changed the Amiga football gaming scene forever. While not everyone may subscribe to the idea that Sensi was the best footy on the Amiga, most did, and the game gained a cult following. Personally, I liked it, but always sucked at it, so couldn't make that connection that made others love it. In fact, Sensible Soccer is so popular that the tournaments in it are still being played to this day, on original Amiga hardware no less. Technically speaking, it's nothing to write home about, but the tiny cute players, pixel-perfect collision detection and hectic, incredibly fast gameplay is what stole the hearts of sport lovers in the 90s. While still beautiful and technically impressive, Shadow of the Beast 3 does not leave you awed and impressed as previous titles did. But just because it's not as stunning doesn't mean that it's bad. In fact, it's the best playing out of all three games, and honestly, in terms of gameplay there's no competition. This finally can be called a real, perhaps difficult but enjoyable platformer, and not a presentation of Amiga's capabilities. The levels are a bit smaller, more contained, but much more better designed, with no random and endlessly spawning enemies. Shadow of the Beast 3 is the first game in the series that feels as it was designed to be played and not only looked at. And it's the only game out of all three that I actually like to play. Sim End is most unique and innovative game of 1992 on the Amiga. It's designed by famous Will Wright, and I could best describe it as part game, part ant colony simulation. You manage black ant colony in someone's backyard and have to expand said colony, ultimately leading it to spread all over the garden, into the house, and finally to drive out opposing red ants and humans out of their house. Interesting concept was the ability to control one of the ants directly, searching for food, expanding your underground anthill, if it can even be called that, and battling against other insects. Perhaps Sim End was not as good or well received as other sim games, especially that it offered win conditions and wasn't open-ended as the others were, but it was a very unusual and quite enjoyable title. As you can probably see on the screen already, Street Fighter 2's Lemon Amiga score is 5.70, which is only a tad higher than the average. Why would I place such game on this list then? Well, despite its multiple shortcomings that we'll talk about in a moment, Street Fighter 2 was a proof of concept that premium arcade versus fighting game could be ported to the basic 1MB Amiga. It's not a great port, bland in its color palette with many of the animation frames reduced or missing, and jerky movement as a result of that, but it works. All stages, including the two bonus ones, all characters, their regular and special moves are in the game, and technically speaking it's fully working and completable from start to finish. In fact, I, being a fan of arcade original, played it quite a lot until better ports like Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter 2 The New Challengers were released on the Amiga. UG, or however you wanna call it, is not your everyday platformer. In fact, you don't walk around platforms at all. Instead, you're a pilot picking up and delivering passengers between them. And as much as it may seem odd and boring, the gameplay is extremely addictive. There are numerous enemies and environmental obstacles, and the platform placement along with time limits prove to be a great formula for progression. Really cool game, and one that everyone should try, as it's a hidden gem among hundreds of semi-platformers on the Amiga. And while UG received ports to many systems, I always found it to be the most playable, most genuine here on the Ami. If you saw no reason in early 90s to upgrade your Amiga, Ultima 6 was one. On A500 with a single floppy drive, it not only was as slow as a snail, but also all the disk juggling was borderline obsessive-compulsive inducing after a while of playing. Apparently the reason for that was the fact that it was lazily ported from PC using hardly altered codebase without any Amiga optimizations. On 6830 CPU with some extra RAM, Ultima was a very playable title, however. It is also considered one of the best and most important role-playing games in history of gaming. It offered pretty good graphics for the time, vast and non-linear story, and world as open as virtually none other at the time. You could immerse yourself in seemingly pointless tasks, living your life in a game, baking goods or fishing. You didn't have to follow the main questline. It's advisable, obviously, but not necessary. One of the biggest changes between Ultima 6 and earlier titles was the change of in-game perspective. which was now single-plane top-down semi-isometric view without separate screens for towns, cities or dungeons. Instead of being icons on the main map, they are de facto parts of the map now. This choice makes Ultima a much more immersive game than it would have been otherwise. Wing Commander is a space combat simulation game designed by then famous Chris Roberts. Now he's kinda infamous as his Star Citizen that's been in development for the bigger part of the decade and is still crowdfunded today is nowhere near the release it seems. But all that aside, the game has a story and presentation that seems to be Star Wars fans' space dogfight dream. It features many different races and sides to the conflict that Mr. Roberts himself described as World War II in space. And even though I preferred Frontier to Wing Commander, I have to say that the game is quite fun to play and I understand its popularity. Wing Commander uses very simple but quite enjoyable for the player dynamic mission feature, meaning the better you do, the more offensive your missions in the campaign will be. And if you fail a lot, many of these will be purely defensive in nature. While the basic version of the game on the Amiga is not great, CD32 outing is stellar, looking as good as on PC and running super smoothly, and that's the one I would recommend. Wolfchild is 8-way scrolling action platformer. Biotechnology researcher Cal has been kidnapped by the evil Chimera organization and you, as his son Saul, use one of his inventions to turn yourself into half-man, half-wolf to defeat the evil company. And the logic behind that choice escapes my understanding. Anyway, at least that's what the animated introduction tells us. The game looks and sounds great, and no wonder as the developer is responsible for an earlier Switchblade 2 title. Wolfchild's level design is pretty good and the enemies and bosses are quite interesting. That said, unavoidable deaths and pointless constant enemy respawns coupled with pretty high difficulty level make Wolfchild at times more annoying than fun. So approach at your own discretion. Xenon 2 Mega Blast is vertically scrolling shoot 'em up. The Bitmap Brothers graphics are easily recognizable and of their usual high quality. The sounds of shots, explosions and everything in between are very enjoyable too. And that's pretty much everything good I have to say about it. I don't like it. Never did and most likely never will. The graphics are beautiful and detailed, it's a fact, but the color palette makes it seem all samey all throughout, with shades of brown and grey-blue seemingly used to build the whole game world. It's boring. Gameplay-wise, it's so-so, could be better, could be worse, but the frame rate is beyond terrible and leaves a lot to be desired running at supposedly 25 FPS, but feeling like half as much. So yeah, historically it was an important and well-received title that I never found a single reason to like. 1992 follows the trend of last few videos having some of the best Amiga games released. There are quite a few of my favorites here too, but having to finish this video makes me happy for a completely different reason. Next video will cover 1993, a year that I always considered best for Amiga gaming, and working on it will allow me to confirm or deny that thesis and satisfy my curiosity. Hopefully, it will also give us something to talk about in the comments. I long predicted that 1993 will be the best year for the Amiga games. Or was the best year really. Anyway, here we are in a video that's over 70 titles strong, that I have no way of knowing yet as I record this, but I predict that it will crash my editing PC at least twice while rendering. Anyway, when it comes to this magnificent year, many things have happened, but most important were the CERN releasing the web source code and in the process accelerating the growth of internet tenfold over what seemed like a day or two. Bill Clinton helped in creation of .gov and .org domains and put White House on the net, allowing general public to directly email the president, so himself, vice president and the first lady, which I have no doubt was abused within seconds of becoming public knowledge. In the same year, PowerPC CPU was introduced and used near exclusively by the new line of Apple's Power Macs. And last but not least, general proof of work concept was introduced, and while it may have not been used widely then, now is a very important baseline for little thing that we know as Bitcoin mining earnings. And it's the time when I usually ask you to smash that like button and hit subscribe. Despite what you may feel like, it's actually a huge help. You may also consider joining my Patreon, but you do you. These videos will always be free here anyway, just a day later than on Patreon. Same as they've been since day one. There are some other perks there too, but like I said, it's totally voluntary. Okay, before I get to the point, I'd like to give credit where it's due. Some of the footage for this video was sampled in small parts from other channels. It's either because I couldn't get the particular game to run, or it would have taken a lot of time to get to the point that I wanted to show, or finally, because I suck at that game and it was just more feasible to show someone who can actually play it. One way or another, all those incredible channels are credited both with a blue ribbon in video when their footage is running, and in the comments section below. And all of them deserve a subscription. They sure have mine. So, with all that out of the way, let's get to it. Alien Breed 2 The Horror Continues is appropriately named as it does. I mean, horror, it continues. Or as Master Yoda would have said,
the horror is strong in this one.
Oh my god, that was bad. Anyway, the game is way too tough for my liking and I just get frustrated rather than have fun when playing it. But judging by the Lemon Amiga score, my opinion seems to be an isolated one. Although the graphics were improved and the game uses newer, smoother scrolling engine, Alien Breed 2 is not fun. But I suppose it depends how much a player hates him or herself. Interestingly enough, the same engine was later on used by Team 17 to release their best platformer, Super Frog, which, while representing totally different genre, was a much more enjoyable game. Amber Moon is a successor to Amber Star, a second title in unfinished trilogy of Talion's games. It's a role-playing game that plays in two perspectives. Top-down for generic buildings and overworld traversal, and 3D for dungeons, cities and special buildings. The game world is huge and full of many interesting and beautifully crafted, detailed locations, some even from previous Talion's games. Unlike many of the games of the time, Amber Moon can easily take over 100 hours to complete. While this is definitely a good thing, it's also a reason why it came on 9 floppies, and was a disk-swapping nightmare for those that were not lucky enough to own a hard drive. Interesting novelty was a height of first-person perspective viewpoint that depended entirely on the height of a character that was active at the time. While Amber Moon did not age great, especially in terms of scrolling of 2D sections, it's probably one of, if not the best, RPG on the Amiga. The Ancient Art of War in the Skies is one of the most unusual games of 1993 and a sequel to The Ancient Art of War and The Ancient Art of War at Sea, which were never released on the Amiga. It's a mixture of strategy and arcade games. So, most of your time will be spent on a 2D map directing your squadrons to their targets, and when they reach those, the game will switch into arcade mode. And there are two of those. A dogfight, side view one, where you battle against enemy planes, and an overhead view where you drop bombs on marked bombing targets. It's a really fun and engaging title that's sadly borderline unplayable outside of emulation because of ungodly long load times. It is truly a test of patience for those who play it on a real Amiga. And for those who approach the game with just one floppy drive, I salute you, as you are the true alphas among the rest of us. On April 30th, 2022, one Sideshow Bob, whose name I have no doubt butchered beyond recognition, wrote this on Lemon Amiga game page about Arabian Nights. If there was ever a game that needed a graphic overhaul and rebalancing, this is it. It sits on the edge of greatness but doesn't quite make it. I'm not sure how old Sideshow Bob is, so I kinda just imagined him as Easy Pete from Fallout New Vegas. Sorry. On a side note, I'm not sure that Easy Pete sounded the way I did just there. Anyway, I couldn't have put it better myself. These two sentences summarize the game perfectly. It's a game that does everything well: graphics, sound, level design and gameplay, everything, but nothing exceptional. And while it's definitely one of the most unique and memorable platformers on the Amiga, it's short of those few last coats of polish for ascension to something bigger, better and more unforgettable. Personally, I always liked it and played it to death with a friend of mine as a kid, but it's a bit uneven title, sometimes more, sometimes less difficult, so approach it at your own accord. B-17 Flying Fortress is a combat flight simulator of a titular bomber and an amazing game on PC. That's totally unplayable on the Amiga on anything other than heavily upgraded system with at least 68030 or 040 CPU or via emulation. And yes, I know that it technically could run on even the lowly A500, but regardless if it's A500 or A1200, in my opinion the game is a punishment on those systems that should be issued as opposed to community service to people who commit minor crimes. That said, if you have a system that could run it fluidly, it's an excellent simulation and one of the best of the early 90s and tons of fun. I suppose its 230 pages strong manual is the best proof on in-depth quality of a simulation that it offers. But that's something that you can check for yourself. With what I'm about to say now, I'll make some enemies. I'm sure of it. Anyway, Body Blows came out in a time when everyone strived for a perfect Street Fighter II clone, and most failed miserably. Body Blows is not different, sadly. The sound and graphics are excellent and could have served as an amazing base for a great versus fighting game. Team 17, however, had other plans, and there's no reason to circle around it. When it comes to gameplay, they just phoned it in. It's uninspiring, samey all throughout, and the characters seem to have a very limited palette of special moves. It's an okay game for 15 minutes against a friend, but any more than that or against a CPU is just boring. Many of you will probably disagree, but I'm not dissing Team 17 here for the sake of it. I believe they were capable of much more and just didn't care enough to put the hours in. Brutal Sports Series Football is the first title in Brutal duology of sports games. It's a very speedball-esque take on American football, but played by 7-a-side teams and much more brutal, gory and at times even deadly. Today the game would have been rated mature, as not only it glorifies violence in sport, but also depicts it in a very bloody, gruesome way, often resulting in decapitations via use of various in-game weapons. Don't get me wrong, I loved it, and I played it with a buddy of mine nearly daily for a part of one summer in 1990s. It's just a game that hardly ever got mentioned when the subject of violence in games was raised back then, while titles like Mortal Kombat were on absolute forefront of discussion. Anyway, if you enjoy light and not too strict when it comes to rules sports games, you'll love it. Personally, I always liked that you could win the match by eliminating the opposing team rather than by scoring. I love post-apocalyptic games. Don't know why? Perhaps it's the romantic idea of surviving what should not be survivable against all odds? Or odd mixture of 50s aesthetic and sci-fi that Fallout games popularized in their view of catastrophe. It's hard to tell, but back when Burn Time was released, neither of the Fallout games were a reality yet. And I sort of missed Burn Time. I'm not sure if I intentionally skipped it or if I just couldn't get my hands on it, but I didn't play it back then. And it's a pity, cause it's a very unique strategy game with some RPG elements. It takes place at the end of civilization as we know it, and you're in charge of conquering remaining habitable areas and survival of your people. You have to secure sources of food and water and protect your settlements. And as an added bonus, Burn Time could also be played in multiplayer, which made it even better. Especially cause most of those older, unusual strategies stuck to a single player mode. In my not so humble opinion, Cannon Fodder is Sensible Software's best game ever. Even better than their series of soccer games and one of the best arcade titles of the 16-bit era. It's a top-down view shooter fully controlled by mouse. And I gotta say that it's perfect, ergonomic and easy to comprehend even for someone who's not familiar with games. Staple sensible graphics are a core of presentation here, with few pixels in size, perfectly animated soldiers that you lead and various numerous enemies that they face. The game, in essence, has you leading a unit of up to 5 soldiers against enemy forces in 24 different missions, divided into 72 smaller phases. They range in objectives like killing all enemy units or destroying all their buildings, which coincidentally are also where those enemies spawn. And at your disposal, aside from machine guns, you have grenades, rockets and in some missions vehicles of many kinds. It's one of most fun and easy to get into games on the Amiga, easily in my top 10 overall. Same as with Cannon Fodder, Chaos Engine, a creation by famous Bitmap brothers, is one of the best games on the Amiga. It seems that 1993, as I predicted, is a year that spawned most memorable titles for the system. But we'll see if that's true as we go along with the video. Anyway, the game is beautiful, steampunkish shooter for 1 or 2 players. And if you have a chance, I recommend from the get-go to play it with a friend, as it's then when Chaos Engine really spreads its wings. Not to mention that it's quite difficult, so having someone other than the CPU to help you makes it more enjoyable. The game could be best described as Gauntlet on steroids, that's less samey and less closed off, with more open areas and small puzzles. I suppose it was in direct competition with Alien Breed series of games, and as much as both of these did not age perfectly like Cannon Fodder did, and require a bit of patience to get into, I think Chaos Engine is better than its Alien counterpart. It's not a rule, but in this particular case, second outing of Chuck Rock 2 Son of Chuck, is a better game than its predecessor. The game takes place in unspecified prehistoric times, and it seems to base a lot of its design ideas on the Flintstones. Which is not a bad thing, as back in the day the Flintstones were a pretty decent kids show. Story-wise, Chuck from yestergame has been kidnapped and it's up to his son now to save him. The graphics are top-notch and accompanied by large, well-animated sprites of various prehistoric creatures. The level design is quite unusual and not following any of the standard genre tropes. Sometimes you'll have to scale a dinosaur spanning multiple screens, other time you'll run around phone lines or jump off of lizard's tongue to avoid dangers or get over obstacles. It all fits nicely together and is complemented by an enjoyable and often filled with genuinely funny moments gameplay. Combat Air Patrol is a flight simulator that takes place during the First Gulf War, and you have 2 aircrafts to choose from, F-14 Tomcat and FA-18 Hornet, with first primarily focusing on escort and patrol missions and second on bombing runs. The game offers a very deep and comprehensive simulation that allows for missions to be run all throughout. Meaning before you even get to your objective you have to take off, fly to it, often refuel midair if necessary, and then after completing it, come back and land. The game ends either when Kuwait is liberated or Saddam Hussein neutralized. Interesting addition is strategic layer, where aside from flying the missions yourself, you can control groups of ground troops and plan mission routes. Additionally, and it's a huge plus, while Combat Air Patrol is in 3D, it doesn't run like a snail in Tar on A500. It's actually playable. I used to really like Cool Spot back in the early 90s. I wouldn't say that I thought of it as being cool, but the graphics were definitely pretty good, sounds were okay, and the gameplay seemed fun. And since it looked and played differently than your typical Amiga platformer, I always found it engrossing. Today, when I compare it to all the other ports, be it on PC or consoles, it's clear that Amiga was dealt the short end of the stick. The system was capable of much more, and yet none of the specialized chips were properly utilized, and as a result, not only it looks a bit more bland than other versions, but also suffers from scrolling stutters. Looking at the Lemon Amiga score now, I think it's appropriate, but at the time it was, at least in my eyes, a novelty of a platformer. I didn't play Cyberpunks back in the day, so I approached it solely based on the Lemon Amiga score and reviews that I read. User comments on the site kept mentioning atrociously aggressive time limit, and I didn't think that it could have really been that terrible. And then I played it. And yep, I can confirm, it's pretty bad. That said, it doesn't discourage from playing, and it's a pretty decent take on the Alien Breed formula. Perhaps not as polished, but quite good for an afternoon or two. If you haven't had the chance to check it out, do so, it's not a bad one. Dangerous Streets is one of those games that looks very good on screenshots, and that's pretty much everything good that I have to say about it. It's one of the worst titles ever released on the Amiga, and a packing title to some Amiga 1200 packs, which was a travesty because it's what we would have called it now a clickbait. The game may not be as bad as Pro Soccer 2150, but it's not far off and deserves a spot in this video as one of the worst games on the Amiga and in existence really. I'm sure that by watching the footage you think it's really bad too, but it's much worse than it looks even. It's the worst fighting game that I've ever played. Desert Strike Return to the Gulf is an isometric shoot-em-up taking place in fictional depiction of Gulf War-like setting. In-game you're in control of Apache helicopter with a tail of Comanche, which is an odd choice and something that escaped my understanding. Unless there were some underlying licensing reasons, but I have no way of knowing that now. In Desert Strike you will perform various missions ranging from destroying enemy installations to rescuing hostages, and have free weapons at your disposal to do so. Machine gun, Hydra, and even more powerful Hellfire missiles. And since all these and fuel are limited, you have to keep either finding containers with gas and weaponry, or come back to the beach drop-off point near start location from time to time if the mission length requires that. Funny enough, while Amiga version was not the first, being just a conversion from Sega Genesis, it is still considered an ultimate one. Diggers is a puzzle game where you're in control of a mining team of diggers from one of 4 races that have to excavate for treasures that can be sold later on stock exchange. Interestingly enough, that exchange always purchases up to 3 kinds of precious gems, and there are 4 in the game, meaning that you have to visit quite often to make sure to maximize your profit. The diggers are controlled similarly to lemmings, so you issue commands to them and then they perform them if it's possible. From time to time, however, they wander off on their own accord, which can have both positive and negative consequences. Each of the 34 levels is played until a certain monetary score is reached, and you always play against a CPU-controlled opponent. So you have to split your time between digging and fighting off opposing diggers. It's an interesting title, even if a bit repetitive, but definitely worth checking out. Demo's Quest is an arcade puzzler very similar to Chip's Challenge. But while it's clearly inspired by it, I'd say that Demo's Quest is good enough to stand on its own. The graphics are pretty good, perhaps not anything that stood above the average for the Amiga, but they don't distract from the experience, and the puzzling is awesome. The goal of each level is pretty simple, to collect all the candies and get to the exit. But since many of the levels require solving variously themed puzzles and opening differently colored doors in correct order, Demo's Quest is surprisingly addictive and at times even challenging, despite even the cute and colorful graphics. Disposable Hero is one of the most well-known shoot-em-ups on the Amiga, also one with some of the best graphics on the system for the genre. Unfortunately, it's a game that's more for either hardcore shooter fans or people with compulsively good memory. Why, you may wonder? Well, the game is incredibly difficult, borderline disturbingly so. I'm sure the video is giving that statement justice. That said, there are some other minor issues too, like a lack of any visual indication on most enemies that they are being hit. Which means that if someone's unfamiliar with the title, they will end up shooting at everything all around, hoping that it may be a potential target. Is Disposable Hero a bad game? No, it's not. But it's one that should be approached carefully. While Dune 2 The Battle for Arrakis may have not been the very first RTS, it's the first modern RTS, and a title that defined most of the staple genre characteristics that we know and see in games even today. Things like gathering and processing of resources, and the use of those resources to build structures and train units. Point-and-click commanding of armies, and the need of protecting gatherers, as they crucial for progress while being very fragile. And last but not least, the Circle of Power, meaning that each unit had a weakness that other unit could exploit. so knowledge of your army's composition was a key. It's a great and enjoyable title that did not age well, sadly. Some design choices are outdated by now, for instance the fact that you couldn't control more than one unit at a time. Nonetheless, Dune is one of the most important games in history. I have no doubt about that. In History of Amiga Gaming video for the year 1991 we spoke about arcade Formula 1 racer called Vroom. F1 is Vroom licensed to Denmark with a small but very significant difference. So, everything that was said about that title applies here too, but F1 can actually be enjoyed in couch multiplayer in split screen mode. Was that enough to warrant a new title? Perhaps not, and the version upgrade to let's say 1.5 would be enough, but I suppose something was more at play here. Still, the split screen is fun if you have someone to race against, even if a bit choppier than playing it alone. I always liked Vroom, and I like F1 too. It's not the best racer on the Amiga, but definitely an enjoyable one. F-17 Challenge is an interesting arcade racer. It's interesting because it's a touch away from being great and just falls short of reaching that mark because of some small but overall quite significant issues. But we'll get back to that in a little while. The game has very nice and fluidly animated graphics with pretty decent sprite scaling and quite good car models. The sounds are okay, but nothing that would have lifted it above racing average. Where it's disappointing though is how all tracks seem identical and you just can't tell one from another. That said, the absolute biggest offender here is something entirely different. The opposing cars, that seem to be doing nothing else but constantly trying to get in your way, like literally aiming to do so, and that's just a bad game design. Because even if it's an arcade racer, in real life that would have been extremely risky and life-threatening behavior. Despite all I said, I like F-17. I do, but only for a race or two at a time. And we've finally arrived at the game that is probably my most favorite out of all games of 16-bit era, and also one I have most beef with, Frontier Elite 2. Which is painful because it's a love-hate relationship. On one hand we've got a universe worth of gameplay, thousands upon thousands of star systems, each with different planetary bodies, numerous bases on both planets and around them in form of space stations, dozens of differently spec'd ships with hundreds of upgrades and commodities to trade, factions, missions, ranks and a rumor of a hostile alien race. In an open-ended gameplay where you have no real hard-coded and game-ending objective and can just carry on living your spaceman life indefinitely. Be it as a pirate, trader, working for the army or government, or just as an explorer of the unknown, going where no man has gone before. And all that in a true 3D graphics that's perhaps nothing to write home about now, but in the early 90s on the Amiga was stunning. It's a space lover's wet dream. And it was. It was all just a dream. Because while I've sunk probably close to a couple of thousands of hours in Frontier, it was an absolute nightmare to play on a basic A500. A1200, preferably with some fast RAM, was required for comfortable play, but it wasn't in the cards for me, and I've massacred a couple of mice playing it on my old system. I absolutely hated the way I had to engage it, but just couldn't put it away. When I moved to PC a few years later, I revisited Frontier for another few hundred hours, and it was as good, just much faster. Despite my genuine love for the game, it's a tough one to recommend, as not everyone likes games with no set task, where you can just live in the futuristic space. I believe that Gearworks is one of the most underrated Amiga puzzle games, probably because it looks and sounds well below average for 1993. And since it doesn't look very entertaining, judging by the screens only, audiences in the 90s could have easily disregarded it in favor of more colorful, more easily distinguishable from others' title. It's a mistake though, as Gearworks is actually a pretty good game and a very enjoyable puzzler. Sure, it may not be the most difficult one, at least initially, and quite repeatable, but I always thought of it more as a relaxed puzzler, that you can just get into, go through each level letting your mind wander, rather than flexing all your brain cells all throughout. Genesia is often overlooked because it tends to be misunderstood by players of Populous and Power Manga alike. Genesia is not an RTS at all, so similarities to those games end on the graphics. It's a very difficult to categorize title, and I'd say that it's a mixture of settlers, populars and civilization. Your ultimate goal is finding and securing 7 mystical jewels, while in the same time growing, strengthening and securing your kingdom. While Genesia is turn-based, the turns themselves have a timer, so you can't just leave the game and go about your day without saving first, as by the time you come back it may very well be over. The game is divided into 4 seasons and each offers different challenges and benefits. After building a workshop you'll get access to research tree that with an inventor assigned to it will allow for technological progress. It's an amazing, even if largely ignored game, and one worth checking out. If I wouldn't know any better and didn't prepare the game list ahead of the time, I would have said that this video is mainly about the underrated and overlooked games. It's not, but Globdule that you see on the screen no doubt is. It's a very unique and quite fun mechanically platformer by Psygnosis, where you're in control of purple blob. Or is it a pink slime? I'm a man, I don't know many colors, you'll have to forgive me. The gimmick is that it's not your typical run in one direction platformer, but one that levels expand in all directions and you're not really jumping on the platforms, but rather at them, because you can stick to any of their surfaces. Regardless on which side, you'll be at the wall or a ceiling as often as you're on the ground. It's a fun game, even if a bit too experimental for some to stomach. The goal by Dino Dino of Kickoff fame divided Kickoff fans. Some said it was more like Sensible Soccer than Kickoff, but broken Sensible Soccer at that. Which, you know, I can't agree with, as I know what it is and why it is the way it is, but in the same time I dislike it because it's just not my cup of tea. Anyway, the thing with Goal is that it did not want to be an arcade footy at all, but a simulation, which for all intents and purposes is very good target to aim for, but difficult to achieve on simple systems of yesteryear. Not impossible, but definitely not easy. So the game simulates everything: acceleration and deceleration, tackling, passing and even shooting. Meaning to be at the very least so-so at it, not to mention decent or good, you have to put in real-life hours and practice, practice and practice. Cause you know, as the saying goes, apparently it makes perfect. And honestly, not many people were keen on doing so. Goblins 3 is arguably the best out of all Goblins point-and-click adventure games. Same as previous titles, most puzzles are not necessarily based on logic or expectations that you would have for real-life occurrences, but it's not important as fun comes from exploration of different interactions between characters and objects and an overarching story that is sort of a continuation of the one from Goblins 2. It's obviously full of quirky and often unrealistic humor, an absolute joy to behold if you're someone that can forgive a very painful disc swapping routine. Gunship 2000 is bar none the best combat helicopter simulator on the Amiga. As with most microprose simulations, you can choose between flying a single mission or a campaign. The latter composed out of chains of singular missions with primary and secondary objectives assigned randomly in a tug-of-war system, meaning that the better you do, the more offensive the missions will be, and the worse you play, the more you will be on a defense. Initially you can choose between 5 different copters, but with promotions it can be expanded up to 7, with the most powerful 2 being added to the roster last. With a promotion to second lieutenant, you'll be given ability to control wingmen, arm their copters and either keep them at your side or send them off to complete other tasks like secondary objectives. Gunship is a very good, if a bit difficult game, mixing simulation with arcade bits in more or less 85 to 15% ratio. And yep, there's no math to support this claim, it's all me. Heartlight is a game that I think most people never heard of. On one hand, it only ever came out in Polish, which theoretically should limit its potential reach. On the other, there is literally nothing to read in it. So aside from starting credits and loading screen, it's hardly noticeable and doesn't get in the way of playing. It's my most favorite Boulder Dash-esque game on the Amiga. Built-in levels are a bit more strategic and difficult than dashes are, so at times Heartlight requires quite a bit of try and error to work everything out. It's genuinely a very good and most importantly fun game, and the fact that it has a text file based level editor is just a cherry on a pie of this little gem. The only real downside to it are the controls that feel a bit too sensitive, but that could probably be software limited if played under emulation. Hired Guns is a role-playing / dungeon crawling game set in a future of 2712, where you control 4 mercenaries out of pool of available 12. All of them have their own viewpoints and can either be controlled by you or by up to 4 other players all at once on a single Amiga. And your mission is to destroy all illegally bioengineered organisms on the aptly named planet Graveyard. You can do so by finding and using 4 fusion power core rings in the field core generators. The game is played in full 3D and enemies have complete freedom of movement, meaning if they want to, they can chase your team throughout the game, even changing floor levels as you do. Admittedly, I haven't played Hired Guns as much as I should, and that's on me, but what I did so and read in others' reviews confirms its near cult classic status, and it's definitely a title worth trying by all fans of dungeon crawling RPGs. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis is what third movie in the Indy trilogy should have been, but instead we've got Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, which was a bit of a letdown. Still, Fate of Atlantis is arguably the most ambitious and biggest in scope out of all LucasArts adventure games that came out on the Amiga. While the puzzles are quite tough in this one, they are not illogical as in many other point-and-click games, so you should never be left in a situation where you have to get into trial and error frenzy. The game uses 32 colors only, but since it's not a mindless port from 256 color PC, It looks amazing and you can hardly tell that it's not as beautiful as PC's counterparties. A very unique at the time feature was the ability to complete the game in one of 3 different ways, aka paths that you will follow. So, you can choose the team path, the wits path, and the fists path. First will allow Indy to take Sophia Hapgood with him on the adventure, and she will provide support all throughout. Second, adds more puzzles and always presents more complex and challenging versions of them. And finally, the fists path focuses on action sequences and fist fighting, which in itself is completely optional in the first 2 modes. On top of that, there are also 3 entirely different endings, a good one and 2 bad ones. So Fate of Atlantis, unlike most adventure games, offers a lot of replayability. If there is one downside I could think of, it's the fact that Indy came on 11 floppies. So if you didn't have a hard drive, disc juggling was a sad and gruesome reality while playing. But let me be clear here, the game is so good that it's worth the sacrifice. And you won't hear me say that often. Ishar 2 Messengers of Doom is a first-person perspective role-playing game released in 1993 on the Amiga and the second title in Silmarill's Ishar trilogy. Ishar 2 takes place on series of islands, each offering different landscape and scenery, which was a fresh approach as compared to previous titles Forest and Dungeons. Your task is to defeat the evil sorcerer Shandar, and you can do it either with a group of new adventurers or with a team imported from the first game. Ishar offers a working day-night cycle with all that it entails, meaning shops won't be open during the night time, and opposed to that, nightclub will not be accessible during the daylight, for instance. Ishar 2 features a bank building that allows players to store their valuables, which was a welcome addition, and fixed the issue of losing gold upon saving, a sort of design problem with the first game. Even though Ishar 2 games never gained as huge following as Dungeon Master or Eye of the Beholder series did, they were universally loved by players, and the second outing is generally considered to be the best out of all 3. If you liked Wings of Fury, you'll like Jetstrike. It's a more varied, bigger and in my opinion better game. Sure, the controls are not as intuitive and not the easiest at start, but when you get used to them, they feel very natural. That said, it has to be mentioned here that Jetstrike is near unplayable with crappy joysticks, as the plane just reacts wonky when they are used. It's hard to explain, but very easy to understand when compared swapping between good and cheap joystick. The game offers dozens upon dozens of various real-life planes from different eras, copters and other not necessarily real-life flying vehicles and creatures, and a campaign composed out of varied missions. There are quite a lot of weapons to choose from too, and in general the game plays like a charm if you pass that initial high entry threshold. Which is also a reason why Jetstrike in eyes of many gamers is disregarded as unplayable, because it requires that time investment that not many are keen on giving. Lemmings to the Tribes was more differently themed worlds, more abilities that could be given to those tiny creatures, more levels that were also more difficult than in original. And while it was the Lemmings game I spent most time with, especially because of a very fun practice mode, it's also one that I couldn't get as far as in the others. The amount of different and not always easily applicable abilities just made the game a bit too convoluted and unnecessarily challenging. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind the challenge, but as long as all the mechanics are easily understandable and the difficulty progress is steady and not jumpy between the consecutive levels. But perhaps it's just me failing as a gamer, and everyone else fared in Lemmings 2 much farther and much easier. Let me know in the comments below. Lionheart is a technical achievement. It's a title that proved that even the most basic A500 with 1 MB of RAM in hands of talented and dedicated people can offer games that can compete graphically with Sega Genesis and SNES. I mean, just look at the parallax scrolling in the background. It's a beauty. All the sprites for your character and enemies and all the world details are incredible too. Sounds and level design are nothing to scoff either. And it's all good and dandy and it's a pretty big but for an action platformer, but the controls leave a bit to be desired. Not all moves are easy to pull off, and often impossible to repeat in quick succession, requiring the move animation to fully complete, even if it has no movement in the last few frames. It's something that you can definitely get used to, but in a platformer it's definitely not something you expect to need to. Lionheart uses a very smart and genre-defining approach to difficulty level choice though. The harder levels not only feature more challenging enemies, but also differently designed environments, and some of the levels are even expanded, resulting in a longer game. Lionheart, despite its small, single shortcoming, is one of the best and most impressive platformers on the Amiga, and one that all fans of the system or a genre should have in their collections. The Lost Vikings is an interesting title. It's a mixture of sorts between a classic platformer and a puzzle game. The main trio of characters all have their unique skills and usage scenarios, and it's your job to lead them to each level's end by utilizing those skills to the best of your abilities. Coincidentally, they also pretty much sum up a classic golden trio of MMORPG parties. Obviously the Lost Vikings is not a MMORPG, but to be quite honest, I'm already way into deep in this thought process to now stop it. Henceforth, why I'm going to follow this odd path to its very end. So the red-haired skinny guy can run, jump and headbutt walls when sped up enough. It's obvious that he's our typical dexterity-based rogue/scout quick-acting character. Then there's the stocky tank with a shield. That might not seem like much, but it can be used twofold, as shield god's intended for personal and party protection, and also as a sort of parachute to safely glide down from ever-present heights. Finally, the muscled mustachio has a sword and a bow, representing DPS warrior class like a boss, by spreading death and destruction left and right. The fact that he can activate faraway switches with targeted arrow shots is just an added bonus. The main quest of our three heroes, as in many tales of yore, is simple: to come back home to their loved ones. That's definitely not going to be easy, and with each and every encounter, they will face more overwhelming odds and tougher puzzles to solve. Anyway, The Lost Vikings is a fun game. If you never played it, I'm sure you'll love it, and if you know it, then you probably do already. Minorinas is a difficult game to categorize. I'm not sure I know how, but if I was to entertain a guess, I'd say it's probably a multiplayer Pac-Man mixed with a game show and a top-down puzzle shooter. I know, sounds insane. And since you're watching the game, you know that it looks insane too. But it plays like a charm. I may not have anyone here to play it with, but I have no doubt that in multiplayer it would have been even better. Still, I gotta say that it's super fun. Numerous upgrades, playwall position switches, teleports and other pickups all add to the immersion and frantic gameplay. The in-between level hosts highlight the game show atmosphere with their funny and odd commentary. It's one of those games that I did not have back in the day and just discovered while working on this video. But I have to admit that it's a true gem, and I will be definitely revisiting it in the future. Micro Machines prove that the game does not need groundbreaking graphics or orchestral soundtrack to be amazing. In the end, it's gameplay that's all that matters, and Micro Machines has it in heaps. While as a single-player title, it's not great and just your run-of-the-mill top-down view racer, in multiplayer, against a friend, it's amazing. Racing those tiny toy vehicles on kitchen counters, pool tables, sandboxes and many more locations around the house is hella fun. And the fact that each car handles differently and every track is a unique location extends the life of this racer considerably. Micro Machines may not be as good as the second game that never came out on the Amiga, but it's the best we've got, and as that, it's a definite recommendation. Nighthawk F-117A Stealth Fighter 2.0 is widely considered Micropro's best fighter simulation on the Amiga and one of the best on the system out of all simulations overall. The game mission takes place in Cuba and Persian Gulf, and since F-117A is a stealth fighter, majority of these take part during nighttime, flying low altitude, avoiding the radar detection. As with most Microprose combat simulations, all missions have both primary and secondary objectives. Earlier required to complete the missions, later rewarding additional points. Interestingly enough, this game, unlike F-19, was actually conceived after full specs of the craft became public, so it's more realistic. In fact, it offers a choice of real F-117 or microprocess implementation that took more free and based on previous title approach to the airplane's base stats. One Step Beyond is a sequel to The Pushover, and that's a spoiler if there ever was one. Anyway, all the aspects of the presentation are top-notch and the game features pretty cool animated intro, same as its predecessor did. In fact, the game overall has cartoon-like quality to it. Gameplay is based around idea of closing platforms, main character Colin is jumping on. Challenge comes from the fact that he has to end up on a very specific one, and the ones in between first and last often have different qualities assigned to them, like for instance propelling him automatically in a certain direction or closing other platforms around them. It's a really fun game worth playing and in my opinion one of the best puzzlers on the Amiga. I'm not sure if it's still on as I long stopped watching TV, but back in the early 2000s there was a show called Pimp My Ride. Overkill is just that, pimped up 1981's Defender, quite literally. Not much has been added or changed, apart from presentation getting a complete and long-deserved rework. The game looks and sounds great, sure, but did we really need in 1993 a game that was de facto designed in 1981? And even more so, one that required AGA chipset that owners of were a very small subset of all Amiga gamers? On top of that, Overkill shares another of Defender's qualities, difficulty level. That's obviously through the roof. Perhaps not in the first couple of levels, but it ramps up quite quickly. It's not everyone's cup of tea, that's for sure, but it's not a bad game, it just seems to be out of its time. The Patrician was actually released under its original name Der Patrizier in 1992, but since I sadly don't speak German, I will be talking about the international 1993 release here. which, you know, is another proof that in the 16-bit era German developers were absolute grandmasters of trading and management games. Patrician is no different. It's incredibly deep and well-executed trading game that simulates very complex and dynamic economy, where nearly everything from supply and demand to investments and actions of all players influence it in one way or another. While your ultimate goal is to become the leader of so-called Hanseatic League, I prefer playing Patrician as an open-ended title where you grow your empire and amass wealth. And to do so you have a multitude of available endeavors. You'll obviously be trading using both trading offices and ships, you'll build public works, private houses, industries, and can even pursue a political career. Interaction with pirates and burglars is also not something out of your sphere of interests. I wouldn't say that the Patrician was ahead of its time, but it was definitely a representative of an absolute best the times could offer in its genre, and a title that deservedly so gained huge popularity. When Perihelion the Prophecy came out, I was 12 or perhaps 13. While not a kid anymore and already heavily invested into RPGs, I wasn't prepared for Perihelion, and even though I tried approaching it numerous times, I always somehow end up bouncing off of it and landing with another game in my disk drive. Perhaps it was the initial difficulty, or the brown-greyish tones of everything, or simply me not being mature enough to fully encompass and understand what I had been given a chance to experience. And even though now, dark, gritty and cyberpunkish aesthetics of Perihelion would be my dream world to visit in a game, I never completed it. And based on the amount of games that I'm interested in that are released yearly, chances are I never will. And that's one of the biggest failures of my personal gaming history. Since I've spent long enough on myself, let's talk a little about Perihelion itself. You're in charge of 6 characters whose races are odd and very intimate amalgamations of human and different animal and mechanical entities. And you have to save the realm that you live in from an evil being that's slowly materializing into your dimension and is foretold to bring end to it. The game is viewed from the first-person perspective and the battle sequences are top-down with a turn-based combat. Quite unique, at least for the time, was the skill leveling system that raised those most used faster than the others. It's one of those games that I've never seen a single negative review for, and that's definitely something worth keeping in mind. Today we have Sega's Football Manager, a game that has long lost all of its serious competitors. And no wonder, it's such a deep and well-crafted title that even trying to steal a piece of its pie of fanbase seems impossible. Rumor has it that it's so accurate that some managers use it as a database rather than a game. But that may very well be just a modern urban legend, I have no way of confirming or denying that. One way or another, back then we had many more choices and football management games were aplenty. Premier Manager 2 is one of those titles, and a good one at that. Perhaps not one of my favorites, but one that I enjoyed from time to time. And as in most in a genre, you can not only manage your team starting at the conference all the way to the Premiership, but also your club's finances, sponsorships, ticket sales and stadium upgrades. Not to mention all the transfers and staff hiring. So if you're a football management fan and are currently looking for a good one on the Amiga, there's only a couple other games that could be called as good or better. So if you settle on Premier Manager 2, you'll have a great time. While Project X Special Edition is most definitely not an easy game, in fact it's very challenging, but it is still nowhere near as difficult as the regular version was. It's a year later re-release modified to be easier and much more digestible by general populace. And it is. It is easier and better playing outing with tons of various fixes, removed broken level and overall much more enjoyable gameplay loop. All that said, however, it is also still way too difficult for me to make any reasonable progress in. But I was never any good at horizontally scrolling shooters, so Project X Special Edition is just not an exception here. The presentation is really good, graphics are crisp and colorful, and sounds along with perhaps a bit annoying and repeating himself commentator are pretty decent too. So if you're in the market for a shoot 'em up on the Amiga and don't mind the challenge, this game may very well be what you're looking for. While Quack is often called bubble-like game, I'd say that it stands on its own feet. It's a single-screen arcade puzzle platformer and it's surprisingly addictive. The goal of the game is simple, to progress through all the levels collecting gold and silver keys that open the doors to the next stages. There are also gems and fruit, but these are all collected for points only, and are not crucial for progression. But since the game is score-based, then if you're competing against someone, it's the score that counts. Anyway, Quack is chock full of various enemies and you can defeat them by throwing eggs that work as projectiles and are accumulated throughout the game. And for the longest time, I didn't like the game cause I've never pressed fire. Yep, I'm definitely not the sharpest tool. So, since I couldn't beat one of the first few levels, repeating it time after time, I got extremely frustrated and wanted to give up, completely not understanding what others saw in it. And as I was putting the joystick away, I accidentally pressed fire. From that moment, my opinion about Quack and how it played changed 180 degrees. So, if there's a lesson to learn here, it's don't be stupid, don't be me, press your fire. Realms of Arcania Blade of Destiny is a full-fledged role-playing and also a first title in Realms of Arcania trilogy based on German pen and paper RPG system, the Dark Eye. And by full-fledged I meant that it's not just a combat-oriented dungeon crawler as many games of the yesteryear were, but a very deep and engaging experience, where you have to keep track of many things throughout the game, like separate thirst and hunger for all 6 of your adventurers. You can also split your group into smaller teams and control them separately if necessary, which often proves quite useful. It's a game that was in fact ahead of its time, perhaps not by much, but was nonetheless. Blade of Destiny is played in a typical for the genre first-person view when traversing, and switches into top-down 2D grid-based tactical display for combat encounters, which are surprisingly deep actually, and really fun even if a bit clunky to control. If you enjoy good, big and time-consuming RPGs with huge world and hundreds upon hundreds of items, Blade of Destiny is definitely a game for you. Before Team 17 Swarms, we had Scorched Tanks, and while Scorched Tanks may not look as good or be as accessible, it's an amazing title and the one I probably spent more time playing than Worms while I still had an Amiga, simply because it came out earlier. Now as I said that, I see that it's a bit misleading as I have an Amiga even today, but for a good 20 years I didn't. Anyway, Scorched Tanks is really well designed and a blast to play, especially with up to 3 friends on a single system. The levels are randomly generated and the game offers a selection of over 70 weapons to choose from, and dozens of different kinds of shields. Weapons can range from simple explosives of various power, through homing and under-the-earth surface tracing ones, to even scattering bombs and nukes. And there are also special ones that can either provide protective walls for you, or bury your opponent under a huge pile of dirt. Shields are quite ingenious too, cause they're not only lowering the damage you receive, but can have other special effects, like bouncing off enemy projectiles from their surface, or be magnetic, repelling metal shots directed your way, among many others. Scorched Tanks is a game that would never win any awards for graphics or sounds, as these were serviceable at best, even if at 64 colors on 1MB chip machines. But in terms of gameplay, it's one of the most memorable experiences on the Amiga. Second Samurai on the Amiga seems to be universally loved. Some even call it the best action platformer on the system. I wouldn't go as far, but I have to admit that it's pretty good. There are a few changes to what we had in First Samurai though. For starters, you can play the game in 2-player mode, and believe me, if you got someone to play it with, it's so much fun. Not that it's not alone, just not as much. Then there's also 3 eras or themes that the game takes place in. A prehistoric one, a feudal Japan, so same as in the first title, and futuristic one. While the controls are considerably improved and much more user-friendly than in previous game, there is still no support for 2-button joysticks, which is a shame. Because as much as I was used to it then, it annoys me incredibly now that I have to press up to jump. But I suppose that's something I could point out in like 95% of cases when it came to Amiga's joystick-controlled games. Anyway, the graphics are really nice and a definite step up from the first title. Sounds are pretty good too, perhaps nothing out of ordinary, but decent for the genre. So to summarize, if you enjoy action platformers or liked First Samurai, you're in for a treat and you definitely will not be disappointed. At the first glance, Seek and Destroy may seem difficult, especially a few levels in, as it's very hectic and a lot can happen on a screen at once. But if you give it time and familiarize yourself with both controls and weapons, you'll learn how to appreciate it. I'm not gonna lie, the footage that you're watching is me cheating by using unlimited ammo trainer, meaning all my weapons are fully loaded at all times, and sure, that's not how you're supposed to play it, but for the presentation purposes it's good enough. It's probably also quite obvious by now that Seek and Destroy is multi-way scrolling arcade shooter. And you know what? It's actually pretty fun and addictive. I can't tell why, but that chaotic destruction and copter chases are pretty enjoyable. While the mission objectives in theory are quite varied, I've noticed that most of the time if you just go to your target mark and kill everything there, you'll complete the mission. So take it as you want to, but I suppose for what it is, so a fast arcade shooter, it's irrelevant what those imaginary objectives really are. Settlers is probably one of the most innovative titles of the whole 16-bit era and easily one of top 10 games on the Amiga. When it came out, there was literally nothing else like it. To simplify, it's a real-time kingdom builder with strategy and management elements. And as we all very well know by now, the best management games came from Germany. And Settlers is no different, as it was made by the now veterans of the industry, Blue Byte. Settlers was monumentally different than anything else that came before. The attention to detail was uncanny and unprecedented. Seeing all those tiny, incredibly animated workers prepare the land for building, then carry all the required materials to the building site, and finally erect them plank by plank, brick by brick, was just hypnotizing. And if that wasn't enough, when the building was finally complete and a worker was assigned to it, he actually did also work there. For instance, a farmer went around his farm planting crops, then they grew over time, and when they were ready to harvest, he would mow them and then carry to the mill, where another worker would grind them. Not to mention that underneath this wonderful world was very deep and complex system of needs, where supply and demand were crucial and all the available resources had to be carefully managed. To my young mind, Settlers was just enchanting and I couldn't get enough of it. Most survival/settlement building games of today still base most of their mechanics on Settlers. The best thing about it, however, was a 2-player split-screen mode where you could compete against a friend on a single machine with 2 mice connected to it at the same time. And it's something that even today's PCs can't pull off. SimLife is I can't really circle around it in any way, a life simulator. You're in charge of a whole planet, and the point of the game, although come to think of it, I'm not sure I should be calling it a game really. Anyway, the point is to create a self-sustaining and healthy ecosystem. What's interesting about it though is you can alter genetics of both plants and animals, simulating and controlling the evolution of all species, and making sure that they and their genetic offspring would survive in Earth's environment. On the flip side, you can also change the environmental specifics and underlying physics of the planet and universe it's into. So the possibilities here are near endless. But it's only for those who find tinkering with sliders and numbers and watching numerous charts enjoyable. Others will find it boring, or even worse, not playable at all, and will give up within minutes of launching SimLife. And that's why I don't think that it's a game. It's probably best described as graphically rich simulation software for the ecologically conscious to immerse themselves in. Simon the Sorcerer is a humorous point-and-click game that's universally considered as one of the best adventures on the Amiga. The inspiration by the Discworld novels is quite obvious, and there are also parodies of other famous books within the title, like Lord of the Rings and Jack and the Beanstalk to name a few. Story-wise, you're, surprise surprise, Simon, a teenage boy living in our world, who shortly after his birthday is transported into a parallel universe of magic on a mission to save the wizard Calypso and defeat the evil sorcerer Sordid. The game engine used by the Simon the Sorcerer is similar to the SCUM engine used in LucasArts games, with word commands and inventory at the bottom of the screen and game window above. Presentation-wise, Simon is one of the best looking 2D games on the system. Sadly, the sound effects, speech and animated intro are completely absent on the floppies and can only be found in the CD32 version. It doesn't change the fact that it's one of the most fun and enjoyable adventure games not only on the Amiga, but of the whole 16-bit era. While I always considered its successor a much better game, Skid Marks is pretty good on its own too. It's an isometric view racing game for 1 to 4 players. The game offers a selection of 4 cars, but to be able to have them all on the screen at once, you need a system with at least 2.5 MB of RAM. With smaller configurations, less different cars can be displayed in the same time. For 1 MB systems, for instance, all cars need to be identical. Which is a bit disappointing, but I suppose there had to be some hardware limitations that required the additional memory to load all the assets. Or perhaps there was no compression routines. It's hard to tell being no more than a player, but these are my best guesses. Anyway, all 6 tracks are circuits, with no sprint races available, but they're quite fun to race on and reward mastering drifting. Graphically the game looks okay, some would probably swear that it was amazing, but it never struck me as such, and it definitely looked better 2 years later in the form of Super Skid Marks. Soccer Kid is a platformer, but with a unique mechanic that you're a soccer player, footballer, and you have your football with you. And it is in fact your main means of platforming. You can use it to fight off enemies, you can use it to propel yourself upwards much higher than you could jump otherwise, and last but definitely not least, you can use it to just collect items all around the levels. And you know what? All those mechanics actually work pretty well, and the game is very enjoyable just to kick off to. Graphics, as you can see, are really good. All sprites are big and nicely animated, and it runs butter smooth. Sounds and music are also decent and fit the fast-paced platformer theme quite nicely. My favorite, though quite passive for the player part of the game, is the story. It's so incredibly stupid that it's leaning towards being good. So, on one of those beautiful days, aliens decided to steal the biggest of Earth's treasures, Football World Cup Cup. But while doing so, it got hit by a falling meteor or something along those lines and split into 5 pieces falling to Earth, each piece in a different place. And somehow our protagonist not only know about it, but also decides to go on a quest of recovering all of them from around the world. all by himself, having just a football as his only means of traversal. It's just silly. Space Hulk is a first-person squad-based real-time tactical strategy. Wow, that's a mouthful. It's based upon 1989's board game of the same title and set in a fictional Warhammer 40,000 universe. You're in charge of genetically enhanced space marines and you battle your way through hordes of deadly aliens aboard huge derelicts known as Space Hulks. You can command your entire squad using an overhead maps, or each marine individually via first-person view interface. The stark contrast between heavy, armed and slowly moving marines and fast and deadly aliens results in a very horror-like atmosphere full of jump scares. Each mission starts with your marines in one of two start points while the enemies spawn continuously from pre-established numerous entry points. Since having to manage all those marines at once is a lot, some of the weapons, Stormbolters in this particular case, offer an automatic overwatch. So marines armed with those would assume automatic overwatch shooting at enemies that enter their paths. You can also temporarily freeze time to issue commands during those high-stakes battles, but the time of that pause is very limited and to replenish it you have to stay appropriately long in real-time mode. Stardust and its polished and rebalanced sequel Super Stardust, released a year later, are the best and most modern versions of asteroids that any of the systems of the 16-bit era had. It's an asteroids clone with better graphics and sound and added multiple kinds of weapons, numerous types of enemies, and asteroid fields tunnel traversal in between the stages. It's a pretty fun title, but so difficult that it's near impossible to enjoy. Unless you're a super gamer, which I'm not, hence why we're not watching me play. Or dying, as that's what I would have been doing most of the time. The game's most memorable characteristic, however, was the incredible for the time graphics. That proved that while people in charge of Commodore might have been mismanaging the company, the Amiga in the right hands was still a very powerful and capable system. It wasn't enough, however, to encourage developers slowly leaving the Ami for PC to stay, especially that it didn't seem back then that anything would be changing for the better. To summarize, Stardust is a decidefully beautiful game that is devilishly tough and quite fun to play. Super Frog is my most favorite platformer on the Amiga. I'm sure it's not a surprise to those who'd seen my review of it or my older top 10 Amiga platformers video. But yeah, I love it. It does a lot well, but before I get into that, I'll tell you what it doesn't. Well, the intro, while being beautifully animated, tells a story that's just 90s stupid. Sure, story is not important in a platformer. I mean, look at Super Mario, there's hardly any background there other than the need to save Princess Peach, and it's a brilliant title. Team 17 actually thought of Super Frog's motivation and background, but it's incredibly silly, so I'm not even going to give it Soccer Kids treatment and brief it. And that's pretty much it, the rest will be superlatives only. The game is really huge, there are 24 regular levels divided into 6 differently themed worlds, 2 special horizontally scrolling shoot-em-up sections, and a final boss fight against the antagonist of the game, the Evil Witch. The levels scroll in all 8 directions and often backtracking is required to collect plenty enough coins to open the level's ending door. Super Frog is just chock full of hidden areas and coin caches. In virtually every single level there are numerous hidden passages that you have to hunt down and uncover, and coins stuck in least expected places, like unusual cloud formations, oddly placed mushrooms or paintings. The enemies are aplenty and different in each world, divided into those that can be defeated by either jumping on them Mario style or with the use of your collectible yo-yo-like green projectile, and those that cannot and simply have to be avoided. All of these often have their own patterns of movement and attack or other underlying mechanics. And finally, Super Frog is, well, super, but only because it can use many of the spread across all levels pickups. Some of them are simple like speed up or speed downs or energy refill, but the most important are a green projectile, wings and invincibility in the form of invisibility. Whatever you do, however, whichever powers you possess, remember that spikes always equal instant death. Super Frog is the bomb, and one of the best games on the system. Back in the day I loved Syndicate. Its cyberpunkish futuristic setting coupled with simple strategy layer and mixed with action-packed squad-based arcade shooting was what I was definitely into. The future is dark and the world is run by corporations. You work for one of these and have to lead the team of cybernetically modified and heavily armed agents on series of missions to take control of target countries so that they would fall under your corporation's control. These missions can vary in objectives and can range from capture or rescue of specific people to assassinations. Before each and every mission you have to arm and cybernetically enhance your team to prepare them for it. So understanding what was required for each to be completed successfully was a must, and properly gearing up made those challenges considerably easier. Syndicate was critically acclaimed and quickly became one of the most popular titles of 1993. I've spent disgusting amount of hours playing it back then, but now I honestly couldn't care less about it or its sequels. Funny how things change over time, right? Anyway, Syndicate is a pretty cool game that stole hearts of many geeks in the 90s and to this day is remembered fondly by many. Was T2 the arcade game great? No, not at all. But it was good enough and most importantly a port from arcades on the Amiga. And back in the 90s, whenever there was a game in arcades that I could also play at home, I was really hyped up about it. Not only because I'd save money, but also because I could experience that magic at home. And since I got my Amiga after having C64 before, the quality of arcade conversions was incomparable and very often games looked nearly as good as originals did. Not always played as well, but thankfully T2 is pretty solid in this department. It's essentially Operation Wolf but in Terminator's clothing. So you have to kill all the bad Terminators charging and attacking you using various weapons, level after level. Occasional boss and driving sections are novelty to keep the game fresh, but that's all they are, a novelty. T2 is not very inventive, but it looks and sounds pretty good, and if you like those kinds of shooters, there's quite a lot here to enjoy. And if you have an hour to kill and don't mind spending it mindlessly shooting all over the screen, you'll have a pretty decent afternoon. While Transarctica's similarities to 2013's movie and the recent Netflix series Snowpiercer are uncanny, that's all they are, similarities. As the game is based on French comic book and movie/series are based also on French but book, both by completely different authors. The world is at its end and there is a permanent winter. There are but a few small settlements of humanity left connected by long chains of train tracks that are traveled by armored trains. Transarctica is an action-adventure strategy in which you're in control of said vehicle on a quest to leave Eurasia and find a better place to settle, so in those harsh times you're chasing the sun. The game plays out in two modes, exploration and combat. In first you travel between settlements, exchanging gathered coal and gold for fuel, upgrading your train and searching for clues for your quest. In combat mode you're playing in real time, fighting against enemy trains going on parallel track to yours. These encounters start taking quite a bit of time after a while, so be prepared that it's not a short game for an afternoon. Unless you fail by losing your vital wagon, then it is. Simply put, Traps and Treasures is fantastic. It may not be as big or as full of secrets and hidden passages as Super Frog, or as compulsive and random as Robocode 2 is, but it doesn't have to be, as it's an entirely different kind of a platformer. It's not a game where you travel through huge multiple screen spanning and four-way scrolling levels, it's more linear and straightforward. You have to save your crewmates and get to the end of each level. Simple as that. Now this may sound simple, boring and perhaps repetitive, but believe me, it's anything but. Traps and Treasures is pretty difficult and requires very quick reactions, but is also incredibly fun and rewarding. On your way you'll encounter many different pirate and marine themed enemies and obstacles, all beautifully designed and super smoothly animated. And since we're on the presentation, it's great. The game is very colorful and has its own very unique graphical style that I'm not sure I've seen in any other titles. Pretty cool addition is seemingly active, or at least scripted, music system that turns it on only in very specific situations, for instance when going underwater. The swashbuckling atmosphere is in heaps here, and for the life of me I cannot fathom a guess why Traps and Treasures didn't get more wider recognition and popularity, but I suppose it wasn't in the cards for it. Despite that, it's definitely one of the best platformers on the Amiga and a game I enjoy coming back to, even if just to fail a couple of levels in. The third and last in the trilogy, Turrican 3 is an arcade action platformer. I'd call it a Metroidvania, but since not everyone seems to be subscribing to this description, I'll stick to the earlier. It's probably a blasphemy in the eyes of fans, as creator of the series Manfred Trentz had nothing to do with this one, but I like Turrican 3 the most out of all of them. It's fast yet not chaotic, full of enemies but carefully placed and not respawning indefinitely, and poses a little challenge, but not big enough to be frustrating. The levels are a bit more linear too, but not boring, and in general you have a more general sense of where you should be going next. So yeah, while most would probably disagree, Turrican 3 is my favorite. One thing that has not changed, however, is the presentation, which is as good if not better than in previous games. It runs super smooth, parallax backgrounds scroll beautifully, and sounds as you would have expected them to. And last but definitely not least, Chris Halsbeck's music is as awesome as usual and a joy to kick off to. If there's one thing I do not like about Turrican 3, it's the grappling hook mechanic. It's wonky at best and annoying at worst, and requires a moment to get used to. Woke is a side-scrolling arcade shooter where you control a huge mech plowing through hundreds upon hundreds of enemy soldiers and vehicles. Unusually to all other scrolling shooters, however, the screen moves from left to right. The game consists of 4 levels, each ending with a boss and each differently themed. First is set in 1944 Berlin, second in 2019 LA, third in a very generalized and stereotypic Middle East, and last in the year 2420 during the so-called The Great War. To defeat the enemies you have unlimited use machine guns and limited rockets. The guns overheat after constant use, however, so you have to manage your series of shots and not just hold the trigger pressed at all times. Well, the proverbial trigger, as you'll be clicking a mouse really. When your mech is destroyed, you lose a life. When all 3 are lost, the game ends. Graphically and sound-wise, especially if you have 2 MB of RAM, the game is pretty nice and sounds great. Gameplay is nothing to complain about either. Well, apart from getting a bit repetitive more or less 2 levels in. But destroying those small couple of pixels tall enemies is very enjoyable, so it's not something that would discourage from completing this pretty short title. While Walker was designed for 1 player, where joystick is used to control the mech and mouse to shoot, it can actually be played in co-op multiplayer, where each person controls one of the 2 inputs. It may sound odd, but is surprisingly fun, especially when drinks are involved. Horror Softs of Elvira fame, game Waxworks is an RPG dungeon crawling adventure horror. Developers didn't try to hide the fact that the game was inspired by 1988's movie Waxwork, and coincidentally was their last game before they changed the name into Adventure Soft and moved on to light-hearted titles like Simon the Sorcerer. The game is divided into 5 differently themed parts: Ancient Egypt, Medieval Transylvania, Victorian England, Industrial Mine, and Iaxona's period. And apart from the last one that always has to be completed at the very end, the other ones can be approached in any order. 3 of them have combat and puzzle solving mixed more or less equally, while the Victorian England and Iaxona focus on puzzles in majority. Interestingly enough, progress between each stage resets, so each can be treated as an individual shorter adventure. While the amount of gore and gruesome deaths can be difficult to stomach for some, the game is generally speaking quite fun. While I'm not the biggest fan myself, leaning towards more traditional RPGs, I can appreciate Waxworks' qualities. Wizenless is Sonic fast action platformer developed by Raising Hell Software and published by Psygnosis. Now, since you've heard the name of the developer, just look at the graphics. Raising Hell, right? More like petting puppies. Or wabbits. Anyway, Wizenless is cutesy, incredibly fast platformer that's, for the most part, despite the pace it runs at, incredibly relaxing title. Not only cause it looks the way it does, but apart from few end-of-level bosses, it features no enemies at all. The game is divided into 8 differently themed worlds, each consisting of a series of smaller levels in which you must collect wabbits that drop letters when collected and then grab those letters to form a specific word. After you do so, you can collect all the remaining wabbits for fruit, stars and clocks that increase time limit. Set time limit is working in an interesting way. It's set to 3 minutes and restarts only when your character dies. Wizenless features some minigames and many cameo appearances from characters from other Psygnosis' games. Admittedly, I might have not played Wizenless as much as other platformers like Super Frog or Fury of the Fairies, but it doesn't change the fact that it's really fun and with a friend in 2-player mode, much better than played alone. If you haven't had the chance, do yourself a favor, grab a friend and give it a go. Yojo is amazing. Yeah, that's how I want to start it. Because it is. It's an action platformer with exploration-based 4-way scrolling levels, plenty of hidden secrets and a lot of paths, often with more than one way leading to the level's ending. It's an unusual design choice that rewards discovery and carefully checking all nooks and crannies. The game features many different kinds of enemies, many of them with unique to them characteristics and attack patterns, but you're not helpless. You can punch and kick, and what's more, use various scattered around the levels weapons. If that wasn't enough, Yojo features both bosses and mini-bosses that you occasionally have to fight against, and in between the levels flying shoot-em-up sections, so you'll have no time to get bored here. While the graphics and sounds are exceptional, they are not the best feature of the game. What is by far the best part of Yojo is the simultaneous 2-player mode, which you may think is not something that's necessary in a platformer, and you're right, necessary it is not, but it works great, and if you have someone to play Yojo with, I recommend it as it's much more fun than playing alone. Zool 2 is much improved Zool 1 and a decent arcade platformer. For the longest time I thought that Zool games were supposed to be Amiga's answer to Sega's Sonic, especially that Zool ran around the levels very fast, he has move-based spinning attacks and tons of attitude. But similarities of both titles end there. Zool's levels scroll in all directions and allow for backtracking, which in itself is an improvement over Sonic's linear left-to-right stages, But while the levels in their design look as if they were made for fast movement, and Zul gains momentum quite easily, it's hardly a case here. Cause as soon as you start moving fast, you're being stopped in your tracks by an enemy or environmental obstacle and get hurt. Zul 2 is a good game and a decent attempt at Amiga's mascot in a platformer. But attempt is all that it is. It fails to ascend to anything better, sadly. You may have noticed that the voiceover was differing a bit in quality in this video. It's because it was recorded over few days, or evenings to be precise really, and during one of those sessions my mic just told me to suck it and started acting up. Picking everything all around, birds singing, dogs farting, cause yeah, they do, my neighbors arguing, everything but me. So for some editing magic and Cthulhu blessings I've managed to save the recordings, but the quality difference is more than noticeable, I'm sure of it. Also, same reason for the difference in length of game previews. They've been written over 4 or 5 days, and with some I had easier days and could write more. Others I was either busy or knackered, or a combination of both, so had to keep them shorter, more brief. Oh well, such is life. Anyway, I think it's time to address the proverbial elephant in the room. Those of you who've been watching those History of Amiga Games videos from the start know that I've preached 1993 as being the very best year for Amiga games, having the coolest and most well-known titles released. And I still think that it was. But I'm not sure that you do. So let's discuss it in the comments. Prove me wrong. But whether I was right or wrong, some of the most memorable titles did release and many of them were important not only for the Ami, but for the history of gaming overall. I suppose we'll see in around a week if 1994 was anywhere near as good. Amiga was not the only interesting thing in 1994. Well, in reality, in 1994 it was on its last legs, as it was the year when Commodore eventually went bankrupt and the Amiga brand was passed between many players like a hot potato. Ultimately, I hope that it was by a total coincidence and not a wave of bad luck. Most of them went bankrupt too. But that's a subject for another video. What I wanted to say is that in 1994, first concept of CSS was created and PHP language was released. Both of these prophesied soon to come Web 2.0. Intel released its second generation of Pentium processors, just to recall millions of them later on in the year, as they had a hardware mathematical flaw causing them to perform floating point operations incorrectly. It was also a year where first foundations of what we were soon to know as Bluetooth were laid out, and totally unrelated to that, IBM released its Simon personal communicator that historically became the first smartphone. Perhaps not as smart as we would have expected today, but more than just a machine to make calls, which was a lot back then. And last but not least, Microsoft released MS-DOS 6.22, a foundation to the beta of Windows 95 that was also released to developers. And it's the time where I usually gently point you towards those two amazing shiny like and subscribe buttons below. They're not a lot of work to click for you, but make a huge difference for me. So smash them if you don't mind, and if you're in a more generous mood, I also have a Patreon. Details are in the description below. But that's totally voluntary, and would only help me make better content and upgrade my recording gear. All videos will be here on YouTube for free as usual, just a day later than on Patreon. Thanks! 1994 was not as big of a year gaming-wise as 1993 was, although you'll get to witness that in a minute yourself. But if you disagree, I think we should discuss it in the comments below. And make sure to let me know which year do you think was the best for the Amiga. Anyway, as I was saying, it was not the best year, but quite a few really cool games, some theoretically impossible to run on the system, came out and were a lot of fun to play. Some more than others. Additionally, 2 games released in 1993 are in this video as well, all because I've made the mistake of overlooking them last week. And they just had to be included in the series, they're that good. It will be mentioned when I talk about them though, so that's just to let you know that they're not here by mistake. Well, at least not this week's mistake. Oh, and make sure to watch the video all the way through to the end, as I always hide a second or two long game code pop-ups for Steam or GOG games in them. One per video in random spots. Perhaps too little too late, but Aladdin on the Amiga while requiring AGA chipset is an incredible version of the title. Sure, push up to jump was always a nightmare, but it did offer a 2-button joystick option for those who had these. 256 color graphics, beautiful instrumental rendition of Aladdin's theme song, and silky smooth gameplay is what Amiga games should look like. Couple of years earlier. Cause by 1994, Commodore's been long in financial trouble and soon to go bankrupt, and its future seemed inevitable. Anyway, the level design is quite fun and the graphics straight out of animated movie are a treat to behold. The gameplay is also stellar, placing Aladdin, even though it was quite late game for the system, as one of the better titles in the genre. So even if you're not into platformers, it's worth having a go at it, just to see what Ami was capable of if given a chance. Alien Breed Tower Assault, the last game in Team 17's trilogy of overhead shooters, is easily the best in the series. The graphics are absolutely the best 2D Amiga could offer by 1994, and the sounds are also heavy, atmospheric and horror-inducing. Story-wise, you're one of two survivors. Well, there's two of you if you play in co-op. Anyway, you were a survivor and you were on your way to help a remote deep space barracks facility that was sending a distress signal. But as you were approaching the planet they were on, automatic defenses shot you down. And once again you have to go through the whole facility and survive. This time, however, the game offered few slight but interesting improvements. You can shoot and walk backwards, which funny enough was not the case in earlier titles. And most importantly, there are more than one exit from each level, meaning the game could be completed in roughly 276 different ways depending what paths were chosen. If you manage to do that is, as it's as difficult as it's always been. But if you can only pick one of 3 games for whatever reason, definitely pick this one. Arcade Pool is my most favorite pool game on the Amiga. Come to think of it, I believe that Arcade Pool may be my most favorite pool even to this day, 30 years later, as I don't remember ever playing a game in a genre I would enjoy as much. Graphics-wise, it's nothing to write home about, but there's quite obvious care put to it, so everything looks really nice and is animated smoothly. Top-down view is definitely the right choice, as all pool balls are in the view at all times, and it makes those difficult shots easier to plan out and pull off. Sounds, well, I don't want to repeat myself, but are also nothing special. They're serviceable, but they don't need to be over the top in a game like that. And since we've got the technicalities out of the way, let's tackle the most important thing: playability. In single player, it's okay and a great way to spend an afternoon. But in multiplayer, that supports up to 8 players, it's just amazing. I wouldn't say that it's as good as playing the game in real life, but it's damn close. Especially that you can run your own tournaments while having drinks and chatting with friends. Well, at least that's how I envision playing it. Team 17's Assassin Special Edition is what Amiga Sports of Strider should have been but fell short of. It's a side-scrolling action platformer. But why are we talking about Special Edition when we've not tackled the first one at all? Well, this is a much better, more polished version of the game. And as much as I really appreciate this one, original was extremely annoying to me. It used oddly behaving boomerang as a weapon and, in early Team 17's fashion, was too difficult to be enjoyed. This is a better outing, with a laser gun instead of a boomerang and a considerably more acceptable difficulty level. Story-wise, you're an assassin hired to kill the body of the game, a man called Midan. And no more details here are necessary, as it's an action game and not an RPG. Comparison to Strider was based on the fact that protagonists of both games move in a similar way, attaching themselves to walls, ceilings and parkouring their way through the levels. Assassin Special Edition is a real good late game for the Amiga, a budget release perhaps, but better than most fully priced ones. Banshee is considered by many as the best shooter on the Amiga. Not by me, but I do agree it's one of the better ones, and sadly another case of too little too late. But I suppose this may be a pattern with many of those mid-90s games here. It was released in 1994 and required AGA chipset, limiting the pool of potential players quite considerably. And since when Commodore went bankrupt, not many Amiga owners working on upgrading to a newer machine, turning instead towards a more stable PC platform. Banshee did nothing to help in fighting for Amiga's Phoenix-like resurrection, perhaps even impaired it. But that's one for the history books. Anyway, the game's a vertically scrolling shoot-em-up with a mixture of beautiful steampunk and World War II aesthetics, sprinkled with a beefy, heavy and well-chosen sound effects. If you like shoot-em-ups, it's definitely not one to skip, and if you'll get a chance you should give it a go. Beneath a Steel Sky is a living proof, well, not living per se. Let me start again. Beneath a Steel Sky is a proof that game design is a subject of evolution too, especially in terms of storytelling. In games that had any story, that is. The subjects tackled with each year became more serious, more grown-up, deeper and more involving, often posing serious social or moral problems to solve. And Beneath a Steel Sky is no different. It's a beautiful science fiction cyberpunkish point-and-click adventure that focuses its focal point on uncovering an overwhelming corruption of its dystopian world. It's also one of the best and most fun adventure games full of puzzles that are in majority quite logical and do not require much trial and error. Given the scope of the story, I'd risk saying that Beneath a Steel Sky is an interactive movie, but that may be a bit too far-fetched, as presentation-wise it's on the same level as most other adventure games of the time. That's debatable, however. What's not is the disc swapping nightmare that this otherwise great game induces coming on 15 floppies. Benefactor is one of the best exclusives for the Amiga, and sadly also one of the lesser known titles. It's a very unique puzzle platformer that's a mixture of Lemmings, Sleepwalker, and any other generic action platformer. Sounds odd, but it's so well executed and designed that you won't stop playing even for a minute to ponder about it. You control a small character whose name is a wordplay on the title, Ben E. Factor, and he has to save tiny red creatures from captivity. Each level poses a different logical and platforming challenge, and you have to use both your agility and tiny creatures to solve them. Little fellas can be tossed higher than you can jump, cross paths that are shorter and you wouldn't fit through, and be used to turn on or off various switches, and help in many other ways. They're like lemmings without pre-assigned skills and just do what's required, where it's required, if placed on the right path. Benefactor is a game that's best understood when played and not seen or read about. And it's also when you most appreciate it for the unusual action puzzling fun that it offers. Body Blows Galactic is a better out of both games. Much better in fact, but still nowhere near the behemoths of playability like Street Fighter 2, Mortal Kombat or even later released Versus Fighters on the Amiga. It's a game that proves that technically Ami was more than capable of having an amazing 2D versus fighting titles, but in the same time confirming that Team 17, despite their other amazing games, is definitely not the team that should deliver it. It's an uninspiring and lackluster in everything apart from graphics and character design title that should be avoided if any other decent games in the genre are available. Body Blows Galactic is a game that could, but didn't. Very same year Team 17 also released Ultimate Body Blows on CD32, an obvious money grab that was compilation of both games under a singular title. It wasn't any better than the original two, so hardly deserves anything more than those two sentences here. Bob on Sticks is beautiful. I mean, you can see that it is, but trust me, it's like that all throughout the game. Cartoon-like quality is strong in this one, and gameplay is no worse. Not many platformers in the early 90s on any of the available platforms offered similar quality of graphics and such huge sprites. I mean, just look at the main character or the tree that follows him around for a short while. It's huge. Sounds and music are pretty decent too, but not something you would remember or hum after playing. Gameplay is really fun though, even if latter levels are quite challenging. It's another of those titles that were a bit late to the Amiga saving party, and while being of unquestionably and undeniably high quality, failed to change the future of the system. If you like platformers, especially those that offer some simple puzzles every now and then, give Bob and Sticks a go as it's one that won't let you down. Under the cute and cartoony graphics of Bubble and Squeak hides a very competent and fun puzzle platformer. Teacherable Bubble and Squid have to work together, solving puzzles to complete levels and save planet Gruul's Populace that was kidnapped by the evil Cat of Nine Tails. And Bubble can go to town on Squeak, quite literally. The abuse has no bounds here and is taken to the next level. Comical level, that is, as it's all in good fun for humorous purposes only, and there's no real violence in the game and no aliens were harmed during development of this title, so I heard. So Bubble can kick and toss Squeak left and right, and he does, and the game is fun the end. I'm kidding. The symbiotic relation between the two characters is the main mechanic and is used in all levels. To bigger extent in the latter ones where it's a bit less platformy and more puzzly, but Bubble and Squeak is definitely one of the most unusual games of 1994 on the Amiga, and one worth tracking down and playing. Cannon Fodder 2 had very big shoes to fill from the get-go. After all, not only first Cannon Fodder was universally praised and immensely popular among both players and critics, but was also a really good game. And yeah, one does not always guarantee another. Look at Body Blows for instance, they're universally praised really bad games. Cannon Fodder 2 had to follow one of the overall best games on the Amiga. How do you do something like that? You innovate and change only little itty bitty bits and pieces not to break the winning formula. And that's what Sensible Software did. They've raised the difficulty quite a lot and changed the setting location of some missions, with alien-themed levels being most questionable choices that were a red-hot talking point among fans of the first game, and something many never liked. It is not a bad game, it's really good actually, it just suffers from a sequel syndrome, which hardly ever allows for a follow-up to be as good or better than a genius first outing. Great example of that would be The Matrix. Yes, the movie. To this day I am incredibly happy that there were no crappy sequels released to it and that it's a singular movie from 1999 with no follow-ups at all ever premiered or talked about. None. Yes, that is the actuality of our reality. No more than one movie, just The Matrix. In short, Cannon Fodder 2 is way too difficult, but otherwise good game that failed in its attempt of outgrowing its predecessor. The Clue is by far the most unusual and perhaps ambitious title of 1994 and one of the most important games in history, even if it's largely ignored, forgotten or even worse unknown. It's a very complex but brilliantly executed mixture of strategy, management and adventure game. In short, it lets you live out your wildest Ocean 13 dreams of being a master thief. International burglar with skill and a team to pull off even the biggest heist. And as with most best management games of the era, The Clue 2 is a masterwork of a German developer. But by now, I'm sure it's not a surprise to anyone watching those history videos. And to clarify, I'm not German, don't speak the language, so I'm not trying to push my own agenda here. Anyway, in The Clue, you start small with minor burglaries for little profit, going bigger and bigger with each job, until you finally tackle the ultimate grab of the game in the form of royal crown jewels. It's a game that requires heaps of patience, as you have to assemble a team for each job, get appropriate tools, and then carefully and thoroughly plan out the heist. Step by step. Literally. I'm not exaggerating. But if you do give it time, remember about location surveillance, pick the right team and tools, and plan the perfect theft, The Clue is incredibly rewarding when everything goes as planned. Watching it play out perfectly gives satisfaction hardly any game does, even to this day. Before it was released, the original Dungeon Master was internally called Crystal Dragon by its developers. This game is also called Crystal Dragon. It's also a dungeon crawling party-based RPG in high fantasy setting, and also brutally difficult. Perhaps even more so than the original was. But it's made by a completely different developer, so I suppose this background intro was totally unnecessary. I never played it back then, I'm not gonna lie, so my experiences are very limited with this one. What I can tell you though, will be based on reviews and confessions that I read and a gameplay video I saw on YouTube. Coincidentally, also in part the one that you're watching now. So, Crystal Dragon is a huge game, spawning multiple levels in which you can travel not only on one plane, but also downwards via use of pits. The fights are quite challenging and require careful approach, as it's easy to die and there's no option to resurrect fallen characters. And last, and in that particular case definitely least, the game is brown-greyish all throughout. Which may also be a reason why I haven't played it back then, as this particular mix of colors was a huge turn-off for me. Let me preface everything else that I will say about Deluxe Galaga by stating that I'm an idiot. Perhaps it's not apparent at most times, but I think I really am. I have no way of proving that, as I was never diagnosed with anything, but there's no other explanation to what had happened. Well, Deluxe Galaga came out in 1993 and not 1994. But as I was preparing the last video, I was convinced that it was 1995 based on Lemon Amiga's game page. As I've started working on this video, it kinda dawned on me that the games I was writing about I had after and not before I did Deluxe Galaga. So I dug a tad deeper and surprise surprise, it was in fact 1993 when it came out. So, as an exception and a testament to its quality, Deluxe Galaga is the first of two games that I will feature torn out of their time, and talk about in this video just because they deserve to be cherished as a part of Amiga gaming history. So, with all that out of the way, let's talk about it. It's a single-screen wave-based shoot-em-up that's superior version to the arcade original it's loosely based on, and it offers tons of weapons, upgrades and downgrades. The game is divided into levels that are of various kinds, so there's usually 2 levels featuring same kinds of enemies, and then the third one that is identical, but in addition to those enemies there are always corresponding similar bigger ones that we called the mothers back in the day. After a set of those 3 levels is complete, you're alternating between a singular bonus level or a kamikaze attack stage where enemies drop down on you in waves. Those stages do not require complete destruction of all alien forces, but offer extra points if you do so. You will encounter also 2 kinds of stages, a meteor storm that is triggered by a specific in-game pickup. It's potentially very profitable, and to complete it you have to fly for a specific set distance while avoiding waves upon waves of meteors. And warp malfunction stage, which happens when, well, warp malfunctions, and where you have to fight against warp creatures. They drop rank markers used for in-game promotions, so it's not a waste of time. And last but not least, every 25 levels you're facing a real full-fledged bosses that not only require memorization of their attack patterns, but also practice. There is an in-game shop where you can upgrade your ship, and you should do so as each consecutive level features tougher and tougher enemies. Deluxe Galaga is not only a title that has a separate individual review on my channel, but also, in my opinion, is the very best shooter on the Amiga. Video doesn't give it justice, you have to play it for yourself. If you ever wondered how it was to be Henry Ford, car manufacturing magnate, wonder no more. Detroit is the game that will place you in the shoes of such individual. Or wanna be with a bit of cash and plans and hopes for the future, as you start at the bottom and the road to the top is not short or an easy one in the slightest. While Detroit is automobile-focused management strategy game, and a very good one at that, it was not made in Germany. But I suppose it's an exception that confirms the unwritten rule. Anyway, it's a title for those who love graphs, numbers, stats and a lot of planning, as that's what you'll be mainly doing. You have to erect a factory, assemble line, hire workers and plan the way your cars will be built and how they'll look like. And they can be anything from your everyday sedans through pickups to vans, off-roads and everything in between, with each of the components being of various technological and material quality. So aside from manufacturing and selling of vehicles, you'll have to stay on top of the research too, making sure that you don't fall behind the competition. Always innovating and introducing new solutions to previously non-existent problems that surface along with customers' newfound requirements. It's a really cool title that may be a bit on a slower side, but it's really fun nonetheless. Dragonstone is a sequel to Dark Mirror. It looks amazing, it has very Zelda-esque design to it, in both graphics and gameplay, at least when compared to early Zelda titles. Is it as good or as fun though? No, nowhere near, but while Zelda games are internationally recognized classics, Dragonstone is just a sequel to a game that, while being fun, was just one of the many on an obscure platform. Personally, I would prefer if ability to upgrade or change weapons and shields was added, and if the game did not suffer from difficulty downhill. Meaning that at a certain point the difficulty just stops, and from then onwards falls quite considerably, making the late game a breeze. Which for the most part is not bad, just not very challenging. Dream Up is probably one of the most unusual adventure games on the Amiga. For many reasons, and all good really. It's the most dark and atmospheric game out of all of them, playing out in a, let's say, dark and gritty near future that's not quite cyberpunk, but not far off either. You're essentially tasked by an unknown person in your dreams to kill 7 people in order to save mankind. This raises a series of ethical questions which game really never tries to answer. Dream Up is also a mature title full of adult overtones with bloody violence and sexual content all throughout. And lastly, the perspective you play from is unique as it's top-down view that I don't believe I've seen in any other game until original GTA came out. Interestingly enough, Dream Up shares something with Elder Scrolls titles from Bethesda. To be precise, nearly anything in the game can be picked up and carried in inventory, even if its usefulness is questionable or non-existent. It's not a title for teens or kids, even if that's what most of the players of it back in the day were. It's a story for grown-ups, by grown-ups, and about grown-ups. A game worth completing at least once. Elfmania is not a great game, but it's here for a reason. Its own existence and smoothly animated graphics and sound are a proof that Street Fighter 2 arcade quality game was capable on the Amiga. And we didn't have to settle on titles like Body Blows and such. Coming back to Elfmania though, other than the graphics and sound, it's an average fighter at best, using various elves as combatants. Sadly, the moves are very limited and each character has a single and usually not too great special. No combos of any shape or form. Interesting mechanic that is not enough to save the game are the coins drops from opposing fighters when you land successful hits. They can be used to unlock better, stronger fighters for use in your single player campaign. So it's worth collecting those, that is if you settle on playing the game at all. Franco the Crazy Revenge is a very obscure Polish beat-em-up, known most likely only in the country and among those who were actively looking for fighting and beat-em-up games on the Amiga. Funny fact, the title's in English but everything else in game is entirely in Polish, from any written text, through omnipresent wall graphics, to sampled vocals. Not that it makes any difference in gameplay, but it's worth mentioning. The game itself takes place in Stettin, a capital of northmost western province in Poland, in the early 90s. You're reading one of two buff, clearly steroid-fueled dudes that kick ass, break legs and punch noses in, quite literally I must add, of virtually anyone who stands in their way. The graphics are not something you'll be writing home about, but the overwhelming brutality and gorefest that fills the screen at an alarming rate is something that was definitely not common back in the day. Apart from maybe Mortal Kombat series of games and Moonstone. It's ugly but quite fun beat-em-up with only real downside being levels loading in parts, meaning every group or two of enemies the game will pause for a few seconds to load more data. It's really annoying and takes you out of experience for a bit, but not to the point of discouraging from playing. Fury of the Fairies is an absolute gem. It's one of the most, if not the most ambitiously designed and well thought out Amiga platformer. To simply put, you're in charge of 4 differently colored fairy characters, each with unique skill set. The red one can chew basically through anything, biting all the walls, floors and anything else on his way. The yellow can shoot basic and charge shot, both quite useful in offense against hordes of cutesy enemies and most importantly in certain puzzles alike. Blue fairy can swim, dive and shoot bubbles off his ass, just bubbles. The jury's still out on that. And last but definitely not least, Spider Pig, the green fairy. He has a grapple and a line and, ladies and gentlemen, he works these two like a champ. Crossing over large stretches of environmental obstacles, going where no other fairy went before and pulling things that could, well at least in this game, only be pulled via line.
All in all, you've got to utilize all these skills to complete increasingly more difficult levels in variously themed worlds. Each and every stage is a little puzzle, in latter areas requiring sharp thinking and often godlike dexterity, but having worked out when and how to use every one of these little colorful rascals is really rewarding. And the cherry on top of this already great cake of a game are bonus areas hidden in every single level. At times even nested within each other like some kind of crazy coins-filled Russian nesting dolls. Best of all, difficulty growth in Ferry of the Fairies is very gradual, allowing player to learn all the tropes before being dropped in deep water. That said, make no mistake, misjudging the title for what it is. As I mentioned earlier, it's a very much game of skills as much as a game of wits. Easy to get into and devilishly hard to master. You can learn more about it in a complete video review of it that I have on my channel. I always thought of Guardian as being Amiga's answer to Star Fox. Perhaps not as varied in terms of location and enemies, with no encompassing story and less smooth gameplay, but Amiga doesn't have the Super FX chip to accelerate the graphics, so it's an achievement nonetheless. In reality, however, Guardian was nothing more than Defender in 3D. In other words, you have to defeat all enemies while keeping all installations intact if possible. Simple as that. And while it may seem boring, it's not. It's actually pretty fun, even if a bit too challenging for my liking. The 3D untextured graphics did not age best, but for the time were something us basic A500 Amiga owners look with jealousy at. Guardian requires AGA chipset and was released on CD32 first, and then slightly stripped down on A1200. So if you have any choice in the matter, CD32 version is the one to play. Heimdall 2 Into the Hall of the Worlds is an isometric action-adventure game with RPG elements set in the world of Norse mythology and a continuation of 1991's Heimdall. Many of the technical issues from the first game were fixed, and in general gameplay was streamlined. So the whole party building element is gone, and the fights are less tactical and more hack and slashy. Is it better? Hard to tell, it's definitely easier, so if you're in the mood for an interesting adventure rather than the punishing one, second game is the better choice. All the puzzles in game are a tad easier than previously too, so it's less trial and error-y and more straightforward. Graphics are even better than in predecessor and really show what Amiga was capable of, and a testament to Core Design's artists. Sounds, however, are quite sparse, so I won't even attempt judging them. They're there sometimes, and that's all I can say about them. Hero Quest 2 Legacy of Sorasil is a sequel to 1991's Hero Quest and also based on the same named tabletop role-playing game. There are some changes to the formula as compared to its predecessor, however. The world types are not limited to only those that were in the original board game, which allowed developers to spread their wings when it comes to level designs. So they're bigger and much more interesting than before, with many more areas to be searched and seen. The characters actually gain experience now, getting better with time, which is an excellent improvement for any and all RPG fans. On the downside though, the save option is only ever available in between the levels, and there's only 9 of them. Meaning the game is not overly long but can be saved mid-mission, which can be seen as more immersive, but personally I never liked the idea of fixed save points. While Holiday Lemmings 94 is a decent expansion pack full of fun levels to conquer, it holds a dark secret. Nah, I'm kidding. But out of 64 levels only half are new, and the other is from released a year earlier Holiday Lemmings 93. But since the earlier title had only 32 levels, if you were to settle on one, pick the newer one as it's twice the levels for the same price. I would presume, as I'm not really following the prices of older games anymore. Anyway, it's the same good old Lemmings puzzling with all the usual skills and mind-boggling levels to beat. If you love the other games, you'll love this one. Innocent Until Caught is a conversion from PC, but pretty well done if I say so myself. Graphics look as if they were touched up and not just straight up color reduced from 256 to 32. Sure, they would have looked better at full palette, but given in what state the late Sierra games were moved to Amiga, this is really a good port. It's a point-and-click adventure game taking place in future, in space, in year 2171. And you're Jack T. Ladd, a space thief who's been finally found by the tax office and is ordered to pay his overdue taxes or face the consequences, which in the future happens to be death. Quite drastic, but given where our world seems to be going now, this may be very well what we'll be facing in the future too. Anyway, the game is pretty good story-wise, but bit infamous for the difficulty of its puzzles and the fact that some of them don't have logical solutions. If you're a hardcore fan of adventure titles, this one's definitely not something you'll want to skip. Otherwise, there are easier and better games, and those that do not come on ungodly 10 floppy disks. Ishar 3 The Seven Gates of Infinity is universally considered the weakest outing out of all 3 games in the series. But it doesn't mean that it's a bad game. It was just unlucky to follow the best one without innovating and changing anything for the better. As with previous game, you can either create a new party at start or import one from either of the previous titles. The semi-open world of second game was dropped for this one, and instead it came back to the roots of dungeon crawling, offering 5 different mazes, each in a different location. The puzzles are a bit on a tougher side though, meaning they will require a bit more thinking or a lot more trial and error, whichever you prefer. If you played the previous 2 titles, you'll know everything that there is to know about this one, and you'll know if you care to see the conclusion of the story. If you haven't, it's best to start with the first one anyway. Even though last in the Strike series, Urban Strike never saw release on the Amiga, second did. Jungle Strike is an action arcade shooter where you fly a combat helicopter over, well, jungle. Apart from first and last levels, that take place in Washington DC. The game is as good as the first title, although more arcadey. There are some benefits to that though, as scrolling routines have been slightly improved for a much smoother movement. Jungle Strike feels more action-packed, more like a shooter as a result of that. Funny enough, while there were 3 separate versions released for the Amiga, OCS one requiring 1MB Amiga 500, AGA requiring A1200 and CD32. The AGA version was a fake though. It was virtually identical to OCS apart from the title screen and could be run on any Amiga as long as it had 2MB of chip RAM, and did not use AGA chip capabilities at all. I haven't had a chance to check the CD32 version, but I have a sneaky feeling that it may have also not been using those extra available colors. If someone has means of checking it, let's say on Amiga CDTV, modded with 2MB of chip RAM and at least Kickstart 2.0, I would appreciate a comment as I'm honestly curious about it. K240 is a superior sequel to Utopia that we spoke about in 1991's video. It's also a real-time strategy based in deep space in year 2380 in a space sector called K240. And you're building colonies on asteroids to mine them for ore while fighting off hostile aliens. Funny enough, it was not the last game in the series, and a couple of years later was superseded by a PC game going by the name of Fragile Allegiance. Coming back to our subject at hand though, K240 fixed everything that was not working with Utopia. So things like storage management or real-time combat. And added many more mechanics, making for an unforgettable experience and an amazing title to play. It's one of those games that has that one more turn factor, not letting you go and pulling you ever so deeper in with every minute, even if it has no turns at all running in real time. The only real downside I could think of would probably be the entry threshold that's quite steep and may require a few failed attempts before figuring out what's what. Although it may not look like it, but Kid Chaos is one of the more demanding platformers on the Amiga. Main character, world presentation and enemies play very similarly to Sonic the Hedgehog. The kit is fast and has a jump spinning attack, and the levels seem to be made for high-paced game. Apart from bumpers maybe, which I feel nearly half of seem to be placed in such a way as if they were made to slow you down rather than help you in gaining momentum. Well, whatever. Kid Chaos's graphics are pretty nice, if a bit too brownish for my liking, but there's no doubt that the care and attention was given to them so that they would not fall below 1994's Amiga standard. Multiplane parallax scrolling being the most prominent feature of it. I'm not a big fan of game as it's way too chaotic for me to enjoy, but I understand the appeal, especially that it served as a de facto technological proof of Sonic being theoretically possible on the Amiga. What I did found as a nice surprise though were the minigames similar to Arkanoid and Galaga, both running in-engine with titular characters serving either as a paddle for the first or spaceship in second. Well, both paddle and spaceship may be far too fetched descriptions though, as he never really morphs into anything but a while. Oh, why do I even bother? Obviously you do understand what I have in mind, right? King's Quest VI Air Today Gone Tomorrow is a point-and-click adventure game and the last title released by Sierra on the Amiga. It was originally a PC-CD exclusive, so converting it to floppy-based Amiga had to sacrifice quite a few of the features. First thing out of the door were the amazing voiceovers performed by talented voice actors. Second were the graphics. While AGA version was planned, in the end Amiga only ever saw OCS version with 32 colors, which compared to PC's 256 looked toned down and rather bland. Story-wise, it's as good as expected, not in small part thanks to legendary Roberta Williams, who was responsible for the best Sierra games. The most interesting part of King's Quest VI, however, is how the game is designed. Almost half of all puzzles is optional. Many of them have more than one solution, and because of the game's open world design, they can be completed in any order. Even better, more or less midway through the game, you'll be able to choose to follow the longer, more puzzle-oriented or shorter story path. The longer results in more satisfying game ending, but many of the parts of the ending are based on the choices taken throughout the game, so they can vary considerably each playthrough, if different riddles are solved and especially if they're completed in different ways. While King's Quest VI is nowhere near being the best adventure game on the Amiga, it's definitely one of the more interestingly designed ones. Lamborghini American Challenge is Crazy Cars 3 we've tackled in 1992's video, but with a split-screen multiplayer. And yes, it's Lamborghini and not Lamborghini. And no, I'm not Italian. For those who haven't seen the video though, it's an arcade racer where you race around the tracks all over the USA to become the undisputed champion of illegal street racing scene. So you'll be set against a series of increasingly more difficult opponents, you'll be placing bets on races, and money won in those bets and races you'll invest in upgrading your car. The iconic Lamborghini Diablo. Graphics-wise, the game did not change much from 1992, but if it had to change at all is disputable, as it looked good enough even 2 years earlier. Sounds are the same as before too, but the addition of new soundtrack was a welcome, even if not game-changing, upgrade. Liberation Captive 2 is a dark cyberpunk role-playing game and a sequel to 1990's Captive. I've spoke about a certain year before, I believe it was 1991, as being a year of the sequel, but the farther I go in this video, the more I am convinced that it's 1994 that's the one. Liberation from the get-go was designed to be CD32 game, as it featured long cutscenes, voice acting and CD-quality soundtrack. And if there were more games like that, perhaps it wouldn't have failed as a console. Anyway, the base Amiga outing that came on 5 floppies was stripped down version, and even though it was as playable as the CD32 one, it lacked in many of the factors that made the game so special, like music and some of the sound effects. So if you have a choice, always go for the CD version, it's just superior. The game takes place in a huge fully explorable city with hundreds upon hundreds of accessible buildings, and in a way, the City of Liberation is more open and free to explore than many open-world games of today are. I mean, comparing it to similarly themed Watch Dogs Legion released last year, where 95% of all buildings are facades. Liberation looks like a much bigger and better designed title, given Amiga's capabilities that is. That's not all, however. Pretty much every feature you see in the city is either interactive or can be used, starting from taxis to buildings of various kinds actually offering services that they would in real life. And while your main goal is to gather the clues leading to and finally to free the prisoner, it's very easy to get lost in the world of Liberation. In a good way, that is. Little Devil is an adventure puzzle game consisting of large maze containing rooms that each offers different puzzles. The maze is navigated from behind the character perspective, while the riddles in rooms are solved in a typical adventure game side view. Saying that Little Devil has nice graphics would be a disservice to it. They are beautiful and have a very heavy cartoon-like feeling to them. They're rich and colorful, although because of the setting being an underworld, they're in a big part a mixture of various shades of red and brown, which may not be everyone's cup of tea. Many different ways the main character Matt can fail and get hurt are funnily animated and a definite highlight of the game, providing a much needed comic relief. All the superlatives aside, Little Devil was originally released on PC and ported to the Amiga. And some cuts had to be made, as developers themselves stated that going from a minimum of 4 MB on PC to 2 MB Amiga was a serious challenge. Henceforth, the animation may not be as fluid as it's on the grey box, missing some frames, and sounds are most likely downsampled too. Oh well, such is life. Especially in a year when not only Commodore went bankrupt, but it became painfully obvious to majority of gamers that the future of gaming lay on PCs and consoles, and that the Amiga was sadly going nowhere anymore. Lords of the Realm is a medieval-themed strategy game where you compete against CPU or other players for the right of becoming King of England or King of Germany. On the main map where you manage your land and population, the game is played in turns, allowing for planning out your grand strategies for victory. Battles, however, take place in real time, where you can control all your units individually or as a group in RTS style. There is also an option for automatic determination of combat encounters for those who don't care for real-time strategies, so players like myself. But trust me, as much as it's not my cup of tea, it's always better to approach those battles yourself rather than leave the resolution in digital hands of CPU. Lords of the Realm gathered overwhelming acclaim at launch and was generally very positively received by both players and reviewers. Amiga received 2 versions, for basic 1 MB systems and for A1200 with AGA chipset. If you have a choice in the matter, it's best to pick the latter, cause not only it looks better but also uses any and all systems expansions available and runs faster.
I honestly don't know how most Street Fighter 2 ports to the Amiga could be so bad when we've got such amazing ports of Mortal Kombat. I really don't. And while Street Fighter's sprites were perhaps a tad bigger, they were drawn and could allow for much more freedom creatively when it came to their coloring scheme. Mortal Kombat featured digitized actors, so possible changes to the graphics were considerably more limited. And yet, Mortal Kombat, that should have not been possible, not only was released on the Amiga but rocked. Quite literally, as it sounded amazing both in terms of sound and music. I mean, who could have ever get bored of those meaty punches and kicks? Not to mention screams during fatalities that the game was infamous for. Graphically, Mortal Kombat is amazing. Sure, it may not be arcade perfect with a limited 32 color palette, but it's as close to it as possible, and for the game of this scope, it looks incredible. Gameplay-wise, everything was properly converted to the Amiga and nothing, not a single thing, is missing. So you'll go through all the same fights on your way to the top of the ladder before facing Shang Tsung as you would have in the arcades. And in between the fights you'll tackle same challenges aptly named Test Your Might, based around crushing various materials with your hand, karate style. All moves, specials and fatalities are in the Amiga version too, and it's as bloody as the original and equally as fun. But it's not all good and dandy, and there's an elephant in the room we have to address. Well, or two of them in fact. So, elephant number one, numero uno, is the joystick controls. Sure, for someone like myself who played Mortal Kombat on Amiga more than on any other platform, they're easy to understand and use. Apart from fatalities that I just completely forgot. But for the average first-time player, they're not going to be the best. Ideally, the game requires, in my opinion, at the very least 3 buttons. One for punching, one for kicking, and the last one for blocking. But since we're not living in an ideal world, it is what it is, and just requires getting used to. And second of those two proverbial elephants is something that's probably some of you already commented about under this very video. Well, there's no reason to circle around it anymore. Mortal Kombat Same as Deluxe Galaga was released a year earlier in 1993 and not 1994. That overlooking a mistake is on me, and for that I apologize. But in the same time, I couldn't have left the game unmentioned. Still, it shouldn't have happened, and for 1995 it won't. Well, I hope it won't, at least. All that aside, however, Mortal Kombat is a great conversion showing that there was still life in the Amiga, even if there wasn't much of it in Commodore. There is no logical reason to compare it to other platforms with more capable hardware here, but for what it ended up being on the system, it's worth a spot in every Amiga's gamers collection. While first Mortal Kombat was undoubtedly an achievement, second shouldn't have been possible on the Amiga at all. Nearly twice as many characters to choose from, each with many more new special moves, fatalities and stages, Mortal Kombat 2 is a much bigger game than the predecessor in every scope. And it shows, as without extra RAM or second disk drive, and despite only coming on 3 floppies, it's a disk swapping nightmare. Quite literally. It's not unusual when playing with just one drive and 1 MB of RAM to switch disks 2-3 times between fights or even mid-fight when Shang Tsung's changing into other characters. Even worse, when it came out there was no way of installing it on HD, as first version of WHD load was released couple of years later. But all that said, it's something that's, while unbearable now, was not an uncommon occurrence back then, and an annoyance we've been used to living with. Joystick controls are similar to previous game, but with addition of many new moves some difficult choices had to be made. Like certain specials requiring holding button pressed for 5 seconds. Which in a fighter is ridiculous, and not only you'll never get as much free time, but also this did not seem to apply to the CPU. That can pull those moves off instantly. Another pain of mine are the fatalities. They are so complicated now that some kind of godlike joystick acrobatics is required when trying to pull them off. Not to mention impeccable timing and exact distance that has to be kept while attempting. The biggest real issue, however, are the CPU opponents that cheat. Quite literally they do, countering your attacks even before the animation for them starts playing and not having the same timing requirements on special moves. There's an amazing YouTube video by Modern Vintage Gamer that I've linked in the description below that disassembles the game piece by piece, proving that the CPU cheating actually occurs and how it's done. It's a good watch, if you're interested in the subject that is. But fact that it's a broken game in single player does not mean that it's a bad game. Nope, on the contrary. Mortal Kombat 2 is incredibly fun to play against a friend when all the limitations are fairly spread between the players. And one versus fighter that I've probably played the most in early 90s with friends against each other, as we all had that arcade Mortal Kombat fever. It goes without saying that presentation, while not using AGA chipset at all, is one of the best on the Amiga and a proof that it was a system that could still deliver A-class experiences if only developers cared to give it that little extra bit of attention. Now, my approach to this game will be controversial, so buckle your seatbelt. I'll tell you what Naughty Ones is, and then I'll shut up for approximately 20 more seconds so you could watch it a bit more. And then we'll get to the next game. Why? Cause when I do, and if you watch the previous video covering 1993, it'll be clear what it's all about. So, Naughty Ones is like reskinned Quack that's nearly equally as good when played alone as it is when played with a friend. That's it. On the Ball is a football manager, but it's a bit different than all the other ones. Not only in terms of graphics, which are, while very specific in their design, quite nice and detailed, but especially in terms of how you approach the management aspect in general. You'll do same things you do in most other games in the genre, but there's increased attention put on both training and psychological aspects of the game. So, motivation and emotional well-being of players, and your contacts and rapport with the press, where an appropriate response can have beneficial consequences, or opposed to that, even break spirits of your team members. Admittedly, I hadn't played On the Ball as much as I should, as my version kept hanging back in the day, but the very same version worked just fine on my friend's Amiga, so I watched him play it quite a bit. All that said, keep in mind that because of that, my personal experience with the game is very limited. PGA European Tour is easily one of the best, if not the best, golf game on the Amiga. Not only it's a very good looking title, especially on the AGA machines, but also simulates the sport in an attractive but feeling genuine way. Unlike Lynx, however, which was another very prominent golf game, PGA European Tour loads up quite quickly and everything you do in the game seems near instantaneous. So you're wasting no time here on non-playable parts of the game. Graphics are excellent and the sounds for what they are supposed to represent are accurate. What is most important, however, is the gameplay, and I gotta say that it's top-notch and an incredible time to have with up to 3 others. It's one of those titles that have a very low entry point, allowing for most, even completely unfamiliar with the sport, to play and enjoy right from the get-go. But in the same time, it's also challenging to master, meaning that encompassing other players familiar with the game may require a lot of practice, so that hardly ever games feel so one-sided that are unpleasant to play for the weaker competitors. Pirates Gold is the best looking version of Pirates on all 16-bit systems. It's not the best playing one though, but we'll get back to that in a little while. If I had to categorize Pirates Gold and put it in a labeled drawer corresponding to its genre, I'd say that I keep it in few of those little drawers. A copy in each. It's an RPG as you play as a titular pirate, a pirate captain to be precise, and as time goes by you age, gain experience and better your skills while succumbing to debuffs that the age brings with it. Said experience and skills, however, are not based on numbers like in typical RPGs, but in you, in real life, getting better at the game and its mechanics. In the same time, it's also an adventure game where you can be a ship captain, helping to conquer Caribbean for one of 4 European powers: English, Dutch, Spanish or French. You can look for your long-lost family members, hidden treasures and perform missions for governors of various islands. But also, you can forfeit it all and just be a pirate living off of sinking and plundering other ships, raiding outposts big and small and capturing gold fleets or silver trains. So, and this may already be quite obvious, it's also a life simulation. A very specific life, but one nonetheless. As I mentioned before, gold version of Pirates is not the best playing one. The absolute best is the original, which coincidentally is also on the Amiga. It's most streamlined and fastest responding to controls. But it's only abundance of pointless animations and additions that slow down the gameplay, like the requirement to actually walk around the town rather than being able to pick options from a menu, that is a downside of Pirates Gold. Other than being slower than other versions, it plays identical and is the same great game, with an addition of in-game map that actually makes sailing much easier and more enjoyable. So if you haven't had a chance and this is the only version of the game available to you, don't worry about it, grab your parrot, grab a barrel of best/strongest grog and lock yourself away for the weekend to immerse yourself in this amazing, swashbuckling adventure. If you'd like to know more about it, there's a whole separate video review of Pirates on this very channel. Pizza Connection aka Pizza Tycoon is a humorous business simulation and management game made by Software 2000, a German-based, well, surprise surprise, developer. You know, this began as a running joke a couple of videos ago that the German developers made the best management games in the 90s. But as we went more and more in depth with them throughout this whole Amiga gaming history series, it became clear that if it was anything, then it was not a joke but a fact. And Pizza Connection is another incredible example of that and also one of my absolute favorites. On the surface, you're a restaurant and in time chain of restaurants owner in a city either in Europe or US. And you're responsible for everything from renting or buying a building for your pizzeria, all the equipment and furniture, to hiring staff and even designing your own pizzas.
based on the taste and needs of the local neighborhood's populace. If that wasn't enough, you have to advertise your business, can take part in pizza competitions, or even deal with shady types, or sabotage your competition via peaceful or brutal means. Pizza Connection is a true gem and a real fun title to play either in single or multiplayer. And the only negative I could think of when talking about it would have to be that Amiga once more got the shorter end of the stick, with only German version available, while PC had the game in English too. Reunion is basically 1989's Millennium 2.2 but in newer clothing made by a different developer. But for all intents and purposes, it's the exact same game, to the point of even having the same shortcomings that original did. Like being able to manufacture ships only on your home planet, even though you may be having dozens of others readily under your control. Or enemies mainly targeting this exact planet and no other, even if they're much more remote and easier to capture. And finally, lack of any options to automate routes for mining, so everything has to be controlled by hand. It's probably not a biggie for micromanagement freaks, but for the rest of us, it's most definitely a tad annoying. That said, it's crucial that I explain that Reunion is not a bad game. Quite opposite in fact. It's a very fun strategy management title with some adventure story overtones that, while a background to all that is happening, are actually pretty involving. It's one for the strategy fans that will no doubt enjoy it despite those small issues. If you however are a Sunday strategy player, then there are far better titles to try. Roadkill was developed by Vision and released on both CD32 first and later AGA Amigas. And right from the start it's quite obvious that it was designed for the console, as the control via CD32 gamepad is not only much more ergonomic, but also does not require using keyboard to shoot missiles. It doesn't mean that the AGA port is bad, quite the opposite in fact, it's just better played with a pad. Anyway, Roadkill is an overhead racing game set in the future where use of weapons is not only permitted while racing, but even encouraged. It's a really fun and rewarding game and definitely one of the best racers on the Amiga, even if slightly crippled by two disappointing design choices. First being a complete lack of multiplayer, and if there ever was one actually implemented, Roadkill could easily become CD32's killer app and a console seller. Second, all turns and corners are set at exactly 90 degrees, and I'm not sure what's the reasoning behind that, especially that older, simpler games use diagonal turns without any issues whatsoever. It seems, however, that this largely irrelevant mystery will remain unsolved forever. On a side note, if you ever have a free spare minutes, I recommend going to AJA Roadkill's game page on Lemon Amiga, scrolling down the comments until you get to the gentleman named Retrovirus, and reading his deconstruction of what the game is really about. His analysis, while unworldly, is really captivating. Rough and Tumble is an action platformer and one of the most console-like experiences on the Amiga. The idea here is simple. You're Rough Rogers and you have to get through each level by collecting a specific amount of red, blue and green bubbles, keys and defeat all enemies. The idea is simple perhaps, but the game itself isn't. While it's undemanding at start, the difficulty ramps up quite fast with each level and at times feels overwhelmingly hectic. The trick, however, is not to let yourself be taken aback by it and progress slower, more carefully, going enemy by enemy rather than taking them all at once. It may seem unnecessary at first, as Rough and Tumble seduces you with its beautiful graphics, big sprites and excellent design, but sooner you realize that slower is faster, the farther you'll get in the game. Thankfully, Rough comes with a built-in password system, so you don't have to always go through the whole game from the start. Despite Rough and Tumble's excellent presentation, there's one thing complaint-worthy: scrolling. It's not terrible, don't get me wrong, but it just feels odd. It's hard to put a finger on it, hard to simply explain, and I'm not sure it's visible on the recording, but when you'll play it, you'll understand. The issue is not game-breaking in any way, but a very minor annoyance that's worth mentioning. Even though the game is easily in top 10 best Amiga platformers, it's another case of the too little too late. 3-4 years earlier, if paired with more equally good games in various different genres and perhaps a new kind of controller that would offer more than just one fire button, there would be a fighting chance for the Amiga. Perhaps. But not in 1994. Sensible World of Soccer, while releasing in 1994 and being universally considered the best football game on the Amiga, will only get 2 sentences here today. Why? Well, 1995's updated 1.1 version is the ultimate outing of the game and will get its justice served to it in the last video in the history of Amiga gaming series in around a week and a half. Sierra Soccer is my most favorite football game on the Amiga. It's difficult enough to pose a challenge, but accessible and easy to control so that strategy, management and role-playing gamers like myself will not feel lost and powerless playing it. The game uses a 3D engine that's, while not very sophisticated, is very simple for the end user to understand and makes taking all those free kicks and penalties a pure pleasure. as you can finally feel that you have a control where the ball will be going, more or less. And yeah, seasoned kickoff or sensible soccer players can probably aim the ball in their respective titles with pinpoint accuracy, but as I mentioned initially, I am and always was mainly a strategy and role-playing gamer, so those high-octane, arcadey football games were beyond means of reasonable control for me. Sierra Soccer was somewhere in between my beloved football managers and arcade games, and that was, it seems, a sweet spot for me. In the end, all you need to know that it's a very fun game. Not as widely spread or well known as the other footballing behemoths on the Amiga, but just as fun. I have a love-hate relationship with SimCity 2000 on the Amiga. I love it on PC, but absolutely despise it on the Amiga. While I couldn't play it back then as I only had Amiga 500, a friend had a 1200 and it was just a pain to watch. Because it wasn't playable at all. It wasn't an upgraded system at all, so perhaps that's the case here, but by 1994, when Commodore was already on its way out, it was difficult to justify a costly upgrade to most likely soon to be dead machine. And judging by the comments on Lemon Amiga game page, even people with accelerators and extra memory had very different experiences with SimCity 2000, ranging from slow but playable to absolute disasters. Well, one way or another, whether it was a crappy port or game that was just not meant to be on the Amiga, it did come out on it and was a city building and management simulation, a successor to ever popular first title, where you're in charge of building and expanding a city while keeping its finances afloat and residents happy. A gem on PC and a game I spent hundreds of hours playing and would hope that experiences of Amiga players were similar, though it's hard to imagine. The difference between Super Stardust and Stardust we spoke about in the last video covering 1993 may be subtle, but they're important and game-changing. First, it's an AGA exclusive, so only working on machines with the chipset, but that allows for 256 colors graphic, making this already beautiful title even more enchanting. Second, and also last it seems, while still posing a formidable challenge, Super Stardust is much easier than the first game, with most deaths not being cheap and inevitable, but usually a direct result of players' mistake. Which may not seem like a lot, but makes a huge difference with a game feeling challenging as opposed to frustrating a year earlier. Some issues prevailed, however, like inability to fly backwards or to remap controls of a shield to a second button, but I suppose it's something to get used to, even if it's a bit annoying. Anyway, for those who haven't seen the last video, Super Stardust is a single-screen arcade shooter that could be described as asteroids on steroids. It's bigger, better, offers many more kinds of debris and enemies to shoot, upgrades to ships' weaponry, and mind-bending faux 3D super smoothly animated tunnel shooter sections between regular levels. Even if a bit simple at its premise, it's a real fun title if you like challenging games and one worth having in a collection, even if just a show-off of Amiga's capabilities. Theme Park is easily one of my most favorite games on the Amiga. It's a management simulation where you run your, well, amusement park. While Theme Park offers sort of campaign where you can conquer different parts of the world building parks there, the game itself is quite open-ended and you don't really have to ever leave the area that you choose or particularly like and can just stay there amassing wealth. And you're responsible for everything to keep the place running and the money flowing. From building of various attractions, hiring staff, research, supplemental facilities, prices, to even such minute details like queue placement for each ride and amount of sugar in ice cream or bubbles in sodas. In spite of cute and colorful graphics, the financial simulation backbone of Theme Park is not thin and it's pretty complex. There are a lot of things that need to be balanced, like the time each ride can be used to be as profitable as possible, opposed to when it should be maintained to remain safe and attractive. Or distance and location of soda and fast food vendors from certain attractions and toilets, to maximize the profit and keep the guests in the park for as long as possible. After all, the longer they'll stay, the more money they'll spend. Theme Park is an amazing game, first in Bullfrog's Team series of games, and a title that's full of quirky humor and unpredictable situations. I'd argue that it can be enjoyed by most, even those who don't particularly care for strategies or management games. UFO Enemy Unknown is a hard title for me to talk about. It's one of my most favorite games of all time, and a start to the series that I play to this day, albeit in newer, modern outings of XCOM and XCOM 2 by Firaxis. It's a mixture of grand strategy with tactical combat encounters and base management. Explosive mixture that delivers a lot of fun, given its run on appropriately fast system. Still, I completed original UFO on my faithful Amiga 500 at least twice, and had a blast. But I also learned a lot about patience while doing so, and wouldn't recommend approaching the game with this configuration to anyone. A1200 is probably the barest minimum the game should be played on, and even that in some later missions may become unpleasant to experience. I suppose 030 CPU with some extra RAM is enough to run the UFO comfortably on the Amiga, but in 1994, compared to general Amiga's gamers populace, those who had at least that configuration were few and far between. Today UFO is probably best played on PC using either Steam or GOG versions, as they run excellently and can be enjoyed on even the potatoest of machines. Yep, I'm aware there's no such word. Or there was no such word, cause now there is. Anyway, the game as mentioned initially is a mixture of genres. So you have your strategic layer where you're seeing a globe in its full glory and can build bases, detect alien ships, and in turn command your ships to either shoot them down or take your troops to mission sites. Then there is a management bit, where you're in full control of your base's design and expansion, adding rooms as needed, each with its unique properties, hiring soldiers, scientists and engineers. This is also where you run research, manufacture and arm both your units and ships. Arguably outside of the missions, this is where you'll spend most of your time. And finally, a tactical layer where you take your team and tackle the alien forces on the ground. It's what you'll easily be doing the most of, controlling all your units individually in turn-based, very atmospheric and difficult combat. And even though it's played in turns, whomever played the UFO can confirm that it still could be called action-packed. Cause while it's not real-time, it's definitely blood pressure raising experience. Just not on basic Amigas. Universe is a sci-fi point-and-click adventure game developed by Core Design. It was originally supposed to be a sequel to the earlier title Curse of Enchantia, but ended up being a standalone title. It tells a story of a young man who has been transported from our world to another universe on the pretense that he's to be that universe's savior. The game has been critically acclaimed and is often cited as being one of the very best adventure games on the Amiga, both story-wise and because of the technical mastery Core Design had over the system's chipset. And it's not just empty words either. Universe is displaying 256 simultaneous colors on screen at once, instead of standard 32 on basic OCS Amigas. And it's something that, according to Commodore's engineers, shouldn't have been possible with moving images and scaling sprites. But it is, thanks to Core Design's own innovative tech called SPAC, which stands for Super Pre-Adjusted Color and works in a mysterious and magical way that I have no way of ever understanding. It looks good though, and that's what counts in my books. If that wasn't enough, they've also created a dynamic music system for the game very similar to LucasArts' iMuse. And the main character's scaling sprite was digitized rotoscoped version of one of the game designers, Rolf Moore. It's hard not to ponder now what would have been possible on the Amiga if it would receive AGA chipset 3-4 years earlier and long-awaited AAA chip around this time, as it was said to be as capable as that in the heart of the first PlayStation. Core Design could create art with that power. But it never happened, and we can only imagine what if. On a side note, as I wrote this, cause yeah, grand majority of talking points I tackle has been at least in part pre-written, I've checked Core Design's game library on the Amiga, and it's like no other. There isn't a single bad title there. All are brilliant at best, or good at worst. It's just amazing. Wow, that was a year, right? I mean, sure, it's clear that there wasn't as many great games as a year or two earlier, but those that were good were really good. And more of them were taking full advantage of AGA chipset, which was, well, an odd choice given Commodore's state in 1994, but I suppose the developers didn't have to know Commodore's internal workings. One way or another, beginning of the year Amiga gamers who followed the news had a lot to wait for, unbeknownst to the inevitable fate that was dawning over Commodore. And even though soon after they've learned the grim truth, which was reflected in the amount of games that came out a year later, we're not gonna tackle it here today as it's a subject for another video, which coincidentally will be the last in the series and will close the history of 10 most important years of Amiga's gaming. The most important event of 1995 and a decade as a whole was the dot-com boom, which may not seem like much today but was a huge factor in converting the analog world into digital, and single-handedly created more millionaires in a short span of time than any other event in history. Suddenly, all shops and services had to have a web presence, and some of them saw unprecedented rise in profits. It was also a year when both Java and JavaScript were released by Sun Microsystems and quickly became a major factor in website design and platform-agnostic programming. If that wasn't enough, PHP also had a final public release, and MP3 file extension for digitized music was publicly announced and changed the music industry forever. On February 15th, the most famous historical hacker, Kevin Mitnick, was arrested by FBI, leading to a crackdown on electronic criminals. Finally, a small bookstore found its presence on the web on July 15, going by then unknown name Amazon.com. It quickly landed on a snowball path to becoming a single biggest online retailer ever. And last but definitely not least, IBM unveiled the Deep Blue computer that was soon to beat and embarrass world chess champion Garry Kasparov, sparking conversations everywhere about the future of computing and AI. It's all pretty interesting, but you're not here to learn about what happened in 1995 worldwide. You want to know about Amiga games, right? And it's as good time as any other for me to humbly ask you to hit those like and subscribe buttons below, as not only you'll always be notified when I release something, but also it would help me a lot. And if you're feeling more generous, I also have a Patreon, and all the videos are released there a day earlier. That, however, is totally voluntary, and I will never paywall any of my YouTube content. With all that out of the way, let's get back to our scheduled programming. Our scheduled subject of conversation. The world was changing in 1995 faster than ever before, and so was Amiga. The difference was that Amiga was changing its status from still quite popular, even if a bit behind PC in terms of tech gaming machine, in one that was slowly being abandoned by gamers, ignored by developers, and even forgotten by everyone. It doesn't mean that there was no more good games released for it, on the contrary, but there were many less of them than in prior years, and often they were the last titles released on the Amiga by the developers that made them. Which is somewhat fitting, as this video is the last official in this 10 years of Amiga gaming history series. There will be one more supplemental episode covering 1996 and later, but it will come in few weeks time as I have other videos planned before. Make sure to watch the video all the way through to the end though, as there's a hidden Steam game code somewhere in between the games and couple of notes on what's to come in the future of my channel, especially when it comes to those bigger and longer videos. So without further ado, let's see what most prominent titles appeared on the AMI in 1995. Even though Alien Breed 3D plays in a very small window, just a bit bigger than a fourth of the screen, it's widely considered as one of the best first-person shooters on the Amiga, despite even being one of the first few released. It received critical acclaim for the atmosphere and graphics, especially that it allows for multiple height floors on a single level, so something that even Doom's engine can't do. All that came at the price though. Not only it required AGA chipset and at least 2 MB of RAM to run, but also that's the very bare minimum, and a turbo card with some extra fast RAM is advisable for comfortable play. While Alien Breed 3D is seen as continuation of the Alien Breed trilogy of games, it stands on its own feet and would have been a good game whether the originals existed or not. On a side note, it's one of the games that was included in the official release of 2022's A500 mini console. All New World of Lemmings is a puzzle game and a third official game released in the series. Also one that's the most innovative ever since the first. While the general task of leading all lemmings safely to exit through increasingly more difficult levels remained unchanged, everything else seemed to be modified in one way or another. The titular lemmings are not a mashup of few tiny pixels anymore, but are much bigger in size, with even minute details like eyes clearly visible on them. Abilities follow the logic of less is more, so there's fewer of them, but they're more universal and not limited. They can also be extended on individual basis by picking up of extra skills spread over levels. It's an interesting choice and a fresh one, but personally I didn't like it and didn't find the game much fun. And the fact that it's another title that requires AGA chipset without justifying it in a reasonable way is what led the game to not being overly popular on the Amiga. Arcade Snooker is a follow-up to previous year's Arcade Pool, and while it's not as brilliant as that title due to some minor technicalities, it's a good game nonetheless. In essence, it's the same game played on the same engine, with a difference of snooker balls being a bit smaller than the pool ones. Or the table a bit bigger, depends how you wanna look at it. And well, the rules, as it's two different games really. And those two differences are also a source of those small issues. First, balls being smaller are a reason for shots being a bit less precise when playing, and this could have been probably resolved with higher resolution display. It wasn't, so the issue prevailed, and as much as the pool is a game of skill, snooker is a game of precision, and lack thereof creates a serious issue. Second, the rules of snooker are not translated correctly, as after potting the last red ball, the game requires potting of yellow one, when in reality you can first focus on any other color. And last but not least, the game required AGA chipset, which was just plain stupid. It didn't look good enough to be limiting potential user base to such small subset of all Amiga gamers. But I suppose everything AGA was a fad back then. ATR All-Terrain Racing is one of the best overhead racers on the Amiga, even if a bit on the tough side. Up to 6 players can compete on one system, and if I'm to be honest, the more there are, the better ATR gets. Especially that there's a lot of replayability in the game. There are a total of 42 tracks and 3 upgradable cars to choose from. So tracks memorization and learning how to appropriately pick vehicles for them is a must for mastering this little gem of a game. ATR came out in an odd time. 1995 was a year when Commodore's been already long bankrupt after all. Amiga IP moved between many different owners and the developers couldn't really expect the platform to last much longer. So not much care was given to some titles released for the system. ATR on one hand is extremely polished, on another it also received a CD32 port which was a joke. It added nothing, it was basically a disc version of the game on a CD. So yeah, you can do whatever you want with that knowledge. Citadel is an interesting title. It's a first-person shooter that's not limited to AGA machines, which was a welcome sight in 1995. It's also a game that could run on basically any Amiga, regardless of the model, as long as it had at least 1 MB of RAM. I wouldn't say that playing in a very small stump-sized window on those lowly A500 systems was a great experience, but it was possible and it ran decently. And that, along with the fact that it was available to virtually all Amiga users, is what popularized the title. In all honesty, it was not the only reason, as Citadel is not a bad game at all. With multiple different interesting enemies, big levels and many weapons to choose from. That's what most Amiga gamers craved back then, even if the weapon itself for whatever reason was not visible on the screen. What's worth mentioning is incredible animated intro that really set the mood for the adventure. On the first glance, colonization looks like a reskin of Civilization, but fact that it uses similar tile-based engine is the confusing factor here, as despite some similarities, it's an entirely different game. For starters, it doesn't start in prehistoric time and only covers colonization period of North America. Then it focuses more on trade, training and hiring of skilled workers for various shops rather than research of new units and buildings. And finally, it also tackles subjects of contacts, relations and cooperation with natives and with old world forces that want to keep their stronghold on this new one. It's also a tale of struggle for independence and final conflict with British forces. Which on a side note is a difficult subject to tackle, as all nations strive to be independent and self-governed. Sadly, as this year has shown us, it's difficult to achieve even in our real world, where Ukraine is being currently unlawfully invaded and devastated. All that aside, I wouldn't say that colonization tells the story of conquest of the New World as it really was, but as a background for an interesting strategy game, story that it offers works great. It's a cool title worth having and being played by any true strategy aficionado. Deluxe Pac-Man is Mr. Edgar M. Vigdal's version of the classic arcade game. And since he's of Deluxe Galaga fame, you can bet your ass that this is a masterpiece. And it is, but it's not your everyday Pac-Man. There are quite a lot of changes to the formula that, and I say it with a full responsibility of the statement, make Pac-Man a better game. The mazes are much smaller, which forces the ghost to be constantly on you, making each playthrough less strategic than original, but in the same time more action-packed, and keep you on the edge of your seat constantly. There are also numerous bonuses that were not present in original, like speed-ups, shields, score multipliers, ghost explosions, shots, and random or extra level teleports. It's, as the name correctly states, a deluxe version of the game, and one that all fans of arcade title or Deluxe Galaga should try out, as they'll feel right at home playing Deluxe Pac-Man. Doman is a medieval themed low fantasy beat 'em up that's best known for its abundance of blood and gore. It's also a Polish game and in Polish only. That said, there's never anything interesting to read anywhere and the voiceover is barely more than some grunts, screams and shouts, so the fact that it was released only in Polish is not an issue whatsoever. After all, no one's ever played beat 'em ups to appreciate the deep and engaging story told by long, multiple screen walls of text, right? Doman's graphics have a very specific look to them, similar to previous year's title in the same genre, Franco. And since it's made by the same developer, it shouldn't be a surprise really. So, our two main characters are buff, muscular and wield huge weapons as if they weigh nothing. Where this testosterone-filled barbarian-like beat 'em up shines like dog's balls in the moonlight though, is gameplay, gore and two-player co-op. Both medieval beefcakes that the players can lead have a variety of different attacks that are also weapon dependent, meaning each weapon has a set of their own attack animations, and they can be exchanged at various specific points during gameplay. In the end, Doman is surprisingly playable title that no one expected to be good, and perhaps because of the lack of overwhelming expectations, it managed to become one of the better original exclusive beat 'em ups on the Amiga. It also uses additional hardware, so the faster CPU and more RAM you have, the better the game will look, sound and run. Only downside I could really think of are the constant pauses between screens for Amiga to load new areas and enemies, which at least for me is a bit immersion breaking. While Dungeon Master 2: The Legend of Skullkeep at its release received mediocre reviews and did not sold well, it is actually a really good game. The issue I suspect was in expectations that grew with each passing day, and the fact that the game was delayed more than once skyrocketed those expectations to the point that the final product had no real chance of meeting them. I should know. I sold my soul to the news of Fallout 4 coming, being sure that it will be the game of games and the best RPG ever. And what I got was a very fun shooter, but absolutely horrendous Fallout and not an RPG at all. More like an interactive story where my decisions held no meaning and only pushed the pre-designed story forward. I'm digressing. Dungeon Master 2 is a grid-based dungeon crawling RPG and a natural evolution of the first title. Admittedly, I only played it on PC, so I won't touch the subject of how it ran on Amiga, as I've no real experience of that, and the footage you're seeing while recorded on Amiga is from another YouTuber's channel. Few changes were made to original formula, second outing reworked magic system, added shops, outdoor areas and improved graphics. Funny enough, the Amiga's version states on the gamebox that it requires AGA chipset, which is incorrect. In fact, it can run on any Amiga with at least 2 MB of RAM, but 1 MB of it has to be chip memory. Flight of the Amazon Queen is a point-and-click adventure game that's full of quirky humor and funny situations. While it was pointed out to me before in the video about Amiga's adventure games that it was not inspired by Indiana Jones movies, it actually was, by the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Developers themselves confirmed it, saying that while there was an Indiana Jones adventure game already, it was a movie tie-in and their game was just inspired by it. The plot takes place at the tail end of 1940s and you're Joe King, a pilot for hire, and an owner of Amazon Queen, airplane that you use for work. You arrive at Rio de Janeiro to transport your next customer, actress Miss Faye Russell, but are ambushed by your longtime rival, a Dutchman going by the name of Anderson. You're locked away by his goons in a hotel room, which is a setup point for all the shenanigans that are soon to follow. Flight of the Amazon Queen's graphics was made entirely in famous Amiga's graphics software, Deluxe Paint, which, given that it was also released for PC, is an interesting fact, as Amiga version has only 32 colors, while PC's offers as much as 256. Still, it's a beautiful looking and great sounding title that's a treat to any and all adventure game fans, and given the fact that its puzzles are not overly difficult, it's also a good title for the newcomers to the genre. Gloom is a hot mess. Not hot garbage, hot mess. And a good mess at that. It's one of the faster running on stock AGA machines first-person shooters of the time, and a pretty decent looking title, even if the pixels are between the sizes of golf and basketballs. Gloom does a lot well. It's fast and fun, full of enemies and offers a variety of weapons that sadly neither of is ever visible on the screen. But it supplements that with a constant onslaught of baddies that seem to be coming from around each corner in ungodly amounts. And on top of that, it allows for simultaneous two-player co-op or deathmatch, which, on Amiga in FPS was not that common in 1995. Interesting fact, Gloom used many sound samples directly grabbed from Alien franchise of movies, so if you're a connoisseur you can play guess from which movie the sound came from. But most important thing about Gloom was that it preceded released a year later remaster version under the name of Gloom Deluxe, which not only fixed everything that the first title did not do great, but also is the best FPS on the Amiga out of these that I actually had a chance of experiencing. High Seas Trader is a business simulation game set in the year 1650. And the goal is to get to the rank of Viscount, which guarantees the win in the game. To do so, however, you have to amass incredible wealth and trade your way to the top. High Seas Trader offers very accurate and enjoyable economical model, where certain items will always be more expensive than others based on what they are. For instance, arms will never be cheaper than grain. And also it's supply-demand based, so keeping an eye on current prices in all ports is a must. And you do so by gaining access to them via maps that you need to purchase. Preferably as many as possible, as they are your only means of discovery. If you're not into sailing yourself over huge oceans, you can hire a helmsman who will do so for you along your set course, which can be a godsend as distances between the continents are quite large, especially between some of those more profitable routes, so sailing yourself may become tiresome. Unlike similar title of Pirates, however, you can't just own and steer any ship from the get-go. You have to earn ranks that will allow you to purchase bigger and better ones. And they usually come in two flavors per rank, one that's heavily armed and other that isn't but has a much larger cargo space. High Seas Trader, after all, is a game of choice, whether to feel safer or haul more. If you should pick longer, more profitable but also more dangerous route, or stick to something safer but not worth as much. It may not be the best game in the genre, but it's a very good one nonetheless.
Then when you
In
return,
Heard the Earth
you may
is
buy
a
the
really good
fastener.
point-and-click adventure game with just
Look
a
here,
single
Ferret,
minor
this
issue
is
that
highway
we'll talk
robbery.
about a bit later on.
If you don't like
The
my
presentation
prices,
is
you may go
incredible, with
elsewhere.
beautifully drawn
I
graphics,
represent
ambient
the
sound
forest
effects,
people,
and
and I
captivating
don't
melodic
think
music
that he
that
would
most
take
of the time
kindly
seems
to
to
your
fit the
overcharging
situation
one of his
location
soldiers.
perfectly. See the
The
version
king
also
has no
featured
authority
professionally
over what
recorded
I
voiceover
charge.
for all
Besides,
characters
he
in the
has
game.
better things to
But
do with
whichever
his
version
time
you
than
play,
worry
it's easy
about the
just to
price
get
of
lost in the
plaster.
atmosphere and beautiful
Surely you
locations
would not
that are
like to
spread all
anger the
throughout this
Boar
title.
King.
Funny
He can
enough,
be
given the
most
medieval-esque feeling
unpleasant
of the
to
game,
his enemies.
it actually takes place
We
in a far
supply many
future
things
where
to the
mankind
Boar
is
King,
long
things
extinct
that he would
and the
not
Earth
wish
is
to do
populated
without.
by
He will not
anthropomorphic
interfere in our
animals.
business.
Rafe
No,
of the
you
Fox
three
tribe,
cannot
the main
intimidate me with
protagonist,
your
is
threats.
falsely accused of stealing the Orb of the Storms,
One bag of
ancient
plaster
human
coming
relic
right
that
up.
is said to be able to predict the weather. Accusation is based on the sheer fact that he was one of the only two foxes in the area. Prejudice, I suppose, did not die off with a human race. Anyway, he volunteers to search for the orb himself to clear his name. Inherit the Earth is one of the last few great adventure titles on the Amiga and a must-play for all fans of the genre. The issue I mentioned initially is caused by the design choice of displaying a vast part of the game in an isometric graphics, which seem to cause some serious slowdowns on basic Amigas. Not serious enough to discourage from playing, but definitely unpleasant. Kingpin Arcade Sports Series Bowling, or in short, Kingpin Bowling, is my most favorite bowling game to date. It's the same thing to real bowling as what Arcade Pool was to real pool. So it's not a simulation per se, and not an arcade title either. It sits somewhere in between comfortably, in the zone where it's challenging enough not to get boring, especially when enjoyed with up to 5 other players, while in the same time it's not discouragingly difficult. It's a fun and fast approximation of a sport that works best in a group of friends when drinks are involved while playing. The only downside really would be its questionable longevity when playing alone, as then it loses a lot of its appeal quickly. By 1995, most Western developers were releasing either their last or penultimate games on the Amiga. But the system was still very popular and with steady user base in the East, in recently independent former Eastern Bloc countries like Poland or Lithuania. And the developers there did not plan on abandoning the system anytime soon. Especially that in their eyes it was still very capable and popular machine. Enter Lost in Mine, a puzzle platformer by a Polish developer Wookiesoft. At first glance it may not look like much, but looks are often deceiving, and this is the case of that exactly. It's an excellent, even if at times mind-boggling puzzler with a very simple premise at heart. All you have to do is get to the exit. Simple as that. But it's not the destination, it's the journey. And it's that journey that is what's great and challenging about it. Unlike many other games in the genre, like Lemmings or Humans, you don't pick actions from a list of skills or buttons. You have to platform your way out, using various installations and machines spread in strategic locations around levels. And they can be any and all mining equipment, from simple drills and lifts through harvesters to even explosives, among others. Some controlled manually, other remotely at distance. Oh, and don't get discouraged by the fact that it's in Polish, as other than on the title screen you won't really see it anywhere else. Master Blaster is the best version of Bomberman on the Amiga. It focuses on multiplayer part of the game only, so there's no single player campaign. But believe me, it doesn't need it, as with up to 4 other friends for a total of 5 players on a single Amiga, it's a blast. A Master Blast. Oh my god, it's such a bad pun. Anyway, for those who'd never played either Bomberman or Dyna Blaster, Mega Blaster is a game where you're placed against few other bombers in a maze. Your goal is to incapacitate other bombers via use of bombs that when placed explode after few seconds. They can also be used to remove some of the maze's brick walls, meaning the composition of each stage changes as you play. Under some of the destroyed walls there are upgrades that can considerably enhance your bomber's capabilities. So usually at the very start of each stage, most bombers focus on destroying as many walls as they can to load themselves up with extra powers, so that they could easier defeat the enemies. And said powers can be different, ranging from extra bombs and bigger explosions to ability to throw bombs, among others. It's one of the most fun games to play with friends on the Amiga, and one that should never be approached alone. Mega Ball 4.0, similarly to earlier mentioned Master Blaster, is a public domain game, meaning it was distributed freely in reduced format with less levels and no level editor, but after registering and paying for a full version, all these features are unlocked. It is also the best version of Arkanoid or Breakout on the system. And with all these levels available, extra paddle upgrades and included built-in level editor, it offered hundreds upon hundreds of hours of fun. If you've never played either, let me explain. The game is a single-screen arcade title where there are colorful bricks on top of the screen arranged in various patterns. And you control the paddle on the bottom that is used to bounce the ball at the bricks to destroy them. When destroyed, they drop upgrades from time to time, which can range from simple paddle size enlargement through ability to hold the ball, to mounting paddle with cannons that can shoot powerful projectiles. The level is completed when all bricks are cleared, and you lose a life when the ball is not bounced and falls through the bottom of the screen. It's a simple but addictive mechanic. I don't think that there are many games in the genre even today that could compare to Megaball's ingenuity. Perhaps early 2000s DX Ball on PC could, but even if that's the case, it would still leave Megaball as one of the best Arkanoid clones ever made. If you like those kinds of games, Megaball is one that you should not skip. Teenage Ant is widely considered as the best Polish point-and-click adventure game. And perhaps it is, but comparing it to giants of the genre like LucasArts, Sierra or even Core Design's games, it doesn't look as if it could match their quality. It doesn't mean that it's a bad game, just one that perhaps is not as good as it could have been. Anyway, the plot is kinda hilarious, gold is disappearing around Poland, because why not, and the government or police or whichever other governing body decides, and that's a good one, that a random person should be hired to uncover the reason behind the disappearances. And the choice falls on a teenager, Mark Hopper. I'd say that the logic behind the reasoning escapes my understanding, but it's a game, and by now I've seen even crazier plots in Amiga titles. Soccer Kid comes to mind, for instance. That said, the game is divided into 3 chapters, and believe it or not, but within those 3 chapters and 3 corresponding areas, the main plot can be resolved. So, to restore the missing gold, you'll luckily find yourself in the very 3 areas in the whole country that would help you solve the case. How curious. Anyway, Teenage Ant is a pretty good adventure title, sometimes funny, sometimes odd, nothing groundbreaking, but a pretty decent, tad above the average game in the genre. The Misadventures of Flink is an action platformer and an excellent example of the genre that is plagued by one small but very important issue. It was only ever released on CD32. Short-lived and least spread out of all Commodore systems. So even if the company wouldn't went bankrupt, the game was unlikely to gain any serious recognition based on the size of CD32's user base. All that aside, Flink is probably the best looking platformer on the Amiga. It's a beautiful game with buttersmooth animations that could easily rival, at least graphics-wise, the best releases on consoles of the time. In fact, it was released on Sega Genesis as well. Keeping in mind that Genesis could display only 64 colors on screen at once, it makes me feel that if parallax scrolling was dropped entirely to remove the extra bit planes, it would be feasible to have it running on a regular and most widespread A500 in a reduced 32 color mode. And it still would look amazing. But perhaps was just something that the developers were not keen on attempting. One way or another, if you have an access to CD32 and a copy of Flink, I wholeheartedly recommend you try it, as it's a really good title. Odyssey is an action platformer released at the tail end of Amiga's commercial life, and it shows. It's beautiful, super smoothly scrolling and has crazy good designed levels. It's just a pleasure to behold even on the most basic A500. It's not a pleasure to play though, for me, as it's quite challenging during all combat encounters, especially in the earlier parts of the game. Others may enjoy it, and judging by the Lemon Amiga scores they do, but I just find it frustrating. It's not on the game though, it's on me. Still, keeping in mind that Audiogenic, the developer, were basically 2 guys who worked on the game with virtually no outside help, what they ended up with is short of magnificent. I wish I had more to say about it, but like I said, I never managed to get far in it. I do however remember puzzles being rather enjoyable and a far better part of the title than the combat was. So if that's any consolation, I like those. Pinball Illusions is a follow-up to Digital Illusions Pinball Fantasies, which in turn was a follow-up to Pinball Dreams. Since DICE were a master of pinball on the Amiga and it was their 3rd game in the series, it's quite obvious that you could expect a very polished experience. And it was. While I wouldn't say that Pinball Illusions is as good as Fantasies, it's definitely an amazing title, and each of 3 tables that it includes poses different challenges and offers unique bonuses and minigames to unlock. Each of them is a separate and enjoyable experience. So we have Extreme Sports, Babe Watch, and Law and Justice tables. PCCD version had one more that was Viking themed, but since it was a later release, it never got backported to the Amiga. Interestingly enough, Illusions is the first game in the series that offers a multi-ball bonus that simulates multiple balls all at once when unlocked. Perhaps it doesn't sound like anything special today, but back then it was something that was considered a missing feature in previous games that real-life pinball machines offer. Sensible Golf is nowhere near the quality of Sensible Soccer, but given the development hell it apparently went through, it's understandable. And also it does not mean that it's a bad game, because it's not, it just lacks that final finishing touch. Perhaps a couple of months more of development would have gave it that last layer of polish? Perhaps. One way or another, it's a pretty enjoyable arcade take on the golf with unnecessarily difficult putting mechanics. So, not gonna lie, while it can be played alone, because of that one issue, it's much better played with up to 3 others. Cause then you're placed on the same difficulty scale, all tackling with the ungodly tough putting. Against the CPU, who doesn't seem to have any issues with it, it just seems unfair. All in all, it's one of the last 2 games Sensible Software released on the Amiga, and a pretty good title when played with friends, but skippable when approaching it alone. Despite that it was not my most favorite footy on the Amiga, looking back at it now, I agree that Sensible World of Soccer 1.1 was the absolute #1 football game on the system. I think the best testament to that would be the fact that real-world tournaments, while not as common as in the 90s, are still being held in it. And some fans even take upon themselves to update team rosters to what they actually are now. It's just mind-boggling that nearly 30-year-old game can have such grasp on its fanbase. But it's not for no reason. It's not only one of the most accessible football games of the time, but it actually plays really well. And since the graphics use a couple of pixels in size players, you always get to see a pretty large chunk of the pitch, which allows for easier planning and pulling off of difficult set pieces and just makes the whole experience fun and very rewarding. Even more so when there's more gamers involved and you're playing in a league or a tournament. Sensible World of Soccer also offered very enjoyable, even if overly simplistic, management mode, where you could not only play the games but also lead your team to victory. And that's the mode I played the most, as quite honestly I seriously sucked at playing the game itself. And I really don't know why, as most of my friends were pretty good at it. Perhaps I'm just not built for sports games. Anyway, 1.1 update on prior year's release fixed the issue of gameplay stats not saving, which while not game breaking was quite annoying. Every Amiga fan should try it out whether they enjoy the sport or not, as it's very charming and hella fun. Shadow Fighter is one of the best versus fighting games on the Amiga, and also an exclusive for the system. It's probably the best Street Fighter that's not actually a Street Fighter at all. The characters are all uniquely looking and very differently playing from one another. The sprites are large and nicely animated and have a pretty decent plethora of special moves, which, comparing it to Body Blows now, another exclusive on the Amiga, makes that earlier title seem like a money grab based on popularity of the genre at the time. Backgrounds in large part are amazing too, perhaps more colorful than the foreground characters are, and I'm not sure if that's the right design choice, but it is what it is. Sounds and music are also okay, but nothing above average, so I won't mention them here again. Okay, so the most important question remains. Is Shadow Fighter as good as arcade Street Fighter 2? It's not. But it's damn close, and good fighter-hungry Amiga users didn't seem to mind. Super Skid Marks, also known as Skid Marks 2, is an isometric arcade racing video game. And basically, it's the same game as previous title, but polished, expanded and with tons upon tons of bug fixes. So there's twice as many tracks as in original, more vehicles and more competitions. The game is a bit more difficult too, which is great because the first title was not very challenging. Apparently all because of upgraded driver's AI. The game also offers either freeway split screen mode or ability for 4 players to play on a single Amiga on a single screen with no splitting. Interestingly enough, Super Skid Marks also offered a widescreen mode where 2 Amigas could be connected with 2 screens situated side by side, which allowed 8 players to play together at once. And that was something not only uncommon but even unheard of. Same as its predecessors, Super Skid Mark uses any and all extra power you throw at it. So the more RAM and faster CPU you have, the better the game runs and offers more different cars racing simultaneously. This time also with additional optional caravans for even more multiplayer craziness. While the game started its development as an add-on, it ended up as a full-fledged sequel. And good, cause it's definitely a worthy upgrade that I wasted countless afternoons playing with 2 buddies of mine in the mid-90s. Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, while looking like a dream on the Amiga, is no more than hot garbage. You will not see it here today, but you'll hear about it. The sprites are huge and graphics are simply amazing. So good in fact, I would have sworn they've been moved straight from the arcades. And that's it, really. Everything else sucks. Frames of animation are reduced to such a degree that the characters seem to be jumping from one move to another. And the game runs like a turtle in a tub of peanut butter. So not at all. It's a screenshot showcase at best. In short, it sucks. Big time. Now, what you do see on the screen, however, may not look great, play area is significantly limited, and you won't be praising sprite size or their quality either. But it runs great. And it's a big game's smaller brother, so Super Street Fighter 2 The New Challengers. Now, all the stages, all the characters and their special moves, everything, absolutely everything is here and converted straight from the arcades. Most importantly, it's a blast to play, be it alone or against others. Even though it's considerably downgraded in terms of graphics, the playability has been preserved, and that's why this is by far the best Street Fighter 2 version on the Amiga. If you can, prove me wrong. Until I played Super Tennis Champs, I would have sworn that Great Courts 2 was the best tennis game for the Amiga. I'm not so sure of it anymore, because this is so playable. I'm not sure even if it's not the best tennis that I've played until the more modern 3D renditions of the sport were released. I suppose that its lack of recognition and the fact that I've never even heard about it before can be attributed to its release date. 1995, after all, was a year when most Amiga users knew that the Commodore was no more, and they started moving to other platforms, mainly PC and PlayStation, I think. Anyway, as you can see, it looks and sounds appropriately good for the time. It's also amazingly addictive in multiplayer, in which up to 4 players can play on a single Amiga, albeit with a custom parallel port adapter. In single player, it's very fast and quite challenging, which, you know, in general for the fans of the sport is good, for the rest of us may prove a reason for deterring from playing. It's worth working through the difficulty though, as even scoring that first 15 is very rewarding and it feels as if you've really improved, even if just by little. Interesting fact, there are some very basic rules of physics simulated in Super Tennis Champs, and your character when charging for the ball won't stop instantly and sort of slides for a tiny bit, losing the momentum. Ultimate Soccer Manager, or in short USM, is my most favorite football manager on the Amiga. And while I may not care for football or any other sport really, I just love football management games and played most of them over the years. USM is a game unlike most at the time. It's very accessible, meaning even someone who has little to no knowledge of the sport can grasp what's what and enjoy the gameplay loop of it. Perhaps it's a bit on the simpler side because of that, but it's very addicting. And even though it may not be the most demanding, it's one of the most extensive managements on the Amiga. You are responsible for virtually anything in your club, not only what would your regular manager's responsibilities be, so things like training, scouting, matches, etc. But you also overlook building and expansion of the ground, advertising contracts, parkings, merchandise shops, and even the prices of tickets and items in said shops. The match engine is 2D overhead view and allows for watching of full games at various speeds. It's the easiest to comprehend and follow visualization of football game in any Amiga manager. One of the most unusual features of USM, however, was ability to rig matches and also bet on them. Was it really necessary? Perhaps not, but gave depth to the title and made it a little bit more playable. If you like fun football management games or are new to the genre, USM is a perfect introduction. Viracop is a top-down view shooter not unlike Chaos Engine. It is, however, a game released at the very tail end of Amiga's commercial life, or a year after Commodore went bankrupt. So it's a very polished production, both in terms of sound and graphics. Level design is also quite spectacular, with stages being vast and varying considerably in enemies and bosses alike. Themes of the worlds that you'll visit shooting your way through hundreds of enemies will be sports, urban jungle, gods, adventure, and Silicon Valley. Same as with other similar titles, you have numerous weapons to choose from and they can be upgraded for even more firepower. Nice touch are the end world bosses that are all appropriately themed to the worlds they represent, entirely different to one another and all having their individual unique mechanics. Oh, and did I mention that you're a robot named Dave? I mean, who wouldn't want to play as a robot named Dave? Viracop is quite difficult with many enemies in some stages, and even though it may at times feel a bit overwhelming, it's so good that it never even borders on being frustrating. Interesting design choice is the addition of simultaneous 2-player mode where one player controls Dave's movement and the other shooting, especially that it can be used by a single person in twin-stick control, Robotron style. Worms was arguably not only the biggest game on the Amiga in 1995, but probably also one of the most important titles for the system overall. I doubt there's anyone who never heard of it, but on an odd chance that there is, I'll quickly try to explain. In essence, it's a 2D artillery style game where your team of worms is randomly placed on also randomly generated fully destructible map, and you have to defeat in turn-based combat the opposing team of worms. Each turn has a set length predefined in game settings, usually between 30 and 60 seconds, and a whole round takes 5 to 15 minutes, after which with every turn water level keeps rising, adding to the urgency and excitement. In one turn, as long as time allows for that, you can move your worm freely, pick up upgrades, choose between numerous available weapons and shoot at an enemy. One attack per worm per turn. After all of that is complete, the enemy takes their turn. and so on until there's only one team left alive. Worms can be played by up to 4 players on a single system, and while it's very chaotic with so many people, it's also most fun. Even if it doesn't seem like much, sounding like an old concept similar to much older Scorched Earth, while playing it's really amusing and addicting. The little worms are chock full of character, commenting on in-game happenings, and weapons range from serious to unusual, incredibly creative and fun, like the banana bomb or a holy hand grenade. Combat between experienced players when most of the landscape is destroyed and worms stand on last few small landmasses shooting at each other from afar while the time keeps clocking, foretelling the inevitable deadly flooding, is some of the best and most exciting experiences on the Amiga. Exit is one of the last games released by the Psygnosis on the Amiga before they moved entirely to PlayStation. It's a 120 level strong, very polished sound and graphics wise top-down puzzler that is very similar to Sokoban. More varied and with many more features though. Your task in each level is to create a path that would allow you to reach the exit, and you do so by moving blocks around the world levels. Most blocks can only be pushed if there's at least a block worth of empty space behind them and nothing immediately in front of them. But if that was all, the game would be considerably easier and less interesting. Exit is full of various little mechanics like glue, water, ice, switches, bombs and keys that all are there to either help you complete the level or to hinder your progress. It's not the easiest of the puzzles, so approach only if you're in the mood for the genre, but despite that, it's very entertaining and figuring out solutions to some of those more challenging levels can be really rewarding. Extreme Racing is what Mario Kart on the Amiga would be if it was ever released without the licensing for the characters. It offers 8 different characters, each with a unique vehicle and playstyle. Up to 4 players can play on a single Amiga, and 8 when 2 systems are connected via null modem and RS-232 cables. In single player there are 3 modes: a cup mode where you compete for points in one of 4 cups, each with 5 tracks, 6 cups if you have an upgraded version of the game. Then there's the tournament mode where apart from trying to be the first, you also race for the money that can be used to purchase upgrades. And lastly there's the time trial, which kinda explains itself quite well. But what's worth noting is that in this mode there are no opponents. In multiplayer, a definitely most entertaining way to play the game, there are 4 modes. First 2 are the same as in single, so cup and tournament. And the latter being versus mode where you race head to head on chosen tracks, and battle mode which is a mixture of Nintendo's Super Mario Kart and Street Racers gameplay. Interestingly enough, released in 1996 upgrade pack not only included bug fixes and new tracks, but also additional 2 cups and most importantly a level editor, in which I must add some hardcore fans release tracks even today. Graphics wise the game is as good as your system can handle. So on a basic A1200 it won't look great with chunky pixels and a small gameplay window, but on 060 CPU or via emulation it can be quite pretty. So, is it as good as Super Mario Kart? No, it's not, but it's the best kart racer Amiga got, and pretty good one at that. For all intents and purposes, Z-Wolf 2 Wild Justice is a 3D shooter. It is not, however, one of those extremely hectic shooters where there are thousands of enemies charging at you from all sides, but one that's more strategic. Especially because each mission has their own set of objectives and the controls require getting used to. Z-Wolf's missions range from various search and destroy to protection tasks, and the game can be controlled either via joystick or a mouse. There are a few kinds of weapons available, and both weapons and fuel are finite, so refueling and purchasing of additional armaments may be necessary on some of the longer missions. The game was made with all Amigas in mind, so the 3D untextured shadowed viewpoint is very limited in size to keep acceptable frame rate on all possible configurations. Back in the day, Z-Wolf's graphics were considered very good, today they're fugly at best. But such is life. And as much as 2D graphics aged well, like a fine wine, early 3D ones look just awful. Gameplay-wise, Lemon Amiga users seem to love the game and praise its quality and fun factor. Personally, I didn't like it, did not play it a lot, and because of the badly aged 3D, don't plan on doing so anytime soon. So, have a look and make up your own mind if it's worth your time. There's no doubt that there were some interesting games released in 1995 on the Amiga. I'm sure you all agree. What was painfully obvious, however, is that it was a year when many of the developers finally abandoned the system. Some leaving behind impressive titles as farewell gifts to the community, others by just disappearing and moving to more future-proof or popular platforms. And while official games were still coming for the next few years, they were few and far between, and less with each passing year. Eventually commercial releases stopped popping up on the Amiga altogether, and only fans kept releasing titles and ports from other systems from time to time, PC being the major source of those ports. In the last few years some actually new games came out on the Ami, but given that the system is all but resurrected and the user base shrinks with each year, they can hardly be called successful. While all this sounds sad, the community is still strong and Amiga is my most melancholically remembered system of yesteryear that I play games on from time to this day. Mainly through emulation though, but I suppose that's how it will remain forever engraved in history of gaming. Emulated long after all the old machines will have their capacitors break and disk drives fail in years to come. If you've got to this point, first of all, I'd like to thank you for watching the video, perhaps even the whole series all the way to the end. I didn't expect to have as much fun as I did working on it, and I also found some games I forgot about over the years, and even learned of new ones I never even heard of before. It was an adventure and a very sentimental one at that. But it's hardly over. There's one more supplemental video coming in foreseeable future, covering Amiga games 1996 and later, and I'm also considering somewhere in between the shorter videos to start either MS-DOS games history similar in format to this one, or maybe C64. For both I think I'd stick to 10 most active years, same as I did here. That, however, is a plan for the near future. In the meantime there will be more usual content, and since those standard videos are considerably smaller undertakings, I should be able to release more of them more often for the next week or two. So if you liked it, hit those like and subscribe buttons below. It really helps a lot. And if you're in a more generous mood, you may even consider joining my Patreon. All the details are in the description below, but it will help me release more better content and maybe even get a camera. Who knows? For now, however, this is all, so have a good one and I'll see you next time.